Did you know? I used to be an ordinary girl until I was taken by a stranger who turned out to be a werewolf. Now, not only have I fallen in love with him, but I'm also about to become his wife. However, it's not as simple as it seems. Chapter 22, House Hunting for Months Later. Hey Emery. Tate jumped out of nowhere and frightened me while I was preparing a sandwich. I held my chest and glared playfully at her. You scared the crap out of me. I laughed. Tate woke up from her coma the day after Abigail was exiled. Thane was over the moon when we found out that she woke up with nothing more than a headache and a fully recovered body. However, he banned her from all training and fighting for a while until he was sure that she was okay, so we've been hanging out almost all the time. It's been a total of 5 months that I've been here in the Nespac. At first I definitely wanted out of this area because what crazed person would willingly stay with a total stranger that took her from her home? Honestly, it was a total horror story, but after learning about Thane and him being a werewolf, well, let's just say I was officially that crazed person. But I didn't think so anymore. It may be unorthodox, but I guess the entire situation was a bit strange seeing as I was mated to a wolf. Now I wouldn't change a single detail. The strange circumstances that led to this. Me being here, well, it kinda led me to happiness. Thane was amazing. He was a great leader and an even better boyfriend, even though he was a bit more to me than a flimsy label. At the start, I would have castrated him for even speaking to me, and now I can't get enough of him. It was as if we were obsessed with each other. We were almost constantly together when he was off training the pack and I was either being trained or helping in the infirmary. My brother sent me to deliver a message. She grinned like a Cheshire cat. I narrowed my eyes at her. What message? To dress nice and be ready by 6Y. I asked curiously. She just shrugged. I dunno. You're not telling me something? I accused her by the look on her face. Come on. When have I ever not told you something? She rolled her eyes. Come, let me see. How about never? He may just want to take you out on a date to do things I really don't need to think about as his sister. Tate grimaced. Tate. I scolded and felt my cheeks blaze in embarrassment. We haven't even. You know. EWW, I don't need to know this. She fake gagged and I fell into a fit of laughter. When Thane and I were together, we couldn't keep our hands off each other. I was honestly surprised we haven't committed the deed yet, and that we both had to restrain ourselves to stop whenever things were getting heated. I wanted him without a doubt, but he would suddenly stop whenever it was getting too far. I had no idea why, though. I was happy and content, but I knew that I had to bear an heir for the next ritual that would take place next 20 years. Extreme, but at least the pregnancy will only last 5 months, since werewolves grow rapidly and mature in the womb at a faster rate than a human baby. Thane and I were actually the only alpha and Luna that have taken this long to get mated. Some Lunas get pregnant within 2 weeks and the others take about 2 months. Never has it been 5 months. What am I missing here? Bailey asked as she walked into the kitchen to witness my laughter. Emery just casually discussing her intimate life. Or lack thereof. Tate said, giving me a disgusted look. Don't mind her. I playfully pushed Tate away. Well, you don't know what you're missing out on. Bailey teased and rubbed her little baby bump. Yes, that's right. Bailey was 1 month pregnant. Apparently we're werewolves, didn't get married like humans did. They just accepted each other as mates. There was something almost liberating about the way they didn't have to tie themselves to any organizations and institutions besides themselves. Also, the Pax Beta is usually the same age as the Alpha to ensure that a friendship bond is created between them to make running the pack easier. Like Lucas and Thane. Therefore, Bailey was in the same position as me. She had to pop out a kid within the next 7 months. She, however, got started early and only had 4 months to go. Every time I was with Bailey, however, I always thought of her mother. The one person who was furious when she found out that Thane exiled Abigail and she blamed it on me. I was actually surprised that the pack supported the decision. Well, everyone except for Bailey's mother. Thane explained that a female wolf shares an unbreakable bond with her pups, even if it isn't hers. But the fact that Bailey's mom raised Abigail made her as close as possible to being Abigail's mother. I knew, however, that her blame was justified. I should have tried to stop Thane from doing what he did. But that was a while back and there was nothing I could have done at the moment, and I can't change it now since Abigail disappeared far away from the pack's territory and didn't leave a trail behind. That's just the pregnancy hormone speaking. Tate rolled her eyes. Just wait till you find your mate. Bailey laughed. Even then he might not want to be with you. I muttered grumpy ly in recalling my own situation. Bailey gave me a knowing look. I'm sure he just wants to ensure you're ready. After all, you were pretty against him when he brought you here. That was then when I didn't know him. I shrugged in defeat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can we please change topics? I really don't need to know about my brother's sex life. Tate grumbled. Bailey just laughed at her. So what do you suggest then, pup? I'm almost 17. She stuck her tongue out childishly. Wait, how haven't you found your mate yet? I thought you find each other at 16. I asked curiously. That's typically when your mate is in the pack already. But for the unlucky few, it's either a rogue you may never meet or it's most likely another wolf from one of the neighboring packs. Thane and the other alphas usually have a day where all the unmated wolves meet in hopes of finding each other, and then you choose whose pack you want to stay in. Tate explained, and I still found it interesting that I haven't yet everything about the pack life. I think that's actually in a few weeks. Bailey pondered him. I will have to ask Thane about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Speaking of my dimwit brother, you should probably start getting ready, Tate said, grabbing Bailey's and his hands and pulling us both up the stairs. Oh right, I totally forgot that's why I came to find you, Bailey said, and we laughed at her forgetfunsels. I don't see why Skane cowled and asked me himself. I said as I walked into the closet. Maybe a little busy. Bailey shrugged. He could have asked me yesterday. I said because he left before I woke up this morning. Which was odd because he always wakes me up. Maybe he didn't think about it yet. She invaded. Whatever the reason. Can we just find you something to wear? Honestly, every owner's lack of faith in my outfit choices really hurts. Okay. Then tell me what you want to wear. Bailey stopped searching and looked at me expectantly. I gazed around the large walk-in closet and walked over to my stack of jeans and picked up a cute sweater. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This will do. Bailey just stood there with her jaw hanging and Tate was in a fit of laughter. I don't think that Tate approved. Tate managed to get out between her giggles. I rolled my eyes at her. I wore jeans on my first date with Thane. But you aren't going for a stroll in the forest, Bailey explained. Actually, she kinda will be, Tate added. I gave them both curious glances. Guys, come on. You're both hiding something from me. Just tell me, please. Where's he taking me? No can do, babe. You're just going to have to wait to find out. Bailey grinned. Tate walked back to the section that held all the dresses and pulled out a cream-high, low dress that was off the shoulder but still had spaghetti straps. It was a floral pattern with hibiscuses and leaves that decorated the entire dress in a variations of browns and pinks. This is the dress. Tate smiled at me. And this is the shoe, Bailey said, picking out a pair of blush pink heels that tied into a bow at the ankle. Wouldn't she get stuck in the dirt? Tate questioned. That's why the heel is broad, Bailey answered. Do I even want to know what's going on? I hesitantly asked. Trust me, you aren't going to get an answer, Tate smirked. I raised both my hands in surrender. Fine. I'm going to take a shower. Don't forget to shave, Bailey called after me. I hopped into the shower, washed my hair and scrubbed my body clean. When I came out of the shower, I noticed a silk robe hanged on the back of the bathroom, all with a sticky note saying, "Put this on." I dried my body and towel-dried my hair before slipping on the robe and exiting the bathroom. Bailey and Tate were by the vanity table waiting for me. Come on, sit. We don't have much time, Bailey commanded. I rolled my eyes but complied anyways. Seriously, guys, this isn't necessary. I don't do the makeup thing. Oh, hush, would you? Tate shushed me. Okay, but please go night. I begged. Bailey mumbled. Without another word, Tate blow-dried my hair and gave it a few loose curls before she braided a section of the right side of my hair and pinned it up to the back of my head that resembled a crown braid, but it wasn't. After that was done, Bailey applied a neutral makeup look for me, and by the time they were finished, I had 10 minutes to change. They left me be while I changed into the dress and did up my heels. I secure my ruby gem, crescent moon necklace back around my neck since I took it off for my shower, and I was finally ready for my mystery date. I walked out into the living room fain and I shared in with a whistle from Bailey. "Dan girl, you look hot. Then S never going to let you out of his sight when he sees you." Tate smiled and pulled me into a hug. "My girl's all grown up." Bailey smiled. "Okay, enough with the mushy stuff. Let's go find my guy." I laughed. Just as we reached the ground floor, the front door opened to reveal none other than Thane. He and I both stopped in our tracks when we saw each other. It was as if time froze and we were the only two people in the room. I took a moment of shock to admire him. He was impeccably dressed in a pair of jeans, a navy blue shirt and a brown suit jacket. It was actually the most professional he looked in all the 5 months that I've owned him, even though he was still wearing jeans. "Go on, girl," Tate whispered in my ear and gently nudged me towards Thane. We both snapped out of our reverie, and I saw Thane smile at me. "Hey," he said when I approached him. "Hey to you too," I said shyly. I didn't even know why I was being shy. "I really missed you today," he said, taking a step closer. "I missed you too." I cowled and helped but close the distance between us and threw my arms around his neck. "Don't you ever leave without waking me up first," I mumbled into his chest as he wrapped his arms around me. I felt his body shake with laughter beneath me. It wouldn't happen again. I lifted my head from his chest and looked into his eyes. "Good. Now tell me what's all this secret you have Bailey and Tate hiding from me. You're going to have to wait and see." He smirked before pecking my lips. "You can tell me now. You know, save ourselves all this drama." I tried to bargain. "Oh, you're not getting anything out of me." He smirked before unwrapping his hands from around me, only to take my hand in his. "Ready, my lady." I nodded and he walked us both out the door. "Have fun," they yelled out the door. But not too much. Tate headed it along. Thane chuckled at what they said as we walked down the driveway. "No car needed." I asked. "Not today." He grinned and led me into the forest at the left side of the pack house. "Where are you taking me?" I asked as I saw a pathway revealed just as we entered the woods. "Trust me, sweetheart. You're going to love it." "Hopefully," he said nervously. "You're being weird." I glanced at him curiously. He just laughed it off as we walked further along the pathway. "Just nervous." "Why?" I asked worriedly. "Is something wrong? Are there rogues? Do you need to go back?" I stopped walking. He cupped my cheeks and looked at me with reverence. "It's nothing of that nature, love. Don't worry, no one's in danger." "Are you sure?" I asked again. "Positive. Now quite worrying. Today's about you," he stated as he pulled me back along the pathway. "Why? Is it my birthday?" "I'm pretty sure it isn't." "It's not, love. Just stop guessing. That's like asking me not to breathe. You know I hate surprises. The suspense kills me." I grumbled. "Suck it up, princess, you're going to have to wait for this one." I nudged him with my elbow because I knew I wouldn't be able to hurt him. "At least tell me the context," I pleaded. And he pondered my words. "How about house hunting?" "House hunting?" I asked stupidly. "Yup," he nodded. "But we already live in the pack house." "Thank you, Captain Obvious, but that's all I'm saying for now." He shrugged with a smile playing on his face. We walked and chatted for about 5 minutes before he stopped me. "Close your eyes." "Why are you going to shift?" I asked excitedly. "And if only I knew 5 months ago that you would actually be excited that I was a werewolf, I would have told you the day I met you." "Oh, hush," I scolded. He stepped behind me and placed one of his hand over my eyes and the other on my waist. "Can you see?" "As blind as a bat," I answered. I felt his lips on my ear as he whispered to me. "Okay, just walk forward and I will guide you. What if you walk me into a tree?" His laugh reverberated around the trees surrounding us. I wouldn't dare. Good. Now where should I walk? Straight ahead until I tell you to stop. We walked a few feet until he told me to stop. Are we here? I asked excitedly. Yeah, we're here. He removed his hand from my eyes and placed it on my waist. I opened my eyes only to be blinded by the setting sun glowing behind a large object. And that object was a house. A quaint, beautiful two-story house. It was a cabin house with screened doors and windows to the front. A few steps leading to the front door. An outdoor area to sit. A cute little garden off to the right side and a few birch trees scattered around. A garage was off the left side that led down to a driveway which extended into the road. There seemed to be a huge backyard and the entire property was surrounded by the forest. It was breathtaking in all its glory and the setting of the sun just created a homey ambience. Where are we? I managed to whisper out. How a new home, Thane said from behind me. I whipped around to face him. Home. He smiled at me nervously. Yeah, I was thinking that we would move out once we settled down on our own. What about the pack house? I asked curiously. Well, I don't think the entire pack wants to hear us together. He coughed out with a blush. I love it. I said to him to save him from his embarrassment. You do? He asked with pleading eyes of my confirmation. Yes, it's perfect for us. I grinned as I turned back around. I think it may need a little renovation though. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean? The house looks brand new. That's because it is. Some of the pack and I have been building this since I turned 18. Almost 2 years ago. I turned back to him. You built this? I exclaimed. He nodded at me shyly. But why the renovations? I wondered. Because it made too small for our football team. Thane, that's not what's going to happen. I scolded him and felt the blush grow on my cheeks at his insinuation of many kids. What, the grand tour? He held his hand out for mine. Yes, squealed in excitement. Come on then. He grinned at me as we walked up the house hand in hand. We walked up the 4 little steps that led to the front door and walked in. The space was an outdoor area but blocked off by the screen windows that allowed the setting sunlight to flow in. To the right of us was a love seat, a few wicker chairs, a coffee table, a lamp and a few decorations to make it feel homey. To the left was a round breakfast table surrounded by a few more chairs. We walked through another set of doors and was inside the house. The interior took my breath away. It had homey, cottage ambience to it and I fell even more in love with the space. To the left was a stone fireplace with a mantel for the open living room and a few couches and coffee tables. To the right side held a wooden staircase that led upstairs but Thane pulled me further into the house. Past the living room area that led to a large dining table. That's the kitchen. Thane pointed to the left of us and through an archway held a large kitchen. And through those doors hold our bedroom. He pointed to double doors to the right of us. You know, I can't cook right. I laughed as he excitedly showed me all the appliances and whatnot in the grand kitchen that had a large counter in the middle. A candle chandelier hanging from the ceiling. A few windows surrounding the space and a door that led to the outdoor sitting area in front of the house that I saw. Lucky thing for you I can. He picked me up and placed me on the counter and moved in between my legs. Do you really like it? Thane, I love it and more because you built it for us. I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him, but he just allowed me a peck before pulling away. Are you okay? I asked because of his strange behavior. He gave me a fake smile and pulled me off the counter and led me towards the bedroom. Come on, let me show you the rest of the house. Suffice to say, the house was perfect. I wouldn't change a thing. Our bedroom was very similar to the one we had back in the pack house along with an ensuite and a large walk-in closet, which to my surprise was filled with items to which Thane informed me was Bailey's doings and I needed new items. The upstairs held 3 bathrooms and 5 bedrooms, which was quite a lot, but I didn't say anything to the man who wanted a football team of a family. When we were finished with the inside, he pulled me through the doors that led to the backyard. It was already dark out by the time we were finished, but to my surprise, the backyard was lighted with various fairy lights and lanterns that were strung upon some oak trees. It looked magical. I let go of an hand and walked ahead of him into the vast backyard that was huge. It went on and on until the thick forest took over. There was a pool to the right and a fire pit to the left with some lounge chairs. Besides that, it was just fresh-cut grass and miles of open space that wrapped around the entire house. "This is so beautiful," I whispered to Thane, but he didn't give me answer. I turned around to see where he was, but what I saw took my breath away more than the house. Thane was down on one knee. "Thane?" I asked in confusion. He took my hands in his and looked more nervous than I've ever seen him, and I felt clarity on why he was acting so strained. I gave him a gentle smile of encouragement, and he gave my hands a gentle squeeze. "Emery Aiken, you're the love of my life. The girl made specifically for me from the moon goddess above. My mate. Fuck if there isn't a better word to describe what you are to me. You're more than just my mate. You're my savior. My Luna. My freaking world." He started off. I felt tears in my eyes and the rapid beat of my heart as he continued on. "And from the day I saw you in the forest, running away from some lunatic, I knew it was you. I didn't need some stupid ritual to know you were the one. While on that topic of rituals, I want to apologize again." I shook my head at him because a while ago I told him to never apologize for it again, but here we are. "No, I need to say." He looked at me deeply. "I'm sorry for what had to happen, but the more I think about it, I'm not sorry because I got you out of it. And you got me. I love every single thing about you, from the way you take care of Pac to the way you threaten to cut my balls off when we argue." We laughed at one. "But out of everything, I love you for accepting me for who I am. You've definitely made life better than it's ever been, and even though you have the power to take care of everyone else, I want to be the one to take care of you for the rest of our lives." He kissed both palms of my hands. "I want it all with you, sweetheart. From dealing with wolves to raising kids. I want you to be my reason for living." He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a small black velvet box and opened it to reveal a ring. "Will you marry me?" he finally asked. I stood there looking at him in complete shock. My mind screamed at me to say yes. Yet all the things he confessed whirled around in my mind and left me in complete and utter awe. He took me by complete surprise and left me here, with my heart in my throat beating at a rapid rate. I looked at him with pure adoration and reverence that I never knew was possible till I met him. I realized that his facial expression grew to one of complete nervousness, all because I hadn't answered him yet. Without meaning to, I threw myself at him, which caused him to fall onto his back with me on top and practically yelled into his ear. He searched my face for any miscommunication and asked, "Really? Are you sure?" I laughed at his lack of confidence and smacked my lips onto his in a deep, passionate kiss that expressed all my emotions and thoughts that words couldn't fulfill. After a quick minute we pulled away, and I grinned at him. "Yes, I'm sure, Thane. You're mine and I'm yours, remember." He chuckled beneath me. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, you know that. I saw you were going to run for the hills when you went radio silent." He brushed some hair away from my face. "Can't get rid of me that fast." I grinned. "You forgot one thing." I raised my eyes in confusion. Pretty sure the only thing needed from me was a yes. "You're in." He got me off of him and pulled us both up together to stand, and took the ring out of the box. He took my left hand and slipped the engagement ring onto my ring finger. I finally looked at it and saw how beautiful it truly was. It was a pink eardrop-shaped diamond set in a gold ring that was carved to look like a tree branch, which held the ring as if it was claws holding onto the diamond. It was unique and I loved it. "It's beautiful." I smiled down at the way it glint as it reflected the lights from the fairy light scrum above us. "Yes, you are." He cheekily smirked down at me. I playfully swatted him. "Stop trying to be cheesy. I already said yes." "Well, babe, guess you're stuck with my cheesiness for the rest of our lives." I like the sound of that. I hugged him tightly and he wrapped his arms around me securely. Chapter 23, Impending Doom. I woke up to the feeling of something brushing lightly across my face. From my hair, to my head and to my nose. I gently opened my eyes to see a grinning Thane above me. "Good morning, love." He smirked before placing a deep kiss on my lips that definitely woke me up if I wasn't already. When he finally pulled away, I smiled up at him. My fiancé. It was weird even thinking that. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mumbled as I rubbed my eyes and sat up. I looked around the room and realized we were in a little house that Thane built for us. After he proposed last night, we just sat under the stars, covered in a blanket, and talked about any and everything. Since I was almost dead asleep, we decided to stay here, and it was our first time truly alone in a house. But nothing happened except for a heavy make-out session. How was your first night here? Thane queried. Amazing, I said, falling back into the bed and stretching my arms out. How are all your beds so soft? I swear it's like a cloud. He chuckled and corrected me. Our bed? Maybe I could kick you out and make it my bed. Do that and you wouldn't breakfast in bed. It was his turn to smirk at me as I flew up and saw a tray of delectable food placed at the foot of the bed. Stay as long as you want, I mumbled before I grabbing the tray and pulling it closer to us. Thane picked up a pink peony from the tray and offered it to me. For you, my lady. I smelled the freshly picked flower and set it aside before pecking then cheek. Keep it up, babe. Thane just laughed before pushing the stack of pancakes closer to me. I ate like I hadn't eaten in a week and enjoyed my breakfast in bed. After laying around for a while, Thane decided it was time to go. We really need to get back now. My mom's waiting for you. I grumbled and just held on to him tighter. Why, I'm too lazy to get up. Something about wedding dress shopping. I looked him dead in the eye. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yup, you have 5 days to get everything sorted. I glared at him. Oh wait, I can't prepare a wedding in a week. Are you insane? He just smirked at me. You have the entire pack to help you, and the wedding can be organized today itself if you already had a dress. I gulped at what he said. Today? Don't worry. I know you still need some time to wrap your head around how you scored such an amazing guy, but we're running out on time, love. He cheekily said. I elbowed him. Don't be conceited. I rolled my eyes at his arrogant smirk. I thought wolves didn't do the whole wedding thing, though. He nodded. We don't. But you and I are a different story. As you become the Luna, we have a ritual to perform to bind you into the pack officially. I cut him off. Another ritual. Please tell me it doesn't involve kidnapping. It doesn't. He laughed. It's similar to a wedding with vows and whatnot, but since the Lunas of this pack have always been humans, we treat it as a typical human wedding to ensure you get the full human experience. I processed what he said. Wow, you guys really thought all this through, didn't you? My ancestors did, yes? You don't have to wear a dress if you don't want to. But we still have to do the ritual to connect you to the pack and the moon goddess. You can even wear jeans if you wish, but I will be kissing my bride at the end. He winked. Honestly, it sounds kind of scary. He grabbed both my hands and said, Don't worry. It isn't anything you can't handle, and I'll be there every step of the way. Will you be the one in white? I'll be the one on all fours in a full-body affair. He pecked my nose. Wait, you'll be immortal? I asked curiously. For half of it, yes. Don't worry, you wouldn't have to commit bestiality. EWWW, even saying it is gross. I gagged. I got off the bed and declared, I want to wear one. What? He asked in confusion, and he looked adorable. A dress. I want to wear a wedding dress. I blushed. He got off the bed and walked to me. You have no idea how happy I am that you said that. You are? I asked, confused. I am. He pecked my lips. Now let's get dressed. My mom's threatening me, though, mind link. He grimaced. I laughed at him and walked to the ensuite. Need help in there? Thane asked before I shut the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I teased him. He looked as if he was in deep pain for my answer. I swear if I hadn't waited this long, I would have you in an instant. He exhaled loudly as I saw his eyes flash red, and he was trying to gain control. 5 more days, love. He smirked when he retained his control. I asked worriedly. I'm fine. He gave me a wink and cut me off as I was about to ask more. Just suffering from blue balls is all. I rolled my eyes at him and turned to the bathroom. That's your own fault. Congratulations. Everyone cheered as we entered the pack house. There were the regular pack members that stayed in the house, a grinning Bailey and Lucas Arms and then S family. I pulled Thane further into the house with me and thanked everyone who was there. When we were finished with all the pack members, Thane's little twin brothers, Thomas and Teddy, ran up to me and gave me a big hug. The 8-year-olds really liked me for some reason and I adored them. I wrapped my arms around them both only to be met with a growl from Thane. I rolled my eyes at Thane before letting the two go and lowering to their height. I cheered just jealous I like you both more. I smirked at a glaring Thane. He came to my side and lowered himself down as well. She hid her head on a tree, guys. She likes me more. He was actually the one to hit his big head. Right here. I placed my hand behind an S head and without him expecting, I hit him upside the head. Thomas and Teddy both got a good laugh out of that. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That hurt, what the? I placed my palm over his mouth before he could swear. Was't me? Blame your lack of coordination in the forest. IT scared. Before he could reply though, Thomas got in. Are you two really getting married? I gave them both a smile. Yes, we are. What Teddy said next was unexpected. But why? He asked with complete confusion as I couldn't help but giggle at his innocently confused expression. Because she's my mate. Thane said, pecking my cheek. EWWW, they both covered their eyes. I grabbed both their hands in mine. Thane and I were paired by the moon goddess and we must respect her wishes. Shouldn't we? I asked, to which they both nodded. Precisely. So Thane asked me to marry him and become a part of his family, and guess what? What? They both asked. That means I'll become your sister. I smiled at the expression of complete awe. You'll actually be our sister? Like Tate? Thomas asked in merriment. Yes, and I hope you two are happy to accept me into your family. Yes, of course. We're going to protect you from all the meanies. Teddy grinned and wrapped his arms around my neck. Glad to hear it, kiddo. I smiled at their sincerity as if they would take on the world for me. Wait, Thomas said. Wouldn't you be an S sister as well? I laughed and thought it over before explaining, but Thane got to him first. No, buddy. She's going to be married to me as my wife, which makes her a part of the family. Therefore the way you treat me as your brother. Because I am, she will be like your sister. He ruffled his hair. Oh, Thomas said in understanding. Welcome to the family, Emery. He smiled and hugged me as well. Thanks, sweetie. I hugged the two boys and Thane jumped into the group hug and gave the three of us a bear hug. After the awkward hug because of Thane and his kneeling position, we all dismantled and I stood up to be encased in yet another hug from Bailey as the boys ran off. Oh, you said yes. Bailey squealed. Congrats, man, and to you, to Emery. Lucas said to both Thane and I. Thank you, Lucas. I smiled to him and Bailey. Wait, you knew. Why didn't you tell me? I accused Bailey. She just grinned at me. Because we were under Alpha Command. Cal didn't say a word. But I wouldn't have told you anyways. Come on, you're going to get proposed to once. How could I spoil the surprise? I guess you're right, but I can't believe you actually kept the secret. I laughed because Bailey was horrible at keeping her mouth shut. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to speak to both of you now. Then S father said to Thane and Lucas, oh, and welcome to the family, Emery. He pulled me into a side hug before walking towards the Les office. Thane gave me a brief smile before walking off behind his father with Lucas. What's wrong? I asked Bailey curiously. She looked just as confused as me. I don't know. It's nothing to worry about, dear. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then his mother assured me before pulling me into a hug. Finally Thane proposed. I was starting to wonder what was taking him so long. She pulled away with a huge grin. Welcome to the family, dear. Thank you, Anne. I smiled with her. You can call me Mom if you want to, she said gently because she knew I was missing my parents right now. After all, she's been through the exact thing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was all I could say because I was feeling a bit choked up. How about we go dress shopping? And asked to change the topic. Yes, I totally agree. Bailey saying, she was basically jumping with excitement. Now. Yes, now. Bailey said in a dull voice. Well, yeah, I guess. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said unsure. Yay, then let's go. Bailey said excitedly. Should I tell Caroline and Delilah to meet us there? Yes, also would you be my maid of honor? I asked her because we were basically best friends. Yes, I thought you would never ask. She squealed in delight. Take it easy there, Bale. You're hyping up the baby. I laughed. Her eyes just as excited. She grinned, placing her hand protectively around her stomach. I should go tell Thane in going out. I said and was about to walk away when Anne stopped me. Oh, he'll be fine. He already knew I wanted to take you shopping anyways and I would just mind Lincoln. She explained before grabbing my hand and leading us out the door to her car. Plus I already contacted the pack's best designer and she's gathered all of her latest creations and sketchbook just in case we need it. It is waiting for us. I was a little curious as to what then Estad, Carson, wanted with him, but I brushed it off because Anne Bailey looked over the moon to go dress shopping. I don't think 5 days will be enough for the designer to create a new dress. I laughed as I sat in the passenger seat with Bailey in the back and arriving. Oh, she can pull it off for you. Plus, it's not every day that there's a wedding in the pack, much less the inauguration of Aluna. She smiled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No werewolves ever have a wedding. Well, there are a few, but not many. I for one have never witnessed a wedding, and obviously because I was born after the last ritual I didn't get to experience the marriage of the Luna and Alpha. Bailey piped in. Well, it's settled then. You'll get whichever dress you desire even if we have to create it ourselves. And declared as we drove off towards the little shopping area with various shops and boutiques that lined the street. It was the same place that Thane took Bailey and myself to shop when I arrived in town. The place I tried to run away. Fun times. By the time we arrived to the glamorous boutique, Caroline and Delilah was already there with an older woman who was dressed to impress. She had a book in one hand, various materials draped on the other arm, and a measuring tape around her shoulders. Congratulations, they all said to me as I walked in. The older woman walked up to me with a beaming smile and looked very familiar. I knew we met the day that I met mostly everyone from the pack, but it was impossible to remember all their names. It's nice to meet you again, Luna, and you look as beautiful as ever. Oh, in Nina, by the way. She grinned at me and then acknowledged Anne. And my dear, thank you for bringing her. It is my absolute pleasure to serve my past and present Luna. It's lovely to see you again, Mina, and thank you for accommodating me last minute, I said nervously. And you can call me Emery. The whole Luna thing is a bit too formal. Oh, nonsense. You're Yuna, and I will address you as such, Mina stated. Now we must find you your dress and also dresses your bridesmaids. Do you know who you want as your bridesmaids? Anne asked. I nodded and turned towards Caroline and Delilah. Would you both be my bridesmaids? Delilah squealed with excitement and Caroline gave me a smirk because she was too much of a badass to react with a squeal. We would laugh too, Delilah said with joy. And Bailey's my maid of honor, I informed Nina. Now that it's settled, how about we go find you that dress? Nina winked and pulled me off into her showroom. There must have been hundreds of white dresses that lined numerous racks in the large room. Every kind of fabric, style, cut, detail, and varying colors of white, blush, gold, and ivory could be found. There were vintage designs, modern pieces, and even fairy tale looks. I was dumbstruck. How do you have this many dresses when werewolves don't get married? I curiously asked. I ship them out all over the world. This pack runs like any other part of the world. We import and export. she explained. I nodded in understanding before following her in looking through the racks. So what kind of dress do you envision for yourself? Nina asked. I never thought of it, so I have no idea. Any specifics you think you might like? I'm open to anything. I laughed at her incredulous expression. Okay. How about you look through this book? She handed over a wedding dress catalogue to me, and I will find a bit of everything for you, and if need be we can create a perfect dress from scratch. Before I could get a word in, Nina mind linked two of her employees to come into the showroom. One escorted me to a dressing room and the other began to help Nina look for my dresses. I took a seat as the other employee left me to help Nina. I opened the large magazine and was overwhelmed by the number of dresses. First then proposal, and now I'm looking for dresses, but the only thing that kept trotting through my mind was my parents and my sister. I knew I was never going to see them again because it was a danger for the pack and myself if anyone discovered us, but I couldn't help but miss them. My mom would have wanted to help with every detail of the wedding. My dad would have wanted to give me away and give Thane his blessings to marry me, and my little sister would have wanted to be my bridesmaid. Even if it was a conventional wedding, it was still a special day for me. I pushed back my homesickness and focused on the task at hand, finding a dress. It was only 5 months ago that I was in this exact position, except it wasn't for a wedding. It was for the ritual to the beast. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A different time, a different occasion. I was still confused as ever in the dress department. Before I could even get through a quarter of the book, Nina and her 2 assistants came back all loaded with different dresses. I sat gaping at all the dresses as they hanged them all on the wall across from me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nina asked with a huge grin. The only thing I could have mustered was a small nod, and she quickly had me changed into the first dress of many. I looked into the large mirror and was awestruck. It was a beautiful ball gown dress with a sweetheart neckline. It was almost entirely covered with jewels that shined as it caught the many lights in the room. Nina led me out the door and into the display area where a little platform in front of a large mirror stood facing the seating area where Bailey, Caroline and Olida sat. They all stared at me with smiles as I tried to walk in the large dress up to the platform area. I stood in front of all their expectant eyes on display for them to see me in the dress. So do you all like it? Nina asked them and they all nodded. What about you, Luna? Do you like it? I turned around and looked at myself in the mirror. It was a beautiful dress, but it was made for me. I didn't want a glamorous dress, and a ball gown didn't seem like it fit the occasion. The dress is beautiful, I stated as I turned to Nina, but it's just not for me. Nina gave me a smile full of understanding. It's your first dress, Luna. It would actually be odd if you said yes. Thank God. That dress looks to Princess Y. Caroline said, laughing, and we all couldn't help but laugh along because she was right. I would appreciate your advice before I decide. I teased before heading back into the dressing room. And so the search went. Mermaid gowns, short dresses, and even a few transparent options showed up, but none felt right. I didn't want to be picky or for Nina to feel bad, but I wanted to ensure I had the right one. I pointed out a few details I liked here and there in a few dresses that I tried on, but it was to no avail. About 50 dresses in, and then walked in with a huge smile on her face and bag slung over her shoulder. I think I've found one you might like. She smiled at me and Nina before leaving us to it. She exited the room and Nina and her assistant quickly laced up the back of the dress, and I was smitten with it. You look stunning, Nina gushed. I couldn't help but twirl around in the dress. I love it. Let's go show the other, she said excitedly and pulled me out the door. As I got closer to the group, I heard a chorus of gasps and awes as they all looked at me with stunned expressions. You look beautiful, Amory. Bailey cheered as I stood on the platform. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Delilah smiled. Then going to ravish you. Caroline winked and I laughed in amusement, and walked up to me and held my hands in hers. You look absolutely amazing, my dear. I am so proud of you for managing till this far. Thank you, I said sincerely to her. Thank you all, I said loudly to the girls. Can we get a veil? Bailey asked as she got up from her seat and walked to me. Nina quickly went off and fetched a veil. She and Bailey both worked behind me to put the veil on. Bailey stepped in front of me and clapped. Now the look is complete. Turn around, dear, and said as she spun me around and placed a hand behind my back. I gasped as I saw myself in the mirror. I looked like a bride, like an actual bride. The veil, the dress, it all looked fantastic together. I felt a tear slip down my cheek and another after that. I know your family would want to be with you today and you would want them here as well. But I want you to know that they would be proud of and happy for you. And whispered in my ear as she wrapped her arms around me. Hush, my sweet child. I know what you're going through, and the only thing that I can say which will matter is that you have another family right here for you. It may never be the same, but you have us. All of us. She comforted me as if I were her own. We're here for you, Emery, I heard Bailey say as they joined in the hug together, with Delilah and Caroline. After a few seconds I cowled and helped but giggle. Okay, enough mushy stuff. We still have a lot to do, I said as we all entangled and laughed off our feelings. Mina handed me a tissue and I wiped my tear-stained cheeks as she asked, So is this the dress? I have her a huge grin. Yes, this is the one. We all celebrated with a glass of champagne that Nina popped open as we looked for bridesmaid's dress. That task was much simpler. After a few dresses we all settled on a burgundy, cold shoulder dress that cinches at the waist with a ribbon. It was simple but the girls all loved it and they all looked beautiful in it. Nina took all of our measurements to ensure that each of our dresses fitted us perfectly for our body shapes. To my surprise, and had already paid for everything while Nina was measuring us, and even though I argued with her to let us pay for it, she insisted that she took care of her son's wedding. After that she drove us all back to the pack house. Caroline and Delilah had agged along since Caroline's mate, Beau, was at the pack house with Thane, and Delilah lived at the pack house as well. As we walked in all animatedly in a conversation about the wedding, Carson and everyone else exited Bennett's office. All the guys had a troubling expression, but Thane looked most worried of all. I left the group of girls and walked over to my mate. Hey, what's wrong? I placed my hands on his shoulders. Nothing. You just pack stuff. He tried to evade my question, and I'm a part of the pack to Thane. I want to help, I pleaded. I don't want to stress you out. I shook my head at him. We're going to be married, Thane. Trust and helping one another is all a part of the deal. Plus, as Luna, it's my duty to help you. He wrapped his arms around me and placed a kiss on my head. How did I ever manage without you? I wonder that every day. I joked. Now tell me what's so bad that has everyone on edge. Come, let's talk outside. He kept one arm around my waist and led us both to the backyard. He pulled us both towards the fire pit that had a few benches surrounding it with some comfy cushions. He sat us both down and I tucked my feet under me and snuggled into his side with his right hand wrapped around my shoulders. Some wolves don't find their mate in the pack, or in a random rogue. He began, but I finished for him. So all the alphas meet up with unmated wolves. I nodded. He peered down at me with a smirk. How do you know that? I have my sources since a certain alpha docent tell me everything. I told you what you needed to know. And this isn't need to know information. I chastised. Where it is, then go on. Tell me what's wrong. I urged him. He sighed and mumbled. You're going to be the death of me, woman. Before he continued on. Essentially what happens is that every year we rotate where we meet up and go to that pack's territory. However, this year, the Blood Moon pack is in charge of hosting it. Aren't all the alphas tolerable of each other? I asked because that's what Thane told me. We are. Well, most of us. He unconsciously pulled me tighter against him. There's this one alpha, Aden, leader of the Oaks pack. Achias ruthless. More than our pack. He will kill anyone who stares at him the wrong way. But he wouldn't be walking with his entire pack, so I know he wouldn't be injured that much. I wrapped his empty hand in between both of my own. Then why are you worried? Archias never had a mate Emery. He looked down at me with a pained expression. And word is that Archias looking for someone to settle down with. Particularly a wolf that was meant to be a Luna. But in your mate. I tried to make sense of what he was saying. It doesn't matter, Emery. We haven't mated yet. He went on. I haven't marked you as my own, and that leaves you vulnerable, as he can easily mark you if he got his hands on you. But he can't do that. I shook my head in disbelief. Thane said painfully, it doesn't matter that I'm your rightful mate. He can still sink his teeth into you. Then mark me, I said, in a dull tone. If I mark you without consummating the mating process, then you will go into heat. What's heat? I asked curiously. Your e-body will go to an exasperatingly high temperature, but you wouldn't be able to bear it until we have sex. But the worst part of it is that unmated and mated wolves will want you like you're the last piece of meat left on this earth. He looked angry as he said it. I wouldn't put you in that danger. Then don't. Let's do it, Thane. Or, I said him. He just shook his head at me now. I didn't wait this long just so that we can have a quickie because some alpha wants a mate. I waited for the right moment, and I expect to keep to my word to make this as perfect and as humanly normal for you. Thane. Humans have sex when they're teenagers. I laughed. It's typically awkward. Weird and fast. He looked at me uncertainly. Have you ever? He trailed off. I laughed at his cute expression. No, let's just say I've been waiting for the one. Good. Because I didn't want to have to kill some human. He shrugged unapologetically. I tried to change back gears on the matter at hand. Seriously, Thane. We don't need 5 days. I will want you just as much as I do right now. He looked at me with pure adoration. Even if we mate, Aden can still challenge me. My eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Please explain. He can challenge me to a battle to become alpha of our pack, which essentially means killing me and taking the pack as his. But you said he wouldn't have his pack with him. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Lilben, hearts out thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thane shook his head. No, if he challenged only the alpha, then only he and I would fight without any help. He can fight me until I either die or submit to him. If I die and we're mated, then HED kill you too, or if we aren't mated, then I wouldn't be able to ensure you're alive. He looked into my eyes. And if I submit, then I get locked up and he can take you as his Luna. How are you so sure he wants me? Because you will be the only Luna in attendance. He wouldn't much of a variety, Thane said angrily. Then don't die and don't submit. I pleaded with him. I wouldn't die. He mumbled out. But I will submit if it means keeping you alive and well. I prefer death than being with anyone else. Don't worry. I wouldn't let him touch you, he said, but looked off into the distance with a pain expression. But if he does challenge me, I want you to find Tate. She and Caroline will take you away before Aden and I start fighting. If we aren't mated, it would be easier for you for leave. They'll keep you safe. He shifted his gaze back to me, and I could see the painful expression on his face. What about everyone else? Your mom, your brothers, Bailey, the entire pack you. I said and felt my tear duct swell up, but I refused to cry. My dad's getting a few guards to go with my family, but it would be safer for everyone to stay in the pack under protection. The less people with you, the faster you will be able to move. Can't you deny the challenge? I'm sorry, sweetheart. It's just not how things are done. I threw both my hands around his shoulders and stuck my face in his neck. I'm not leaving you, Thane. You can't make me. He held me tight. I'm sorry, love. I wouldn't have you with Aden. Not even over my dead body. I shook my head. He would let challenge you. I will ensure of it. Whatever you're planning, stop it. You aren't leaving my side for the 2 days that they are here, he commanded. Then you clearly don't know me well enough. I snickered. He pulled me back so that he could see my face. I mean it, Emery. I want you nowhere near another alpha without me. Lucas. Oh, all my father by your side. I understand, Thane. Don't worry about me. Just make sure not to encourage a challenge. I commanded him. I wouldn't. I vowed to keep you safe and that I will. He promised. Great, now when will our guests arrive? Thane said without a smile. Thane, give a girl a warning, would you? I scolded him. One more thing. He looked at me with hesitation. Please don't tell me there's another alpha who's trying to kill you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, that's not it, he said before taking both my hands in his. The other packs have no idea that I've powers because that would put you in danger, as you would be an asset to their pack. Especially since we aren't mated and you can't mind link me. You would be in danger. So whatever you do, do not, under any circumstances, use your powers even if it is in dire need. He pleaded. I nodded my head in understanding. They'll try not to. He gave me a smile. Great, and while you're at it, stay out of any danger that can letting hurt and getting hurt and healing quickly, my clumsy mate. I feigned hurt with a gasp. How dare you? I leapt at him, which caused us both to fall off the bench and onto the grass, laughing as we momentarily forgot about Aid N and the impending demon they bring. You're stronger than him. Thane, you can take him. I whispered to him. I hope you're right. He gave me a half-hearted grin. In an unexpected encounter, I discovered a shocking secret about the wolf pack. This secret not only changed my life but also triggered a series of unpredictable events. This story is full of mystery and exploration, making it impossible to stop reading. Chapter 24, Alphys and Mate's Mom, when are they going to be here? I heard Teddy ask Anne. We were all standing in the clearing near the pack house where I first met majority of the pack so many months back. It was miles of empty space that was surrounded by the forest, and we were currently awaiting the arrival of the Alphys and their unmated pack members. It honestly felt as if we were hosting some kind of matchmaking convention. Thane and I stood front and center with his family to my left and Lucas, Bo and their mates to Ben's right. All the unmated wolves from our pack stood scattered behind us as we all waited. Before I heard the rustling of the leaves in the forest in front of us or the howling of wolves, I felt an hand on my waist pull me tighter against him, and he angled his body in a way that he was almost shielding me. The anxiousness that everyone held was almost palpable as the rushing of wind and the sound of the leaves crunching stopped in time, stood still for a brief minute as the approaching wolves got changed in the forest. The first person to exit the dark forest was a middle-aged man with dark brown hair. He had a pleased smile on his face as he walked up to Thane, and I and his pack members all exited the forest. Thane had told me that there were 4 other packs spread around the country, so this was just the first of 3 Alphys to arrive. According to Thane, there used to be many more packs, but due to the expanding human population into forest areas and the number of rogues, the wolf packs died out. Much like the pack that Caroline originated from. Alpha Pete. Thane sent a friendly smile to the man and shook his hand. Welcome to the Blood Moon pack. This is my mate Emery. He introduced me. And Emery, this is Alpha Pete of the Brave Pop. It's nice to see you again, boy. And it is nice to meet you, Luna Emery. He pulled me into a hug but released me as Thane let out a loud growl. I don't want her, boy. Put your canines away. He laughed as he looked back at me. She is basically like a son to me, so I'm happy he found you, Luna. I laughed at this. It's nice to meet you to Alpha Pete, and I hope you enjoy your time at our pack. If you and your pack need anything, then please feel free to inform me. Also, you can call me Emery. Well, Emery, I will make sure of it once your mate doesn't behead me. He chuckled as he moved on to Carson, who gave each other a slap on the back like old friends. Because they were. Apparently, Carson and Pete fought off a pack of rogues that threatened to take over both their territories back in the day. And ever since they were best friends, therefore Thane grew up with Pete as an uncle. As soon as Alpha Pete and his entourage moved away, another man appeared out of the forest with his pack behind him. He looked about 25 with dark skin, one hazily and the other was a grey cut. He had short curly hair and looked mysterious. I instantly knew he was Alpha Owen of the Whisperbane pack. Alpha Thane. He gave a curt nod and held his hand out to Thane. Alpha Owen, hope your journey was without bloodshed. Thane said because Owen travelled the furthest and through badlands that were infested with rogues. And this is my Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It's a pleasure to meet you, Alpha Owen, but you can call me Emery. Welcome to the Blood Moon Pack, and if you and your pack need anything at all, just let me know. I gave him a smile to help ease the tension that he emanated because of his mysterious aura. He shook my hand and nodded. It's nice to meet you, Luna Emery. He looked back at Thane, and my journey was nothing short of a few rogues that my pack couldn't handle. He gave us both a smack. Well, make yourself and your pack at home. Thane welcomed. However, before Owen walked away, he gave me a curious glance and sniffed the air. You haven't marked her, he observed. Then his grip on me tightened to a point that I felt a shot of pain, but he released me as soon as I whimpered and gave me a look of guilt. She's human, as you know, so I wanted her to be comfortable in the pack before we rush into things. Thane muttered without going into detail about our wedding. Oh, of course, Alpha Thane. He stepped a bit closer to us, and Thane instantly growled in defense and stepped in front of me, and Owen immediately raised his arms in surrender. I mean no harm to you or your Luna. He stopped and looked at me deeply before turning back to Thane, who still stood between us. But I do want to warn you that I have heard talk of Alpha Eden wanting a Luna. He switched his eyes back to focus on me from over Thane's shoulder. Specifically the mate of an Alpha, and by looks of it, your mate is the perfect candidate. Thane growled at that. He wouldn't get his paws anywhere near her. But thank you for your concern. I would not put my pack in danger if a war breaks out. Owen quickly stated. And you wouldn't have to, Thane assured him. Owen nodded in affirmation and moved on to greet Carson and Pete. Thane, what if? I started, but he cut me off by pulling me back to his side. Nothing's going to happen, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. He tried to assure me, but stiffened again as a new pack emerged, but he relaxed at the sight of the young man with red hair. He was around 20 and looked really buff. I instantly knew who he was from Thane's description. As he neared us, I stuck my hand out in greeting. Alpha Ben of Desert Fur's pack. Welcome to the Blood Moon Pack. It's nice to meet you. Enthusiasm. I'm the Luna, but you can just call me Emery. I welcomed him and introduced myself. Ben was the only other Alpha that Thane had a friendship with besides Pete. Since Ben and Thane were of similar age, they both helped each other out during rogue attacks and other wolf-related issues. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He gave me a big smile, like we were old friends. It's nice to meet you too. Thane over here couldn't shut up about you when he kidnapped you. We both laughed and escal. At least someone else understands that it was technically a kidnapping. It's good to see you, to Ben. Thane growled through clenched teeth. And it was kidnapping. Whatever you say, Thane. Ben shrugged, and Thane playfully but forcefully shoved him. Go help your pack find their mates, would you? Thane rolled his eyes, but Teddy was happy Ben was here. Oh, and if you and your pack need anything, we'll be sure to get you. Thank you, Emery. Ben finished for me and left to greet Lucas and Beau. Now just for our highly awaited guest to appear. I grumbled to Thane, who never let me go once since we stepped out of the pack house that morning. As if on command, a young man appeared before us, but he had pitch black hair instead of the pale blonde that Thane had informed me of to recognize Aiden. Thane let out a harsh growl and once again shoved me behind him, but this time completely, and Lucas and Beau both did the same with their mates while coming closer to Thane to form a front of protection. From what I could see behind Thane's arm, the guy stopped where he was several feet before us, and other wolves appeared behind him. My name is Rick, the beta of Oak's pack. My alpha. I then sent the unmated wolves and myself you as he was able to travel at the time. I felt a sudden relief of the man's words, but it was shortly lived as he went. However, he should be here by nightfall. You know the rules, pup. An alpha must accompany his pack on another wolf's territory. Lucas shouted with disgust at him. No disrespect, beta, but your alpha or Luna can allow us to stay if they see fit. Rick smirked. Let them stay. I whispered to Thane, who turned slightly to face me in confusion. They're here for a reason, and if they do anything stupid, the pack can handle them. Plus they wouldn't, because I'm sure a few of them are mates with members of our pack. Thane just nodded at what I said and turned back to the young beta. You're welcome to the Blood Moon Pack's territory, but as the second in command of your pack, Beta Rick are hereby responsible for every member of your pack and all their actions. Yes, of course, Alpha. Rick gave a curt nod and then looked over at me. Luna, welcome to our pack. If you and your pack need anything, please let me know. I offered my services since they are still guests on our land, even if we were anxious of their presence. We shall. Rick gave me a creepy smile that had my blood crawling, but they maintained his position in front of me. Stop looking at my mate, and tell your Alpha to meet me as soon as he enters my territory. Thane growled out, and Rick only nodded before moving along to join the party of unmated wolves behind us. Keep an eye on him and have extra wolves patrolling the territory. I want to know his every move and exactly when his Alpha shows up. Thane said to Lucas, who nodded, and got a guard to tail Rick. I wrapped my arms around his body, spun him around to face me and pulled him into a hug. Maybe he wouldn't show up. He placed a kiss on my forehead. He will. Trust me. I'm sure HES just plotting his sinister plan and waiting for our guards to drop. Well, he wouldn't succeed in whatever he has planned. I know it. So let's just go enjoy the festivities of horny wolves. He laughed at my last comment and pulled me towards all the wolves who already found their mates, with the exception of about 5. Only 2 persons from our pack didn't find their mate. That includes Tate. But most our wolves decided to stay in our pack with their newly acquired mates, and I was happy that we were expanding. After we meet with a few pack members, Thane, the other Alphys and Rick were all in a discussion about a new rogue group that were close to Ben's territory. It was quite boring since I knew nothing about fight techniques except for the few human moves that I learnt during training. Thane had his arms securely and protectively around my waist as he stood engaged in conversation as I tried to slip away and find Tate. When I moved away from him, though, he immediately turned his attention to me with a fierce look of "Do not leave my side." But I rolled my eyes at him and said, "I'm going to find Tate. Don't worry, you'll be fine since everyone is here." I was pretty sure Aiden was going to turn up until tomorrow anyhow. Stay close and don't go anywhere without anyone from the pack. Thane directed me, and I only nodded because I knew Aiden was a threat. I walked over to Bailey, who told me she saw Tate going back to the pack house. I knew the Nest sister must be crushed about not finding her mate, and I wanted to ensure that she was okay. I glanced back at Thane and saw he was deep in conversation, and I didn't want to drag anyone else behind me, so I quickly walked back the way we came from towards the pack house, which was far. Within no time I was walking up the driveway towards the front door of the pack house without a problem because I knew I wasn't in any danger. Before I could reach the door, however, I heard what sounded like a child's crying ringing out from the forest to my left, towards the pathway that led to Thane and his house. Without another thought, I dashed across into the forest to investigate if a young child from our pack got lost while playing. I walked along the pathway since the forest beyond that was unfamiliar territory, but as I looked without finding anything, another shrill of a child's cry rang out deeper into the forest and away from the pathway. I shuffled in nervousness about what decision to make before I decided to rush through the forest and follow the sound of the child while trying to remember my way in. I could have found someone to help me, but the child could get lost further, or he or she might be hurt and alone. I had to hurry through the trees before the crying stopped and I lost the child. The crying continued on as I rushed through all the greenery and tree trunks in search of the child, but the further I ran, the further the child's crying moved, as if I was searching for the end of the rainbow. I was about a good 10 minutes into searching when the sound stopped completely and the quietness of the forest wrung my ears with its deafening silence. I came to an abrupt halt and waited for a sound or any sign of presence around me beyond the trees, but I came up empty-handed. Just I was about to turn back around to get help, I heard the trees bristle to my right, but I wasn't fast enough to see what it was. I turned back to where I came from, but something grey flashed before me and encircled me behind some trees, and I spun around until I couldn't tell what it was with me in the forest or which direction I came from. I searched around me trying to figure out if it was indeed a wolf that encircled me, but it must have ran off because there was nothing within eyesight. A chill ran up my spine when I realized that I was lost and it may be a rogue that crossed my path, since someone from the pack would have approached me. The sun started to set quickly since the Alphas arrived in the late evening, but with darkness approaching and me being lost, I hoped Thane realized I was missing and find me fast. As I contemplated which direction to head in, I heard the bristle of some leaves behind me and turned to come face to face with a tall and slight muscular, pale blonde hair guy. I instantly took a few steps back and knew it was Aiden. Thought I smelt a human. He grinned but had a confused expression. Though I do believe I smelt a male or two. Seems like I need to get my snout checked up. Why, you're E-Alpha Aiden, I squeaked out in fright. He smirked at my behavior and stepped closer as I stepped further away. And you're either Luna. Emery, am I right? Then S-mate. The human. I am, but what are you doing here? He touched his heart in mock hurt. I'm offended. I thought I was invited to the little soiree. I was taken aback and quickly tried to take back any offense before he got angry. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just wondering what you were doing in this part of the woods instead of showing up to where the party sat. I could ask you the same thing. He mused. I thought I heard a child crying, but it stopped. I explained. I did to bat whoever it was. They were hiding. And you couldn't find them? I asked in confusion. My senses are a bit distracted right now. It must be丨Wolf with his child. To be honest, I don't really care. Did you catch a scent? Nope, he said, moving past me and going in the opposite direction. If you want to get back to your mate, I suggest following me before a rogue eats you alive. I shivered at the disturbing image he put in my head but followed him anyway since I didn't know which other way to go. How did you not get a scent? He turned to look at me with a weary expression. Let's just say another scent was distracting my wolf and preventing me from smelling anything else. Then how did you smell me? I practically ran to keep up with his pace. Well, for one, a human scent is very distinctive from a wolf, and two, you're standing close to me so I could smell you beside getting the whiff of the most intoxicating scent I have ever smelt. Would you slow down? I asked, almost of breath. I'm a werewolf. This is practically taking baby steps for me. He chuckled but slowed his pace slightly. I have no idea how your mate handles being with a human. I thought you wanted a human mate. I threw into the wind because I might as well since I could be walking to my death anyways. He turned to me since I was able to walk at his side. How wrong I was. Your ear realize you know that. I covered my mouth instantly at my blatant response and hoped he didn't get angry. Please don't kill me, I squeaked. He just shrugged and smiled. I wouldn't. Yet, but keep annoying me and I just might. Taking that as a good sign, I went on. I thought you wanted me as your mate since I'm the only Luna unmated. You're a real blunt one, aren't you? He rhetorically asked but answered anyways. That was the plan, but I had an unexpected business meeting that took some time and just before you showed up in woods. My wolf lost its shit. What do you mean? I wrinkled my eyebrows in confusion. Do you not listen, Luna? I smelt something intoxicating, which means my mate is here. He spelled it out for me. My eyes went wide and I almost did a happy dance since it meant he most likely didn't want to kidnap me from Thane. I did, however, let out a loud squeal which caused him to give me a dirty look. You found your mate? Oh my god, yay. If it was for wanting to meet my mate, I would have killed you by now, but I don't want Thane to kill me yet. He grumbled. I rolled my eyes because I somehow knew he was bluffing. There were only about 3 girls left unmated, so I'm sure it's one of them. I mumbled but then realized Tate was one of them, but she was only 16. Well, almost 17. It may be one of the other girls since they were closer to Aiden's age. Well, it's one of them, I guess. You don't seem too happy about finding your mate, I pointed out. He rubbed both his palms down his face and looked stressed. I don't know what to do. What do you even mean? I asked, baffled. He looked hesitant about telling me what's up with him, but I tried to coax him into it. Come on, dude. We're practically best friends now, and there's no one around. You can tell me, I said, waving my hand around as comically. I would put the word friend very lightly when describing this situation. Oh, come on, you big baby. Just tell me. I groaned. Who knew a wolf with a bad reputation could be this shy about finding his mate? I mean, I thought you were the big, bad wolf. Guess everyone was wrong. He growled at me, but it was empty threat as he went on. I've never been with anyone. You mean like a girlfriend? Yeah. I've never done the whole commitment thing. I rolled my eyes at this. Some guys are such idiots. I can't even with you all. I thought you were going to help. He asked expectantly. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said, kinking. First of all, you don't need any prior relationship experience for this because your mate is entirely different. How would you know? You're a human after all. Shut up. I'm the one with the mate, so therefore I'm more knowledgeable here. He just grumbled but allowed me to continue. Okay. So you will learn what to do when you're with her by just getting to know her. You wouldn't think about anyone else because she will be the only thing in your mind. Like Thane is for me. But it will be 10 times more since from me being human. I haven't gotten the full-blown feels of it. But how do I know if she'll want me back? He asked, almost vulnerable. I finally saw through his hard exterior. You don't even have to think about that. She's your mate. Once she sees you, and you see her, well, it would be magic. You two wouldn't want anything else but to be together. Is that how it was for you and Thane? A smile graced my lips as I recalled our week of my dislike towards him. It was a bit different given our special circumstances, but deep down I felt it. I knew in my heart that he was it for me, but my head kept being rational and shouting at me to get away from him since he didn't explain the whole werewolf thing until after. He went silent for a little while and I turned to look at him to see if he was all right. What if she rejects me? The word reject also caused me to feel his pain because from what Thane described, it was painful and I knew no one could survive that pain without going mad. She wouldn't. I simply said. Anyone would be a fool to reject their mate, and I know for a fact that every girl unmated today in that clearing is happily waiting to find someone. As I'm sure you're eager to meet your mate. But last year I never met anyone at the meeting. She must have just turned 16 or 17 since this event is taking place later in the year than it was last year. He explained. How old are you? 21, he said sadly. It's just a few years difference. It wouldn't matter to her. But what if she thinks him too old? He asked worriedly. She wouldn't. I assured him. But she might not even be an adult yet. He explains. Wouldn't that be weird? I'm sure it may be different in the wolf world, but you can wait for her to be an official adult. With her scent alone, I'm afraid that's impossible. I just chuckled as we kept walking with the sun completely disappearing from the sky and the moon shining above us. It was completely dark in the woods, so I grabbed onto Aiden's arm as he led us both out of the dense forest. In the matter of seconds, we were suddenly walking through the garden of the backyard of the pack house. I let go and walked straight towards the door with Aiden following closely behind, but before I could open the door, it slammed open to reveal Lucas, who looked angry when he spotted Aiden and I. I knew from Lucas' expression that he was mind-linking Thane, who must have been really angry at me. Without another question, Lucas grabbed my arm and pulled me behind him and headed directly for Aiden. You'll be careful of what I do, Beta. I could take you out like a light. Aiden calmly said. I would like to see you try with my entire pack behind me. Lucas threatened. You better watch your mouth, young one, because now definitely isn't the time to mess with me. Aiden glared at Lucas. I ignored Lucas's protest and stepped between them both. Would you two calm down? I demanded. Luna, I need you to back away. But before Lucas could intervene, a loud growl came behind him and Thane appeared in his wolf form. Blood-red eyes and pitch-black fur, which looked like he was about to kill. He slowly strutted around Lucas and kept a good distance away from me and started to approach Aiden, but I quickly walked in front of the S-Wolf to prevent him from hurting Aiden. I knew Thane could take him, but now that I knew Aiden had a mate of his own, the least I could do is prevent war between both our packs. Thane, stop. I held my hands out to touch his snout, but he quickly raised above me to his full height in a menacing posture. Emery. Then want you to back off and stand behind him. Lucas communicated to me. I shook my head and kept my stance. No. He might hurt you, Emery. He isn't thinking clearly in his wolf form. Lucas urged. I straightened my back and reached up to touch S snout. You wouldn't hurt me. Thane tried to back away from me, but I kept following him. You wouldn't hurt me. I know you wouldn't. With that he bent his head slightly enough for me to touch his head, but kept his eyes focused on Aiden. "You wouldn't hurt me either, Thane." Thane bared his canines and emitted a deep growl. "Oh, calm down, Alpha. I don't want you, girl." Aiden rolled his eyes. Thane looked like he about to leap around me and attack the blonde-hair guy, but I kept my hands on him. "Archie's telling the truth, Thane. He doesn't want me. He has a mate. And Chess here, so just calm down and shift so we can greet our guest properly." Thane shifted his eyes between Aiden and myself, and without warning he shifted back into his human form in all his naked glory. He placed his hand at the side of my neck where his mark will go to ensure that I was marked by Aiden. I instantly felt my cheeks burn red in a blush and kept eyes away from traveling south. Lucas threw a pair of shorts at Thane and he gave me a wink before slipping them on. "Glad you can find some amusement in all of this." I grumbled at him, but he just pulled me into him and crushed his lips to my own in a fierce and passionate kiss. It took my breath away as we molded our mouth to each other's and forgot about the situation at hand. With the clearing of a throat, I came to my senses that we in front of Lucas and Aiden and pulled away all flustered. By then smirk, I knew he did it to show a sign of possession, so I subtly jabbed my elbow into his side, but he just threw his arm around my waist and pulled me flush to his side. "Some kind of welcoming this is," I heard Aiden mutter from across us. "Welcome, Alpha Aiden, to the Blood Moon Pack. I take it that you've already met my mate Emery." Thane greeted without an ounce of welcoming in his tone. "Also saved her from getting lost in the forest." Thane looked over at me with a confused expression. I thought I heard something. I shrugged in explanation. "We'll discuss you running off into the forest later." He mumbled, and I knew he was still angry about me going off to my own without him or anyone else with me. "Well, if your lover's dispute is over, how about we find my mate?" Aiden clapped his hands together. "Mate?" Thane asked in confusion. Just as I was about to explain Aiden catching the scent of his mate, someone exited the pack house behind us and I heard an audible gasp and Aiden's eyes locked on to whoever it was. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I barely heard Aiden whisper. Thane and I turned around and was baffled at who stood standing in a complete daze at the sight of her mate. It was none other than Tate. A huge grin spread on my face because I knew that Tate and Aiden must have been on cloud nine at that moment. Thane, on the other hand, didn't look so pleased as he intervened between the pairing before they could even greet each other. "You're e-mates with my little sister," Thane said in an accusatory voice at Aiden, who was pulled out of his trance by the hostility. "She's my mate. What do you expect me to do?" Aiden pointed out the obvious as he approached Tate, but Thane stepped in and shoved Aiden, who looked pissed. Thane let them be. "They're mate." I tried to reason with him. "I don't care, HE's too old for her. It's Wolf World, Thane. I don't think it matters considering the moon goddess speared them together. But HE's a killer. I would never allow Tate to go with him. My pack affairs doesn't concern you, and neither does Tate now." Aiden growled out. "Thane, he wouldn't hurt her. Trust me, if he wanted to kill anyone, he would have killed me in the forest. Plus Tate's his mate. Just as in yours, and you would never hurt me." I pleaded with him. He stared at with conflict brewing in his eyes, and I saw him look at Lucas something before taking off towards the woods where I just came from. He ran in as soon as he entered the dense greenery. He shifted into his wolf, tearing his pants in the process. I glared at Lucas. "Where did he go?" Lucas gave me a sympathetic look and muttered, "He know HE is wrong and he doesn't want you going after him." He gave me a pointed look because that was exactly what I would have done. "He just needs a little time alone, considering he almost thought he lost you, and now his sister's mated to the alpha he despises." He looked over at Aiden. "No offense. None taken," was Aiden's response as he walked up to Tate and pulled her into his arms, and she looked like she was about to turn into jelly in his arms. "Come on, let's go inside," Lucas said, placing his hand on my shoulder as I gazed back into the forest and prayed that Thane was all right. "He'll be all right," was Lucas's only comforting word as he led me back inside the pack house and left Tate and Aiden alone. "Thank you," Tate said to me before I left them be. I knew she was thanking me because they might have murdered Aiden had I not intervened. Inside the pack house was chaotic to say the least. With the large number of guests that we had to prepare meals for everyone and give everyone their own guest room for the night. Thank goodness the pack house was extremely large. After dinner and ensuring that everyone was well taken care of, I took a seat near the fireplace on the large sofa in the main living room area on the first floor. It's been about 3 hours since Thane left and he hadn't returned yet. I could practically feel the tension in the pack house when everyone learnt that Tate and Aiden were mates. No one said a word about it, but I knew everyone was worried for Tate because of Aiden's reputation, but he was like how I met him today in the forest, and the only about him was his attitude. He never tried to harm me, and he even helped me back to the pack house. It was just like when I met Thane and found out he was the beast and thought he would kill me. But he didn't. Being mates is something sacred that makes you fall head over heels in love with the person you're matched with. Hey, you okay? Bailey appeared through the living room archway with Lucas in tow. I'm okay. Just worried about Thane. I tried to assure them. Achias and Alpha Emery. He can take care of himself. Lucas said. Can you try to contact him? I pointed at my head so they would get what I mean. After they both glanced at each other and gave me a worried expression, I became anxious and sat up in my seat. What's wrong? Is Thane all right? I asked, hurriedly. They both sat down next to me and Bailey said. Achias blocked out the pack from his thoughts. We can't mind Lincoln and Achias off pack territory. I had no idea what to say except just nod my head. After Bailey and Lucas tried to assure me once more, they both left and turned in for the night. I had a bad feeling deep within me. I knew something was wrong with Thane out running wild. My imagination cowled and helped but think of the worst. I snuggled into the couch and sat restless as I waited for him to return with a heavy feeling in my chest. I had no idea what time it was, but it was still dark out when I awoke to the sound of the front door opening and heavy footsteps entering the house. Someone stepped into the living room and the only source of light was the fireplace, but as the light reached the figure I instantly knew it was Thane. I flew out of my spot on the couch and into his arms, but I heard him whimper in pain as I wrapped my arms around him. I instantly stepped back and saw him covered in dirt and blood. Thane. What be? I tried to ask, but he just placed his hand on my mouth. I'm fine. Just get me upstairs, will you? He limped away and towards the steps, but I tried to turn him around. No, you need to go into the infirmary. I tried to pull him to get him help. There's other alphas here, Emery. I can't show weakness. He tried to explain and cut me off as I opened my mouth to argue. Please just help me up the stairs. Even though I knew I had to help him. I knew he didn't want to go into the infirmary and have someone find him lying there weak. I placed his arm around my neck and held his body with one of my arm around his waist and helped him up the stairs. By the time we made it to our floor, Thane collapsed on the ground and looked immensely pale. With the better source of light in, I saw blood soaking the shirt he had on. When did he have time to get dressed after getting damaged was beyond me. I lifted his shirt and saw a bit mark on the left side of his abdomen which looked a lot worse than it actually was. The bite itself was deep, but looked to be getting infected and preventing his healing from kickstarting. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was the only word he managed to get out as an explanation. I could kill you myself for going out on your own. I yelled at him in frustration before getting off the floor and locating the first aid box that had antiseptic to clean his wound. I got back to his side and splashed some of the antiseptic to clean his wound before I helped heal him. Fuck, that burns. He howled out. Well, no one told you to go gallivanting out of the pack territory when you know you have a mate waiting for you. I said angrily and worriedly. I'm sorry, Emery. He said, looking me in the eye. I ignored his pleading look and took some cotton to wipe off as much blood as possible and clean up the wound. It was still bleeding pretty badly when I placed both my hands on his stomach to heal him. Don't. He pushed my hands away from his body. Thane, you need help to heal. Let me. I demanded and tried to put my hands on him again. You'll use your energy, Emery. Just leave me. I'll heal with my wolfy powers, as you like to call it. It's infected Thane. It doesn't look like it's getting any better. You're so stubborn. Just listen to me for once and let me help you. I said in exasperation until he finally allowed me to put my hands on him. I closed my eyes and focused my energy on him and healing the cut. Within no time the bite mark was slowly closing up and the bleeding stopped. Before it could fully heal, however, Thane pulled my hands away and broke my concentration. "Stop, Emery. I'm healed enough," he whispered to me but remained lying on the floor with me knelt beside him. "You'll drain yourself out if you continue to help me." I looked at him as if he grew to heads. "You're my mate, Thane. I will heal you if I want. Plus I have these abilities for a reason. But I'm supposed to keep you safe. And are you Thane? Just because I can't physically fight off someone for you doesn't mean I can't help you." I cut him. "I know, but I shouldn't have ran off on you like that." Thane apologized. I brushed some dirt off his cheeks and asked, "Why did you run off? Especially outside of the pack?" "I got some gauze out of the first aid kit to wrap around his wound until he heals fully within a few hours or so. I was angry at my sister. At Eden. At you and myself, I guess." I glared at him. "I don't know why you're angry at the rest of us, Thane." "Well, for one, I told you not to go out on your own. But, as usual, you didn't listen to me." I accidentally pressed on his wound and he hissed out in pain. "Shit. You don't have to kill me for being worried about you." I rolled my eyes at his overdramatic response. "I didn't ask anyone to go with me because everyone was busy." "I'm never busy for you, sweetheart." He managed to smile at me. I finished patching him up and placed a kiss on his bandaged abdomen before he attempted to sit up while wincing in pain. "I only left to go find your sister, but I heard a strange noise from the forest." Thane glanced at me with extreme curiosity. "What?" "It sounded like a child crying. Even Aden heard it, but I lost the noise and he got caught up with his mate's scent." His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "That's strange because I didn't come across any other scent out in the forest." Then something crossed his mind. "Well, it was mostly because I found a dead wolf's body right outside our territory that was emitting a horrid smell that I'm sure was potent enough to cover any other scent. But I assume it was the rogues I later met that killed him." "Was the wolf from our pack?" I asked in horror. Thane grabbed my hands in comfort. "No, it was just a random rogue." "What about the rogues that attacked you?" "What happened? I was running not too far from the body when I ran into 3 of them. They knew I was an alpha, so they didn't hesitate to attack me because I was all alone. It got nasty pretty fast, but I took down 2 and had 1 left. Except he had some sort of substance on his canines. When he bit me on my side, it felt as if a silver bullet pierced right through me. That's what gave me an infection." I gasped in horror at what Thane described and shifted closer to his left side and wrapped my arms around his torso without hurting him. He continued on after wrapping his arm around me. "I found out that it was what us wolves call the silver berry. Very rare and not poisonous, but when applied to an open wound it prevents us from healing and causes immense pain. But I managed to take him out and crawl back to the pack without anyone finding me. I shifted right outside the backyard and changed so that no one would see the bite mark. Thane, you could have gotten yourself killed." I scolded him and hugged him tighter. "I know, sweetheart, and I'm sorry for worrying you. I knew if Aden stood in front of me any longer I would have killed him. I promised you that I would never run away from you again." I looked up into his eyes. "I want you to promise me the same thing. If you're angry, you wouldn't leave the pack's land without a few other wolves." He gazed down at me and saw that I was serious. "Good. Now about your sister. You can't be angry at her or Aden, because it's not their fault. They didn't choose each other just to piss you off." I explained to him. "I know. I really owe them an apology, but when I saw you with him I got so angry that I was thinking clearly. His reputation doesn't precede him. He wouldn't hurt her. I know that, and you do as well. Even helped me back here when his mate was waiting for him. And she is a real softie on the inside. Just like you." I winked at him. He laughed. "In only soft for you. Shouldn't it be the opposite of that?" I smirked at my innuendo. "In both." He teased but went serious in an instant. "He'll apologize to them both in the morning." I smiled at him and placed a quick kiss on his lips. "Don't ever run from me again. Never." Chapter 25, Unexpected Guess. It was officially 2 days before the wedding. All the alphas left yesterday. Except for Aden and Tate, of course. After a tense consultation between Thane and him, they came to the conclusion that Tate had to go with a den for every owner's safety. It's physically impossible for wolves to leave each other after they find their mates, and for another reason. Aden has built himself a long list of enemies and everyone knows he has a mate, so it was only a matter of time before someone tried to get Tate to harm and weaken Aden. Even though age doesn't really matter once you're E16 in the wolf world. Thane thought Tate was way too young to be moving with Aden, but he knew he couldn't stop them. Plus Tate was turning 17 on the day of our wedding, so after a long battle with himself, he allowed Tate to go with Aden once the wedding was over since she wanted to be here for the both of us. Thane, however, still couldn't help but growl at Aden every time he saw him, which was quite amusing. I'm just thankful we aren't in any miscalculated danger anymore. I was currently sitting in the patio of our bedroom in the pack house since Thane was busy doing alpha duties, and almost everyone else was busy decorating the clearing near the pack house. The flowers and cake were already decided on and I was instructed to relax and not move a finger as everyone else was setting everything up for the wedding. Relaxing definitely was something I could do as I sat in the balcony area and contemplated my life and how I got to this moment. Marriage definitely was something I thought I would have been doing at 19 years old. Nor was having a kid. Most importantly, I couldn't even imagine werewolves being real. Yet here I am, about to marry one, about to marry my mate, about to marry the love of my life. I gasped aloud at that thought. Love. I knew deep down that I loved Thane, but it wasn't until this moment that I admitted it to myself. I'd have yet to tell him, and every day, I could see in his eyes that he was anxiously waiting to tell me he loved me again, but he thought I wasn't ready to hear it just yet. I could tell he was also worried that I didn't feel the same way, but that was impossible for me. It was just the mating bond. It was Thane that had me falling. I was about to go into the infirmary. Even though I knew it didn't have anyone who needed healing, but I was bored out of my mind. But what I saw at the edge of the forest in the backyard made me do a double take. It couldn't have been. It was impossible. I leaned over the railing and tried to ensure that was real. But when it didn't disappear, I knew it was no hallucination. I don't know what compelled me to do what I did next, but I immediately ran down all flights of stairs and went straight to the backyard. I stood right outside the back door of the house and faced the woods. I stared straight ahead into the forest, but I couldn't believe my eyes. I slowly approached the figure, and as I got close, he turned and walked a little further into the forest, so I jogged to keep up with him. We were just concealed from the house by the forest so that no one could see us out here. The person turned around and we were within arm's reach of each other. I opened my mouth to say something, but nothing came out. I didn't know how to feel. Sad, relieved. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Anxious or worried. Maybe the last feelings were the most prominent. I didn't know why he was here or how, but I felt a bit of relief to see someone from my past. Jake, I managed to whisper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He smiled at me heavily and without warning pulled me into his arms. I stood as stiff as a board, not knowing what to do or expect because his appearance shook the living daylights out of me. He pulled away from me but kept his hands on my arms as he smiled down at me. I knew I would find you. My eyes frantically searched the woods behind him in case he brought back up with him, which in this case would be the hunters. Don't worry. There's no one with me. How did you find me? I asked cautiously. And here I was thinking you missed me. He chuckled without humor. Jake, we broke up. Yes, I remember very clearly. Just as I remembered you running into the beast's arms. I don't know what you're talking about. I played it off. He rolled his eyes at me. Don't play innocent with me, pumpkin. I know all about your little animal and his pack. I shook my head and tried to throw him off. You don't know what you're talking about. I woke up in the forest. Lost and confused and ended up in this town, but I haven't been able to get through the forest. You're lying to me, pumpkin. He gave my arms a little squeeze in warning. I don't appreciate liars. How do you find me? I repeated. Come on. You really think after years of searching I wouldn't find this place? He asked in a mocking tone. How do you get in? I knew something was wrong because there were guards on patrol 24/7. Oh, you mean how I got past the mutts? He showed me a gun strapped onto his leg that I missed before and felt my heart in my stomach at the sight of it. Don't worry, Henry. It's just a tranquilizer. You're not that careless. I released a breath in relief but knew he was up to something. Why didn't you shoot them? Because then I'm sure someone would have realized that they're dead by now through some wolf magic I'm sure exists. How do you know so much? He just shrugged and said, a good friend. What friend? I clenched my teeth in anger but he just shrugged off the question. What do you want? I spit out at him. He smirked at that. Oh, the golden question. Well, now you see, that's where you come in. I wouldn't help you, Jake. They'll tell them all that you were here. I threatened. He applied pressure to my arms. You wouldn't dare. I would have made you kill you in the blink of an eye. They'll kill you before they get me Emery, and if you're dead, and your little mate's dead. I gasped in horror because he was practically right. Then Wolf would grieve my death to the point that he would be weak and the pack would suffer. Just listen to what I say and no one will get hurt. He tried to reason. I didn't answer him and he squeezed my arms hard until I whimpered in pain. You're hurting me. You'll heal, wouldn't you? He said, and I gasped in horror because I had no idea how he knew that. Who told you? It doesn't matter. Now back to what I want. I don't care about what you want. They'll kill you before I can even deliver. He smirked without a care in the world. They may be stronger and faster, but my silver bullets are faster, Emery. One shot and they'll be dead. I felt chills of pure terror run through me at his words. Well, there's nothing here that you can want. A wolf? I don't know what you're. Yes, you do, Emery. I know what they are. Your little mate. All the creatures that live here. I know what they fucking are. Werewolves, he said in anger. If you know what they are, then why do you want one? I glared at him. Because no one's going to believe me if I just ran to town and cried wolf. Heck, the only reason I believe they exist is because I saw a few myself a few days ago. When I was trying to get to you. Then it all clicked. You were the one in the forest, weren't you? You killed that rogue. You were luring me out. He just smiled at me. Lovely to see you haven't gotten that stupid since joining the wolf gang. Whose child did you have with you? I asked because it was a child's crying that heard. No one's. He rolled his eyes. I played it through a speaker. Then how did you kill that wolf? I asked because there was no possible way he could have taken a rogue alone. I didn't even do it. He grinned. But did make things quite easier. Now all you have to do is hand over a wolf to me and I will leave you all in peace. I still have to gather an army to take down your dogs. Watch your mouth. I almost growled at him. He looked at me in amusement. Look at you getting all feisty. They seem to be rubbing off on you. You're stupid to think I can get you a wolf. How would I even deliver? I asked just to kill time until someone hopefully comes looking for me. He released one of my arm and placed a small syringe in my palm with a clear liquid. It's a dose of tranquilizer but tailored precisely to knock out a wolf for at least a few hours. You slip this to one of your buddies and bring their body right in this spot and I will deal with it from there. I looked at him like he grew to heads. Why in the world would you actually believe I would do what you say, let alone sacrifice one of my own pack member to you? Because if you don't, I will get my best sniper and take your mate out. I felt my heart stop and my stomach plummet, and he said, and he just gave me a smile at seeing my reaction. After I kill him, I will let every hunter out here and create a war that will destroy all the beasts. But that would happen one way or another when you drag a wolf to town. He nodded his head. I agree, which is why if you help me, I would warn you before we attack. I would only allow you and your mate to remain alive, but I'm afraid the rest of them will die. He said with fake sympathy. I wouldn't leave everyone here to die. I yelled at him. And then what are we going to stop them? He asked in a condescending voice. Failed I either way, doll, but at least they would have a warning first. You're a coward and you're going to die. I hissed at him. He squeezed my arm so tight I was sure it would bruise. Shut your mouth. If you don't deliver, then my first bullet will be in your mate's head. He threatened. There was a war battling in my head, but I could never consider what HES asking, but he can't know that. I will have a wolf here in 3 days' time. The day after the wedding. I can trick him into coming here, and since I would be mated to Thane, I could easily mind-link him before this idiot before me could do anything. Seems simple enough. If you don't, I will. I cut him off and shoved as much sincerity into my voice as I could muster. Great. And if you don't, then tell your dog I will be coming for him. He grinned as he released my arms. One more thing before I go though. Just to ensure my sources are telling the truth. He pulled out a switchblade from his pocket, and before I could comprehend what he was about to do, he grabbed my left hand, which didn't contain the syringe, and quickly sliced a line on my palm enough to draw blood. What the fuck, Jake? I whispered, yelled at him as my palm felt an unbearable pain shoot across my arm. I wrapped my palm into my shirt and cradled it for a few seconds until he yanked my hand back into his view. At the sight of my healing hand, his eyes bugged out of his head in pure disbelief. She was right, he barely said above a whisper. The cut already stopped bleeding and was already closing up right before our eyes, and my enemy officially knew what my power was. With one last grin, Jake said, "See you in 3 days, pumpkin." He called me that god-awful endearment again, as if we were best buddies. He left with that as he rushed through the trees, deeper into the forest. I stood there in absolute terror and bewilderment at what was to come and what I was going to do. Just a day before my wedding, I am faced with an unspeakable secret I promised a hunter to hand over one of my wolf pack members. Chapter 26, Confessions. Get his scent off, was the only thought that ran through my mind as I rushed back towards the pack house. My palm was healing and the bruises on my arms were already disappearing, but the bloodstain on my shirt and Jake's human scent on my arms were still very pungent. While I may not be able to sense Jake's smell on me, I knew for a fact that any wolf would be able to smell another human scent even if Jake just touched me. Thane, on the other hand, would be able to sniff someone else's scent on me from a mile away. Luckily no one returned from helping set up the wedding, so I was all clear in the pack house as I practically sprinted up the steps and stripped my clothes from my body and threw them into the washer with a myriad of scented fabric softeners to help cover Jake's scent. I hopped in the shower, and after scrubbing my body with a few different soaps and body wash, I let the warm water wash over me as I closed my eyes and contemplated everything that happened. I couldn't possibly sedate her, Werewolf, and give him or her over to Jake, nor could I allow a full-on war between the hunters and the pack. Even if Thane and his pack could take on the hunters, there would be casualties because a silver bullet would instantly kill any wolf. I can't have anyone being hurt or, God forbid, dying on my hands. Not Thane and not any other wolf. But the last thing I could do is tell Thane, because he would hate me for saying I would take a wolf to Jake. Heck, I hate myself for saying it despite not meaning a word of it. There was no way around this, and I knew I had to tell Thane just in case Jake decided to attack at any moment. But how would I even approach the topic? I stepped out of the shower and quickly got changed with a heavy heart and the weight of the situation on my shoulders. If I were to tell Thane about all of this, besides him hating me, I knew he would call off the wedding to prepare for battle or construct some plan, and I couldn't have that. Not for my own selfish reasons, but because I knew it was important to him and it would crush him to cancel it after he's been patiently waiting for me. It was then that I decided I would do what I originally planned when I told Jake I would bring him the wolf. I'd go to the forest alone to meet Jake, and then I would mind link Thane before Jake could realize what was happening. That way Jake would be ambushed and no wolves would be harmed. If I tell Thane before, I would risk not only the mistrust, but whoever is spying for Jake could be in the pack and figure out I tattled. Thane would mark me by then, so he would be able to mind link me and vice versa. Therefore I could act like I was going to Jake alone, when in reality I would mind link Thane before I get to Jake. That way he could attack Jake from behind and surprise him. If Jake however captures me, my scent would be more powerful to Thane after mating, so he would be able to track me down. Seemed simple enough. I thought to myself as I tucked the syringe of the sedative in a cabinet in the bathroom where I was sure Thane wouldn't find it. It was already approaching night by the time I devised my plan, and I knew Thane would be back soon. I couldn't face him and knew he would be able to read me like a book. So I laid down to sleep and hoped that the darkness would take me, but it was to no avail as I twist and turn with uneasiness. Long after the sun settled beyond the mountains from the pack house view, Thane quietly walked into the room, but I kept my eyes shut and pretended to be asleep. I couldn't lie to him and I couldn't hurt him either. He walked over to my side of the bed and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. "Good night, sweetheart." It broke my heart that I couldn't even talk to him, but I didn't want to ruin the wedding for him. I heard Thane in the shower, and not long after he joined me in the bed and pulled me flush against him and wrapped his arm around me. I couldn't help but snuggle into him despite knowing that I was basically betraying him and the pack. The next morning I woke up extremely early to avoid Thane as much as possible even though he tomorrow, which both excited and made me nervous. Luckily I actually had somewhere to be today, so it wasn't suspicious of me leaving the house. However, by the time I had a bathe and got changed, Thane was already awake and sitting in bed with a huge grin on his face. "Good morning, sweetheart," he greeted cheerfully. As I looked at his happy expression, I couldn't help but feel the guilt eating at me for keeping the Jake situation from him. "Good morning." I tried to give him my best smile but was failing miserably. "I'm going to Caroline's house. He'll be back in a few." I shot at him as I walked towards the door. "Wait." He called me back, but I was already headed towards the door before he got up and sprinted after me. "Wait up, would you?" He grabbed onto my arms and spun me to face him. "What's the rush?" I promised her you'll be there soon." I stumbled over my words. He gave me a curious expression. "And what are going to do? Don't you have to get your dress?" Yes. I do, and Shess going with me to make sure it fits properly." I nervously laughed out and attempted to turn back towards the steps. "Wait, where's my goodbye kiss?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "I probably wouldn't see you again until tomorrow night." "Why not?" I asked in surprise. He grinned. "I know you're going to miss me, sweetheart, but according to human tradition, the groom isn't allowed to see his bride the night before the wedding or before she walks down the aisle on the wedding day, and I'm sure we're both going to be busy today." "Right." I mumbled but internally sighed in relief. I quickly went on my tiptoes to reach the less height, grabbed his face between my palms and planted a kiss on his lips which I could feel him smile into. Before I could pull away, Thane pulled my left hand into his view and glanced at the now fading pink scar that remained after Jake cut me yesterday. "What's this?" he asked in concern. "Nothing." I answered quickly and yanked my hand away from his, but he gave me a doubtful look. "I just accidentally sliced it open trying to cut up some cold turkey for a sandwich yesterday." I lied between my teeth. That was believable, right? I didn't know my way around the kitchen at all, so it wasn't that far-fetched. Then I grew from concern to amusement. He brought my hand back to his face and placed a gentle kiss on the scar. "You should have called me and I would have taken care of you. It was just a scratch." I shrugged it off. "Now I got to go. See you later, sweetheart, bye." I walked away faster than you could say werewolf. I rushed into the Jeep, which is basically my own now since I drive it around most of the time, and headed towards Caroline and the house. Just as I pulled up to their house and was walking towards the front door, Bo walked out of the house and was probably on his way to training. "Well, if it isn't the bride herself," Bo greeted with a smile. "Hiding from your groom already?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Something like that." "By Bo." He left in amusement without knowing that he actually hit the nail on the head. Caroline met me by the front door with a smirk. "Ready to get your man a gift?" I playfully rolled my eyes at her. "Once you don't poison me." She closed the door behind me and clutched her chest in fake hurt. "Are you questioning my skills?" "Never," I mumbled as I eyed the machine that sat on her coffee table. "Okay, just sit down on one of the chair. I'm going to grab some alcohol." "I don't think." "Trust me, you'll need it," she called back. I settled into the chair and put my right hand on the high table so that she would be able to see what Shess doing. Caroline came back into the living room with a bottle of some hard liquor and handed it over to me. "Is it really going to hurt that bad?" I asked wearily. She just gave me an assuring smile. "Don't worry, with your healing powers it shouldn't hurt too badly, but it only means I'm going to have to go over the image a few times for the ink to really get in." Maybe this was such a good idea. I shook my head and proceeded to raise from the chair. Caroline quickly grabbed my right hand and pulled me back into my chair and wiped my inner wrist with a piece of cotton soaked in alcohol. It may hurt now, but just think of the look on Nana's face. And she was right. A few days ago I decided to get it to represent Nana's importance in my life, because what else do you get a guy who had everything he wanted and was a werewolf? You have done this before, right? I asked as she sketched out the image on my wrist. For the 100th time, yes. I used to do it on my pack member's back before I was a rogue and was surprisingly pretty good at it. I did try it at Bo once, but he totally flipped at the sight of the needle. She giggled. And did you think they cheesed the delta? Okay then. Let's get this over with. I took a deep breath as we finalized the image she was about to turn to me. So are you ready for tomorrow? She asked as the needle pierced my skin, and I just brought the bottle to my lips and took a swing at it. Admittedly, it did sort of help with both the pain of a tattoo and the guilt of keeping things from Thane, though the trading fire that burnt down my throat was horrific. I am, though it might add nervous considering I've never experienced this type of ceremony before. Thane mentioned that it was kind of like a ritual with the werewolf part of things, but I have no idea what he meant. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Noble, hearts out thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Well, I wouldn't be able to help enlighten you considering this is the first wedding I'll ever be attending. Would you marry Bo? I asked because it was a rare thing for wolves to do, but I believe it was a special occasion to bind to people even if they are half or for fully human. In a heartbeat, she smiled. Yes, my mate. And I would make him buy me a big rock just for the heck of it. I accidentally laughed and shook my hand in the process, and the needle slightly pressed a bit deeper into me. Holy chicken nuggets. I howled in pain. Caroline stopped the needle as I took a big gulp from the bottle of amber liquid. Wow, take it easy there, Luna. Don't want to have a hangover for your wedding now, do you? She grabbed the bottle from my hand and set it on the coffee table. Now, are you okay? I took a deep breath and tried to get my anguish under control. Yeah, I'm fine. Good. Because we have a little while again to go. Oh geez. I groaned. Now what I truly meant about if you are ready for tomorrow is if you're ready for what happens after the wedding. She gave me a mischievous smile. The reception. I faked bewilderment. After that CDO. I thought about it for a bit before I answered her. To be fair, I've been trying to convince Thane to mark me for a while now. She almost choked on air as she pulled the needle away from my hand and started coughing in a fit. That was actually the last thing I expected you to say. Honestly, I thought you were a virgin. I am. I rolled my eyes. Doesn't mean I don't want to be with my mate. She continued what she was doing as she nodded. You're right. I just assumed you were the prudish type. She shrugged, but I knew she was kidding. If you weren't holding the needle to my hand, I would pushed you already. I threatened. The one with the machine holds the power memory. I could draw my face on here if I wanted to. She winked my way, disregarding her threat. I wondered aloud what I've been meaning to ask someone. Does it hurt? Of course it does. Losing your virginity hurts like a bitch, she expressed colorfully. I covered one of my ear with my unoccupied hand. Geez, not like Caroline. I meant getting marked. She stopped the needle for about the 100th time during this conversation, and we both laughed at what she said. Oh no, that doesn't hurt at all. It's more pleasure than pain, she explained after a fit of giggles, but she placed a hand over my left. Trust me, when it happens you will know it feels. Don't question it. Just enjoy the moment because it's the most sacred bond for a werewolf. I nodded at what she said as she continued on with my tattoo. And that was how the next hour or so went by, with silly conversations about my wedding night and Caroline nearly killing me from pain with her tattoo needle. By the time we were done, it was already healing pretty quickly, but Caroline insisted that I didn't get it wet and to keep it moisturized. It turned out better than I thought it would, and I cowled at wait to show Thane, but then again, I maybe can wait since I cowled and face him again today. Since having quite a bit to drink, I was drunk, but still I had Caroline drive me over to Nina's shop to pick up my wedding dress. Within no time Nina had me changed into the white number and it fitted perfectly. Without delay, she carefully bagged the dress in a proper dress bag and helped me store it in the Jeep before Caroline drove me back to the pack house. Upon arriving, I prayed that Thane was here so there wouldn't be any more strange encounters with him. But not to my luck. As we walked into the house, there he stood in all his 6 foot for handsome glory. "Hey, beautiful." He walked over to greet me, but I was carrying the dress, so I quickly dodged him and called back, "You can't see the dress," in an excuse to avoid him. Much to my dismay, he followed me up the flights of stairs and waited for me in our living room while I stored the dress in our room. When I saw him standing waiting for me, I couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you supposed to be gone by now? Trying to get rid of me already, are you?" He raised an eyebrow at me. I just shrugged and walked towards the patio area on our floor that looked out the backyard, just as the one in our room did. "No, I just thought you had more important things to do." I shrugged and leaned on the railing. Thane placed his hands on either side of me and trapped me between his body and the railing. Unconsciously, my body tensed at our position and forced myself to relax before I blabbered everything to him. He turned me around to face his worried expression but placed his hands back on the railing. "What's going on?" I could see his eyes running on every inch of my face trying to read me, and surprisingly it looked like he came up empty-handed. "It's nothing." I tried and shook my head. He argued back, "No, it's something. Come on, Emery. You can tell me what's wrong." "It's nothing, I swear." I tried to give him a little smile to ease his tension, but he was having none of it. "Please," he begged. I didn't know what to say him beside the truth, but I couldn't tell him, but his worried expression broke me. I wrapped my arms around his torso and held him to me, as close as humanly possible, and he immediately pulled me into his warmth. We just stood there in silence for what seemed like hours, but was in actuality a brief moment, and as the late evening sun scattered its beautiful rays around us, Thane whispered comforting words to me. "Whatever it is, well, get through it. You just have to trust me and tell me what's wrong so that I can fix it," he promised. I whispered to him. He breathed me in and asked, "Is it the wedding? Are you getting cold feet?" I immediately withdrew from him so that I could see his face, and I regretted doing that because the only thing I saw was anguish, hurt and sorrow, and that look broke me into so many pieces that I didn't know how I would recover. The words got lodged in my throat and I didn't know how to say what I wanted to, and he took my silence the wrong way and removed his hands from around me. "That's it, isn't it? You aren't ready," he went on. "I'm sorry if I rushed you into this, Emery. I should have." I asked in bewilderment. "Where would you ever get such a thought, Thane? I love you and I couldn't have asked for a better mate. Heck, I didn't even ask for one and was given the best one ever. I've also literally been trying to seduce you for the past month, and now that we're getting married, cold feet definitely isn't stopping me." After my short tremble, Thane just stared at me with wide eyes and his mouth slightly open in shock. I glanced at him curiously. "What? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Why, you just said." He trailed off stumbling, but before he could finish his sentence, he pulled me into his arms and crashed his lips against mine in the most passionate kiss we've ever shared. I wrapped my arms around his neck and melted into his embrace. I opened my mouth and granted him entrance as we both battled for dominance over the kiss. Eventually I gave in and he took over, and I just fell into the passionate spiral. After a few minutes we both pulled away to catch our breath as we rested our foreheads against each other's and stood in absolute bliss. "What was that for?" I asked when I found my voice. "I love you," was his only words as he pecked my lips and gave me a big, toothy grin. Then it struck me like a bolt of lightning. I told him I love him. "I said that?" I asked in amazement. "You did." He couldn't help his enjoyment. "You don't have to say it again if you don't, but I'm glad you did." He cut me off. "No, I meant it, Thane. All 3 words and all it letters. I love you," I declared with a huge smile plastered on my face. I could get accustomed to hearing that. "Well, that's good considering you have to live with it. And what a happy life that would be." He smirked playfully at me. "But this right here is the best moment of my life." "Then what would tomorrow be?" I curiously asked him. He just shrugged. "Second best." Then his eyes furrowed in confusion. "That still doesn't explain what you were so worried about." and my impending doom was brought back into the conversation. It's nothing to worry about right now. If it had you so withdrawn, then it's something to worry about to me. Thane, Emery. He countered. Tell me, what have you so wound up? I racked my brain for an excuse until the small black marking on my wrist gave me an answer. I got you a gift. I trailed off as I lifted my hand to his face. But I wasn't sure if you'd like it, and I can't exactly take it back to the store. What is, he was about to ask, but he would my hand around so that he would be able to see the small tattoo on my right wrist. It was a small tribal tattoo of a wolf's head howling. It wasn't anything major, but to me it depicted Thane, all of our pack. It made me feel more connected to them, all in a metaphoric way. Then S mouth opened and closed a few times, and he seemed to be at a loss for words. Do you like it? It's kind of your wedding present, since I didn't know exactly what else to get you. I bit my lip in nervousness from his lack of a response. You got that for me, he managed to whisper out. I nodded my head. I swear he was almost brought to tears, and I was worried I did something wrong when we covered his face, but when he removed his hands from his face, he looked at me with pure love and adoration, and I was completely enamored by him. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. He gently took hold of my wrist and brought it to his lips and kissed right above where the tattoo sat. Do you like it? I hesitantly asked. He looked at me with reverence. I love it, and I love you. Chapter 27, I love you always stay. I pleaded with Thane as he got off the bed where he was sitting next to me. He gave me a cheeky smile. I've got to go, love. I grabbed his hand and didn't let go as he tried to leave. No, what you need to do is stay here in bed with me. It's almost 12. I need to go. He tried to pull his hand away without effort. I got on my knees and crawled over to the edge of the bed, where he stood so we were of the same height. We don't need to follow traditions, Thane. You're only doing this because I'm human, and I honestly don't care. But I do. I pouted at him, and he rubbed the pad of his thumb on my lower lip. I want to do this right between us and ensure you get the full human experience. I'm not just human, Thane. I'm a werewolf as much as you are, even if not in the literal sense. Trust me, love. You will appreciate tomorrow 100 times more if we do this. He grinned and kissed my head. Call it delayed gratification. Called it a waste of time. I rolled my eyes but knew he right. Can I go now? He asked without contempt. Not without my goodbye kiss. I let go of his hand only to wrap both of my arms around his neck. You're going to be the death of me. He groaned in pleasure before capturing my lips in a fierce but passionate exchange. After a brief minute he pulled away. I really should go now. I looked over at the clock and saw that it was 5 minutes till midnight. See you tomorrow. I brushed my lips against his. It'll be the one covered in fur. He pecked my lips. I laughed at that and pulled him closer and gave him a kiss. See you tomorrow, fiancé. Now get some sleep. My mom's probably going to wake you up at the crack of dawn. He chuckled as he tucked me into bed with one last kiss on my forehead before he left for the night, closing the bedroom door gently behind him. I couldn't believe how adamant he was on following human traditions and not seeing me before the wedding, even though I was okay with not following the rules. However, I did appreciate that he wanted to do this right and accept all the silly rituals involved with my human culture. He decided to stay in our home he built for us while I stayed in the pack house for the night. Though now that he left I cowed in sleep. Having him next to me for the past few months made me accustomed to his heat, comfort and security of being wrapped in his arms, and even though I knew it was for just a mere night, I twisted and turned all night trying to fall asleep. Besides Thane not being here with me, the problem with Jake also scared me. Even though I knew he was lurking around the pack house now because he might get caught, the idea that he actually found the pack scared me. I just needed him to back off and keep his promise until after the wedding, when I could trick him and get Thane to capture him. Hopefully it goes without a hitch, I thought as my mind kept troning on the danger of Jake knowing about Thane and the pack, which kept me up for most of the night until I drifted off sometime in the early hours of the morning. Rise and shine, Arling. I heard someone yell in a sing-song voice and was immediately hit with the glare of the shining sun. I gently pried my eyes open to see Anne, Bailey, Caroline, Delilah and Tate all bustling around the room with a few other pack members who were going to help with our hair and makeup. Come on, sleepyhead. We've left you to rest enough. Bailey giggled as she yanked on my hand to pull me into a sitting position. Careful there, pregnant lady. I quickly uttered and sat up so she wouldn't strain herself. She simply rolled her eyes at me. Get up, Em. Today's your day and we need to make you look spectacular. But I'm tired. I whined. Don't you mean anxious to see your mate? Delilah teased. I stuck my tongue out at her playfully but decided that I had to get out of bed seeing as it was 12 in the afternoon. Thank goodness the wedding wasn't going to take place until 7 that night when the moon's out. They'd told us to let you sleep in a bit. And smiled as she came up to me. I think you would all bitten our heads off if we woke you up any earlier. I'm glad that your Ehe ran. I couldn't help but tell her because it was true. She was the only one who understood this experience. I'm happy to be here and even more ecstatic that you're my son's mate. I couldn't have asked for a better daughter-in-law. She placed her hands on my own and gave it a gentle squeeze. Now go grab something to eat before you get whisked up into the make-up and hair. Words failed me as I could only give her a happy grin and walked out the room and into the kitchen where I was met with a surprise. Then there's Grandma. Jane, who I haven't seen in months since she lives in Fairburn with the humans. Jane. I couldn't help how excited I was to see her as I rushed into a hug to welcome her. My beautiful girl. She smiled at me. How are you, my child? I'm good now that you're here. You really need to visit us more often. I told her. She gave me a tired look. I wish I could, but my old bones are getting to the best of me and aches every time I have to make the hour's trek through the forest. Well, I'm glad that you could make it to be here with us today. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. You are now my granddaughter as much as Tate. She spoke in honestly. Does that mean I have to call you Grandma? I joked. She placed her heart above her heart. Oh gods, no. I may be old, but I don't need to be reminded. I couldn't help but laugh at her antics. Noted. Oh, and before I forget, Thane sent you something this morning. She moved aside and revealed a bouquet of wild flowers. I walked over to the freshly picked flowers and couldn't help but feel my heartstrings tug at his gesture as I picked out the card that was nestled between the myriad of flowers. To my beautiful wife, my first vow of today for the rest of our lives is to gift you with flowers every morning until the day I die. I couldn't help the large smile that graced my face because of his cheesy yet endearing words. I placed the vase near the window in the kitchen to ensure it got sufficient sunlight. I turned around to see Jane grinning at me. Now promise me that tonight you will start creating my great-grandson because I'm not getting any younger. I gasped. Jane. I scolded with a smile. After I ate some breakfast and Jane made me promise to bring her a great-grandchild as soon as possible. I took a relaxing hot shower to calm my nerves that the wedding was creating. I was excited to be wedded to Thane, but I couldn't help the butterflies in my stomach. And quickly had me in a white robe getting my hair and makeup done alongside all my bridesmaids in the living room, where we were all enjoying our girl time, which helped relax me. My makeup was a simple, natural look, whereas my hairdo was a French-styled braid, but more complicated with a few curled pieces framing my face. The hairstylist tied a piece of lace ribbon to give it some dimension. Just as she was finished ensuring there was a hair out of place, John approached me from behind with a little box. Here's your something borrowed. She set the box down on the vanity table in front of me and opened it to reveal a hair clip that was made of some sort of metal. It had a V shape which suited my hairstyle perfectly, as it would be able to sit right above the braid. The ends looked like wings and the rest of it was bent into various flowers with diamonds and pearls encrusting it to enhance the elegant style. The sight of it took my breath away by the vintage style, and the fact that Jane was lending it to me touched my heart. The Blackwoods really didn't miss a beat in completing human traditions. I love it, Jane. Thank you. I told her earnestly. You're welcome, my child. But consider it yours from today. She securely placed it on my hair. I turned around in my chair and protested. I can't, Jane. Yes, you can. It's my wedding present to you, and I expect you to take great care of it and pass it down to your children. She touched my cheek in affection. Take care of that. Yourself and your future husband for me is all I ask. I will. I promised her. She walked off to get dressed herself. Right after she left, and appeared with 2 small jewel boxes. one of which she opened without showing me and placed a necklace around my neck. It was a white gold necklace with a small teardrop ruby pendant that rests on my chest. Not something blue but by something red? I asked with a smile. She nodded. It was the grandmother's, one which has been passed down from Luna to Luna every generation, and since we are the Blood Moon pack. Red's more fitting than blue. It's beautiful. Thank you. I got out of my seat and hugged her. That's not all. She smiled as she handed me the second box. This one's from Thane. I crinkled my eyebrows in confusion, but gingerly took the box from her hand and opened it to reveal a pair of matching earrings for the necklace. It was 2 tiny teardrop-shaped rubies. I quickly took them out of the box and adorned them on my ears. After admiring them in the mirror, I grabbed a small gift which contained a pair of red agate cufflinks, which had a wolf engraved into the pair. Can you get this to Thane for me? I asked his mom. It would be my honor. She smiled and walked off. Bailey, Caroline, Delilah and Tate then all appeared before me, decked out in their deep, wine-red-colored dresses. You all look beautiful. I gushed at them and couldn't help but hug them all. Thank you all for being here for me, I said with a heart full of joy. We wouldn't have it any other way. Tate smiled. They all dragged me into the bedroom to put me into my dress. Caroline brought the dress from where it was hanging on the door that led out to the balcony, while Bailey rummaged through a bag on the sofa and pulled out a piece of white fabric. For the bride. She handed it over to me with a wink. I held it up to realize it was none other than a wedding garter, which was made out of a piece of lace. She snickered at my shocked expression. Thank you. I mumbled to her. I heard that's what human brides wear. She shrugged with a knowing smirk. I rolled my eyes at her and proceeded to shimmy it onto my thigh. After that, Delilah held my dress open for me while I stepped into the beautiful white lace masterpiece. My dress was detailed to perfection and made of this crochet lace material. It was sleeveless but had 2 lace pieces that tied to each of my arms that made it appear as if it was an off-the-shoulder style. It hugged my body all the way to my upper thigh in the shape of an upside-down V and fell freely to the ground. Delilah helped pull it up and Caroline laced me up from behind, while Tate and Bailey were on either side of me, putting the pieces of lace on arms that made it appear as if they were off-the-shoulder sleeves, when in reality they were just on my arm instead of being attached to the dress. When they were all finished ensuring my dress was on me perfectly, they stepped back and admired their work. Why, you look sexy. Caroline whistled my way. Bailey looked like she was going to explode in happiness. Oh my God. You look absolutely, spectacularly Emery. Then going to kill any guy who sets their eyes on you. You look fantastic. I really don't get why we wolves don't get married more often. Delilah mused. Tate pulled me into a hug. Welcome to the family. You're perfect for my brother. Thank you, Tate. I said to her and looked at the other girls. Thank you all. Before I could say anything, Jane burst in with a huge smile on her face. It's showtime. And so it was as I saw the sun starting to set through the windows. All the nervousness of the day suddenly struck me, and I took a deep breath as Jane gave me a sympathetic smile. You look beautiful, my child, and your groom is excited to see you. She held her hand out to me, and I took it as it was her way of comfort as she led me out the door and towards my wedding. It took us only a few minutes to walk towards the clearing, as it was close enough to the pack house. The girls and I all stood behind the covers of the trees and concealed from everyone in the clearing. Bailey handed me my bouquet of wildflowers filled with reds, yellows, oranges, and a variety of other flowers. The sun had already set, but I could see from our spot in the forest that the clearing was properly lighted with enough light so that we could all see. The full moon shined directly above us in all its glory, with hundreds of stars glittering in the sky. The thought of having to walk out there, with everyone's eyes on me as I walked down the aisle, really had me freaking out. But to my relief, then Dad. Carson came through the trees and appeared before us with an groomsmen, while Lucas, Bo, and the other 2 guys took their place besides their respectful bridesmaids to walk down the aisle. Carson approached me with a knowing smile. May I have the honor of walking my daughter-in-law down the aisle? I cowed and held my smile as I nodded at him. Please. But how did you know? Well, for one, my dad walked down the aisle to me, and secondly, Thane ensured I asked you if you wanted me to walk you since your father isn't here. He explained. I looked at him with an appreciation. Thank you for doing this. You don't need to thank me, Emery. You're now my daughter and an S-mate. We're family, he said with such assurance that eased my nervousness but not completely. Thank you, Carson. Even though my dad can't be with me. I'm glad that I have you here. As I said that the music in the clearing started, and it was our cue to proceed. The girls and the groomsmen walked out one by one, starting with Delilah and ending with my maid of honor. Bailey and then S best man. Yes. As Bailey and her mate walked out, Carson held his hand out to me, and I looped my own hand through his while holding my bouquet in the other hand as the soft piano that was being played songs, but thankfully it was the wedding march, but instead a beautiful wedding. www. YouTube. Conwatch. Vio Oblomo XO. Taking one last deep breath, Carson led me out of the forested area and into the clearing. Even though there were hundreds of eyes on me and a decorated clearing in the middle of a forest, the only thing my eyes could see was the only wolf here. Thane. It was strange walking towards Thane in his wolf form, but it was now my normal. Months ago I would have been the one to run in the opposite direction at the sight of the beast, and now I was walking towards my destiny. My eyes were locked on to Thane's piercing red eyes, while around me, the rest of the pack sat on beautifully laid out tree trunks that served at benches, while dozens of fairy lights, lanterns and flaming torches lighted up the nighttime. The trees above created a beautiful canopy above the altar, where Thane and the rest of the wedding party stood, which made it look like a scene straight out from a fairy tale. What I was most grateful for was the soft white carpet covered with rose petals that led down the aisle, because I was currently barefoot since there was a part in the werewolf ritual I had to complete with no shoe on, which begins my lunar initiation. And that part was approaching as I reached closer to the altar and could spot the 4 platters that contained something from each of the elements. The 4 elements, air, water, fire and earth, all encompasses the moon goddess, and by doing this, I will be paying tribute to her, and it symbolizes me joining the pack by accepting nature's elements as a part of me. The first platter had hot coals, and from where I stood, it was burning like lava, and that represented fire. The second platter contained soil, which represented earth. The third had water, and the last one had nothing, since it represented air. However, the first woodland hurt me, because Thane explained that if I am the true Luna of the pack and the nest mate, the moon goddess will protect me from coming into harm. But if I was an imposter, I would burn. Within a matter of seconds, we reached the platters which stood right before Thane. I loosened my grip from Carson and used my hand to hold up my dress as I furiously stepped into the burning coals. There was no feeling, no burning, and definitely no pain. I stepped through the other elements with ease, and in no time, I stood before the S-Wolf, which overshadowed me since he was massive. A pure alpha werewolf. I handed my bouquet off to Bailey and took my place from across Thane. He looked at me with such reverence and admiration that I felt completely at ease standing before him and everyone else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered to him in his wolf form. He winked at me in response, and I realized how much I've missed him the entire day. Carson took his place as our minister, but in reality, he was just officiating my introduction into the pack as the new Luna, since he was the old alpha. He stood behind a stone podium, which held a bowl of water and a knife sitting next to it. I knew exactly what we had to do, since I made Thane explain everything in detail to me the night before. Emery, to officially bind you to the pack, we require a blood oath between you and the alpha. So if you may, I need you to cut your palm and offer your blood into the bowl. Carson explained for the benefit of everyone. I nodded and picked up the dagger before pressing the blade to my palm and making a small incision enough to draw blood. I placed my hand over the bowl and let the drops of blood fall into the water. Next, Thane held his paw up and easily ran his canine over it and made a cut. He poured his blood into the bowl, and before he could retract his paw, I quickly held it to heal him, even though his werewolf healing had already closed the wound. He made a sound of whining because he hated when I used my powers to heal him, but I barely did anything since he was already healed as well as myself. I rolled my eyes at him in amusement and turned my attention back to the bowl, which now reflected the moon as it was cast directly over the bowl, and the red wick changed its reflected appearance to make it look blood red, just how it looked the night of the ritual to the beast. It symbolizes the blood moon pack. A pack, Carson explained. And with that Thane let out a loud howl with his head bent towards the moon in acceptance of me joining the pack as the Luna. Thane quickly turned and scurried off behind some trees and appeared within a minute's time, in his human form all dressed in a tuxedo. I was awestruck as he walked back onto the altar, and I wasn't able to form a single word as he grinned at me. Hey beautiful. He winked at he and took my hands into his own. He flipped over my palm to ensure the cut was healed, and once he was sure I was all right, he turned his attention back to me, and his gaze didn't leave me once. I was all I was able to say in my gobsmacked state. Before Thane could get another word in, his father cut us off with a smile. Now you both may exchange your vows of acceptance as mates in Emerius Lunar position, Carson instructed. In the moon goddess's name, I offer Thane Cole Blackwood, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Emery Ake in as my mate, and the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. From this day until our last, you will rule by my side as my mate and my equal. I vow to protect you from anything that puts you and our family in danger, and to love you in every adversity that we face. Thane vowed. In the moon goddess's name, I, Luna Emery Aiken, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thane Cole Blackwood as my mate in the position of the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. From Tuesday until our last, I will rule by your side as your mate and your equal. I vow to protect you from anything that puts you and our family in danger, and to love you in every adversity that we face. Everyone erupted into a round of applause, and I felt contentment wash over me. When the noise died down, Carson began a human part of the ceremony. We gather here today to join in the marriage of Thane Blackwood and Emery Ake in before the eyes of the moon goddess. On request of the bride, she wanted this affair to be short and sweet, with just the exchanging of the vows. At that last statement, everyone gave a little laugh, but it was true. I made sure to let Carson know beforehand that I didn't want the fancy long sermon speech that was given at a typical human wedding. I just wanted to complete the werewolf part of the ceremony and just exchange vows for the human part. I would ask you to join hands, but I can see you already beat me to it. Carson laughed because Thane and I were holding each other's hands as if it were our lifeline. Mr. Blackwood, if you would like to start us off. Thane gave me a cheeky smile before going serious and clearing his throat. Emery, my mate, the love of my life, my bride, me everything. His cheesiness was remaking me melt. I know you forgave me for this already, but as we proceed to start a new chapter of our lives, I need to say it again. I'm sorry for having to take you away from your family and keeping the truth of being a wolf away from you when all you wanted was an answer. I'm sorry for anything that I said or did that hurt you in any way since you've gotten here, and I'm sorry for anything that I may do in the future that may hurt you, even though I promise that I would never intentionally cause you to hurt in any way, shape or form. But I'm not sorry that you are my mate or that you're either one standing here today, because it could never be anyone else. I wouldn't have it if it were anyone else. From the moment I met you in the woods, I knew without having to wait for a blood moon that you were mine and I was yours. I knew that you were going to be my wife, my mate and the mother of my children. I knew from that day that I would do anything, give up anything, just to be yours and to be by your side. Though I never expected you to knee me in my balls, cue the laughter, or threaten my manhood on the night of the ritual. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Your imperfections, humor, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kindness and that smart brain of yours had me falling faster than I could have think. The way you drift off into concentration. Help our pack whenever they are in need, even if it is at your expense. The way you look at me as if you're trying to figure me out, even though you know me more than anyone. The way you smile for every little thing I do. The way you blush when I compliment you, and just every detail about you is what made me fall madly in love with you. I love you, Emery, and am happy you didn't reject me. He finished off and there were tears streaming down my eyes as everyone awed. My throat felt closed up from all the emotions, and then S-word strung a chord deep within me. He pulled out his handkerchief and passed it over to me, which I happily accept. I rubbed the tears away and tried to find my voice as Thane rubbed his thumbs on the back of each of my hands in assurance and comfort. I croaked out and he gave me a megawatt smile. To be quite honest, I don't know how I can top that, but here I go. I shook my head to dispel my cloudiness and focused on Thane as I delivered my speech. You said you knew we were meant to be together when you saw me before the ritual. Well, I knew deep down that you were going to be a part of my life. I didn't know how or in what magnitude, but when I accidentally ran into a stranger in the middle of the forest, well, I knew destiny had a plan for us to meet again after that day. However, if someone told me months ago that I would be standing in front of my soulmate getting married today, I would have probably laughed and ran in the other direction, but I'm glad no one didn't, because now I know you. Even though we started off on the wrong foot and had a world of miscommunication, we managed to figure it out. Figure each other out. You're my fire, Thane, my rain, my breath, my soul, my everything. You don't ever need to apologize again for bringing me here, because you brought me to a whole new world. I have you here. I have a new family, new friends, a whole pack of family and friends at that. I may not have seen the value of all that when I got here, but you showed me what it feels to be alive. You taught me how to love, how to fight. Heck, you even showed me that fairy tales exist. He laughed, but he was getting emotional as I had. At first I didn't trust you because of my own prejudice about the beast and what I thought you were. But you showed me differently and showered me with nothing but love, and for the rest of our lives I want to reciprocate all that and more. I want this world and everything in it with you and your love, and I don't want to feel it with anyone else. Knowing you have been the best thing that has ever happened to me, but loving you has truly been what made me alive. I love you with every single that I have, and I would give you my last breath if it meant keeping you here longer. I want to spend the rest of my life by your side, Thane, running the pack and building a family, getting to know every detail about you, falling asleep in your arms and waking up to your smile. I want it all with you. I want to take care of you and hold you up when you're down. I want to consume your every thoughts as you do mine. I just want to love you. You don't ever need to apologize to me, love, because I know that you would never hurt me, and I vow would never hurt you, for I too have fallen madly and deeply in love with you. I love you, Thane Blackwood. I brushed a few tears that escaped my eyes during my speech and looked at Thane to see his eyes dry and tears streaming down his cheek, even though I could tell he was trying to hold it in with his tough alpha appearance. I reached across us and wiped the tears away from his eyes. Now for the rings. Carson called as the next two little brothers, Thomas and Teddy, both ran up to the altar with the rings. Thomas came next to me with the ring I had for Thane, and Teddy went next to Thane. I reached down to Thomas, who opened the ring box for me and pulled out the ring I bought for Thane. Thanks, Thomas. I gave him a high five. I turned back to Thane, who held his left hand out to me, and I slid the ring, that was molded to look like tree bark, onto his ring finger and vowed, I love you always. Thane then turned to Teddy and pulled out a beautiful ring. He held my left hand in his as he slipped my ring onto my finger. It was a beautiful gold ring with a pink oval-shaped diamond in the middle, which was surrounded by smaller diamonds. The ring itself also had the appearance of a tree bark, just as the neck. I love you always, he vowed when he finished. We both turned and looked at Carson impatiently, and he gave us both a grin as he declared, I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Blackwood. You may now kiss the... But before he could finish, Thane pulled me into his arms and placed a deep kiss on lips. I would have depended if it was for the fact that we were standing in front of his dad and the rest of the pack. I heard a few whistles and blushed as we pulled away. Thane scooped me into his arms bridal style and whisked me down the aisle. I love you, wife. He chuckled as he swooped me off my feet and walked us down the aisle as everyone threw rose petals above us. It was quite the fairy tale wedding. Soon after the wedding ceremony, the pack transformed the clearing into a reception area. All the log seating were moved and replaced with dozens of long park benches that each had a fresh leaf centerpiece that ran down the entire table. Enthusiasm In the middle of all the tables was a wooden and dance floor that was accompanied by the members of the pack who played the violin and piano beautifully. Thane and I had just cut our cake, which was a semi-naked layered cake with fresh flowers and berries. We sat at the head table enjoying the pack celebration. Thane had his arm wrapped around my shoulder as I leaned into him and had my hand resting on his thigh before he gently pulled away to look at me and held his hand out. "May I have this dance?" I stared at his hand unsure since I had two left feet, and now that I had a pair of heels on, the chance of me falling was high. "We've done this already, remember," he said in assurance. I nodded and grabbed hold of his hand as he pulled us both to our feet and walked us over to the empty dance floor. www. YouTube. Conwatch. V-Alt-6E-8-OF-6E. The violin and piano players began playing a beautiful, melodic piece, and to my surprise a pack member grabbed a microphone and began singing as I placed one of my hand on Mana's shoulder and the other in his awaiting hand as one of his arms knit around my waist. He lifted me so that my feet were on his as he elegantly swept us around the dance floor. His piercing gaze on my eyes made my heart thump faster, and I felt such a deep connection to him. "Thank you," I whispered to him. "What for?" His eyebrows crinkled in confusion. "For all of this. This dance. Bringing me here. All of it, even if I said I wanted none of it. You know me when I don't even know myself." I smiled at him. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on my lips. "You don't need to thank me for anything, Mrs. Blackwood." And with that he dipped me, and from my low view I could see everyone staring at us lovingly and cowed and help the blush that spread on my cheeks. He pulled me back up with a grin. "Mr. Blackwood, you should be more careful with your wife." He let go of my hand and wrapped it around my waist, and I secured both arms around his shoulders as he pulled me closer. He placed his lips on my forehead. "He'll keep you safe, but I can't say anything about tonight." I stared at him with wide eyes at his underlying suggestion and playfully his chest as the song was over. With one last brief kiss, Thane set me back on my feet and everyone erupted in an applause. Then S. father came up to me and his mom joined Thane in a dance. "Official welcome to the family, Emery," Carson said as the other song began and we danced on. "Thank you, Carson. It's an honor to be a part of the pack." I grinned. "And the pack is humbled to have you as our Nulu alongside Thane. I could tell they all love you already." He looked around us at the surrounding crowd, which some have also joined us on the dance floor. "I can only hope to be as half as great as and undo justice to being there for everyone." "Oh, you sound like a Luna already. Just remember not to burn yourself out, and if you're unsure of something, just trust your heart and your instincts. They're always the best judge. You don't ever need their approval in making decisions. Remember that and you will be golden." "That means a lot, Carson. I know we can never replace your family, Emery, but I want you to consider us all as your family. If you ever need some good old dad advice, I'm here for you, and Anne is always there to give you her wise motherly advice," he said as the song finished and I felt tears brimming my eyes. "Dad, I left you with my wife for a few minutes and you already made her cry." Thane scolded his father as he approached us with Anne. "No, that's not it, Thane." I shook my head at him and wrapped my arms around Carson and thank you. "Thank you again, Carson. Now, my child, today's your wedding. You can't be shedding any tears." I pulled back and he wiped away that escaped me. "Just remember what I said and that's all that matters to me." "I will. It's just I really miss my family. But I'm glad I have you all." I looked at all three of them and saw Thane looking a bit worried, and pulled me into a hug next. "We're always here for you, Emery, and welcome to the family, sweet child. You're now my daughter, so if you ever need anything, and I mean anything." She pulled away and looked at Thane. "Even if that anything is to put my son in his place if he makes you sad, I'm here for you." "Thank you, Anne." I smiled at her and felt much better knowing that I had a family here with me. With that, Anne Carson went on to join the others on the dance floor, and Thane cupped my chin and lifted my face so I was looking at him, and he kissed under both my eyes where there were just tears. "I tried to make this day as perfect as I could, fit as I could, and deliver the one thing you actually wanted," he whispered in defeat. I placed both my hands on the sides of his face. "Hey, no. Today was perfect all because of you. As I said before, I love you and that is all that matters to me in this moment." I'm just a bit homesick, but I'm not asking for miracles, Thane. You did your absolute best and you have no idea how much I appreciate that. Are you sure? I have never been more sure of anything in my life. You're my family now, and once you love me, I will forever be sure. I gave him a happy smile and kissed his lips. Let's get out of here then, so I can finally show you how much you mean to me. He took my hand in his and started to lead us away from everyone. But the party is still going on. I laughed even though I happily followed him. They wouldn't miss us. I'm sure they will. Then I'm pretty sure they'll know not to disturb us. He gave me a wink and swept me off my feet. Chapter 28, Secrets Finally Home. Thane says he opened the front door of our home with me still in his arms. Bridal style. As he crossed the threshold. That sounds nice. I smiled as he walked us all the way to our bedroom, which was littered with rose petals and candles. The door that led to the backyard was opened and allowed the cool night breeze inside. I took in the sight before me in complete awe. You did this. Spent the entire morning setting it up for you. He pet my cheek. It's incredibly beautiful. Thank you. My heart was literally overflowing with love for this man. He set me down next to the bed and gave me a devilish smile. Should I give you a few minutes? I meekly nodded my head and appreciated the time to gather my bearings. Okay. But don't take off the dress, he whispered in my ear. As he walked out the door, I went into the bathroom and grabbed some wipes and face wash to remove all my makeup, which surprisingly held up after all my crying. I also removed the clip Jane gave me as well as all my jewelry except my ring, and kept it all secure. I splashed my face with some cold water to make myself realize what was about to happen. Thane and I were finally going to complete our mating and he was going to mark me. Considering all this was my first time, I was completely nervous and suddenly very insecure about my body. I tried to shake off my nerves and took a few deep breaths before I walked back into the bedroom just as Thane came back with 2 glasses of champagne. Thank you. I really needed this. I gladly took the glass from him and hope it provided the much-needed liquid courage. I practically gulped the glass down as set it as Thane watched me with amused eyes. Are you sure you're ready for this? He asked me gently as he set his glass down after taking a sip. I gave him a smirk. I've been the one in this relationship trying to seduce you, Thane. I should be asking you that. He grabbed my arms and pulled me flush against him. Oh yeah, then why don't you show me what you got, love? But before I could even deliver, he plastered his lips to mine in a fierce and passionate kiss that left me breathless. I immediately granted him access and allowed him to explore my mouth as I tasted the fruitines of the champagne on his lips. He was intoxicating and I wanted nothing more than to drown in him. My hand wandered to his suit jacket and I unbuttoned it and pushed it off his shoulders as he stepped out of his shoes. I pulled my lips away from his to catch my breath, but he continued his attack as he moved to my neck and nibbled on the spot where he was supposed to mark me. My hands continued their nimble work on his shirt and practically ripped it open as the shirt buttons flew off and scattered around the room. Not paying heed to my hesitance as I ran my hands down his rock-hard abs until I reached the fly of his pants, but his hands quickly stopped my work. Let's take this slow, he pleaded as he looked into my eyes. I could see the passion and determination to mark me in his eyes, but he wanted to slow things down just to make sure I was all right and well taken care of. I gave him a smile. Not too slow now, Alpha. He let out a feral growl at my choice of words. He spun me around and gently undid my hair from its braid until it cascaded down my back. He moved his hands to wrap around me and placed his mouth near my ear. You look even more beautiful with your hair down. I cowled and held the blush that formed on my cheeks as he turned me back to face him. And you look even better with your pants off. I bite my lip to suppress my smile as his cheeks turned pink, but he chuckled. He kissed my collarbones before removing the 2 lace pieces from my arms and callously threw them on the ground. He spun me back around and moved his hands to my back. He placed his mouth on my neck and nibbled the sensitive area as he took his sweet time unlacing the back of my dress. I cowled and held the moan that escaped me from the sensual work on my neck as his hands trailed up and down my exposed back. I take it you're enjoying yourself, he whispered against my neck as he finished unlacing my dress. But before I could respond, his hands peeled my dress off my body. I promised to take care of you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. he mumbled before he spun me around and laid me gently on the middle of the bed. Because my dress was strapless, I didn't have on a bra and I was suddenly very exposed, so I wrapped my arms around my chest and quickly hid myself from his view. He climbed over me on the bed and placed his hands on my own. "Don't hide from me, love. I want to see all of you. Every inch and every curve." He gave me an assuring look and I gingerly removed my hands from concealing my upper body. I heard him let out a deep breath and a groan, and when I fixed my gaze back onto him, he was looking at me like he was about to get on his knees and worship me. "Beautiful," he whispered before placing kisses all over my face. He then moved to my feet to remove my heels one at a time and then placed small kisses from my ankle all the way up my body. He took my lips into his again before he moved away and peppered kisses down my jaw and towards my neck. "Tu extraordinaire, Mademoiselle. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm," he asked with passion filled in his tone. "I've been for months now, Mr. Blackwood." He chuckled against my neck. "I love you, Mrs. Blackwood." He positioned his mouth at my neck and I felt his canines protrude as he licked the spot on my neck he was going to mark before his teeth sank into the flesh. I let out a scream at the searing pain that his canines initially caused, and I could feel his hands on my sides caressing me as a form of comfort. He retracted his canines and he licked the wound, and suddenly a wave of pleasure took over my entire body and all signs of pain vanished and I was consumed in ecstasy. "I'm so sorry, love," he mumbled into my neck. I shook my head and tried to gather my words. "No, don't be, because that was incredible." I felt his body shake as he chuckled. Soon after, our remaining clothing joined the rest on the floor. I woke up to sound of birds chirping outside and a heavy arm wrapped around me. I opened my eyes to see a peaceful-looking Thane asleep next to me. After he marked me last night, I felt completely in love with him and as if our souls were somehow stitched together in one. It was an unbreakable bond that was suddenly forged between us like a string attaching us together, and I suddenly felt how H.E.'s been describing he felt for me all this time. It was pure, unconditional love. It was happiness, sorrow, pleasure and pain all wrapped up into one. I cowed and stopped looking at him and thinking how in love I was with him. It terrified me and made me excited at the same time. It was like the last fragment of the wall I built around myself since I've forgotten he suddenly vanished without a trace of returning. Since he marked me, everything last night felt 10 times more meaningful than it would have if Thane didn't mark me. I stretched and felt the soreness between my legs as I was pretty sure Thane wanted to ensure got pregnant last night, and him just going to leave it at that. "Morning, love." Thane grinned at me without opening his eyes high. I whispered with a smile as he peered open his eyes with a loving gaze. "Last night was amazing," I heard in my head and audibly gasped. "How do you do that?" I asked Thane. He smirked at me. "When I marked you last night, it was your last little ritual for you to join the pack, and one of the perks is mind communication." I quickly sat up and secured the sheets around me. "Tell me how to do it." He sat up as well, allowed the sheets to drop from his torso, and lay dangerously low on his waist as he leaned back on the headboard. "Well, just think about anyone in the pack that you want to reach, and if you feel them in your mind, then Mind Link is open, and then you just keep thinking of that person or persons and what you want to communicate to them," he explained. I took a deep breath and thought of Thane as I looked him in the eye, and funny enough I felt his presence in my mind and thought, this is by far the coolest thing I have ever done. From his grin alone I knew I mind-linked him. "Tu extraordinaire, Mademoiselle. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Is that so? And to think all that moaning last night would have been Thane. I scolded out loud and he laughed at my embarrassment. Okay, we'll stop. But just to let you know that if you want to block anyone from mind-linking you, just try to envision a wall in your mind. It's a bit tricky at first and requires some practice, but you'll get it in no time, he promised. "This is going to be so much easier to reach you," I said it in excitement. He leaned over to me and said, "Enough with mind linking. Where's my morning kiss?" I rolled my eyes at his change of topic but happily obliged him and gave him a sweet kiss before pulling away in a wince since I moved a bit and felt some pain. He looked at me worriedly. "Are you all right? What hurt?" I gave him an assuring look. "I'm fine, it's just that last night really made me a bit sore." I blushed at the explanation. Well, we've got to make a kid somehow. He winked. I knew you were only trying to get me pregnant. He raised his hands in defense. Well, that and I honestly couldn't keep my hands off you. Well, unlucky for you. You need to give me some time to recuperate. I scared him. He groaned. You're eager to make me suffer, but I don't want to hurt you anymore. He moved closer and kissed my head. Why don't you go take a shower and I'll go whisk up some breakfast? Sounds wonderful. I smiled as he got up stark naked from the bed and casually strolled to the closet for a pants and then left for the kitchen by sending me a wink when I couldn't take my eyes off him. When he was out of sight, I gingerly got off the bed and walked to the bathroom. I looked at my reflected in the mirror and admired the print of that S-canines on my neck, which was permanently adhered to me. Despite my healing abilities, the mark from a mate was a sacred symbol that remained on the skin no matter what. On the other side of my neck, however, was covered in fading love bites. Thank goodness for super healing. After I brushed my teeth, I took a hot shower to help soothe the pain between my thighs and relax me. By the time I was finished, I could smell pancakes from the bedroom. As I exited the bathroom in a short, yellow sundress, I spotted some fresh wildflowers on the bed with a small note from Thane. It read as promised, hand-picked flowers every morning. The gesture touched my heart and was something I could easily get used to. I quickly noted the changed sheets that was then doing and walked out the bedroom and towards the kitchen with a smile on my face and the flowers in my hand. Thane was stacking the pancakes onto plates on the counter and looked at peace and full of joy. That's until I sat down and his expression turned into one of a poker face which he made when he was mind-linking with someone. It took a brief minute for whoever it was to relay the message, and when he looked at me, I felt a cold detachment from him and it scared me. Thane, what's wrong? I walked up to him and asked in concern. He stepped back and out of reach from me and said in a cold tone, You were going to sacrifice one of my pack members to a hunter. Then, like a pile of bricks hitting me back to reality, I looked at the clock and saw it was after 2 in the afternoon, which meant I woke up later than expected, which means someone probably found Jake in the pack. And by the look on the N's face, I truly messed up. Yesterday, I was basking in the sweetness of marrying him. Today, I watched him tear my friend's throat apart with his own teeth. Chapter 29, The Beast. Thane, I swear I can. No. He growled angrily at me, and it was the first time that he had ever channeled that amount of rage at me. Guess the fairy tale dream from yesterday was over. Please, hear me out. I tried again and stepped closer to him, but he walked away towards the bedroom with his back to me. I don't want to hear it. Get dressed. We're about to meet the vile human who thought he could dare come into my land and take one of my wolf. I walked behind him to try and get through to him, but he slammed the bedroom door in my face and I heard the telltale sign of the lock clicking. He really just locked me out of the room and refused to listen to me. I wanted to yell at him but knew he wouldn't listen, so I tried my new power out. Mind link. I tried to envision and reach Thane in my mind, but I couldn't feel his presence and knew he was blocking me out. My stomach was in knots and I was scared about how Thane was going to treat the situation, but he wouldn't listen to anything that I had to say. Within 5 minutes, Thane emerged from the bedroom freshly showered and dressed. He looked confused to see me still standing there outside the door, but after looking me up and down he stepped around me and muttered, Grab your shoes. Not knowing what else I could do but go along with the situation, I hurriedly grabbed a pair of tennis shoes and slipped them on my feet before following him out the door. Pancakes and marriage forgotten, Thane walked ahead of me at a fast pace and I could barely catch up, especially since the pain I had didn't completely subside. I couldn't help but slow down a bit when I couldn't manage to walk any faster, and Thane abruptly stopped but didn't dare turn back. Keep up, would you? My lady bits are sore. Would you slow down? I grinned out because he was infuriating. He turned back slightly and glanced at me with a worried expression, but it was gone as soon as it came. Instead of apologizing, he kept going, but at a noticeably slower pace. I realized we were headed towards the crypt when we passed the pack house, and even though Jake deserved to rot in hell, I couldn't condone the death of anyone, human, wolf or rogue. We made it to the crypt a little longer than usual because of my slow pace, but as we walked up to the underground building, I realized we weren't going inside because a few pack members surrounded someone who was on their knees, restrained in the grass a few meters away from the crypt. As we made it closer, though, I realized it was Jake. It was a guy named Ian. He was Jake's best friend and a hunter as well. I felt a sudden chill down my spine because it meant that Jake was still out there with the knowledge of the wolves. To my agent extraordinaire, my jeune noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luna. Everyone greeted us as we met them. I could see Ian staring at me in shock as if he couldn't believe I was actually there. This is the sedative we found back in the pack house. Lucas handed over the needle that Jake gave me that day and I gasped at the sight of it. How did they even find it? I could see Thane tense and I felt the anger radiating off of him as he looked at the vial of liquid before turning to glare daggers at me. But it was just his eyes on me. It every owner's eyes giving me a shocked and outraged glare. How do you find this? Thane asked the question I was thinking. Lucas glanced at Ian with a sickening expression. He said he gave the Luna 3 days ago when he found her here, so Bailey went in and sniffed it out. Even Bailey must think him a bad guy now. Thane just nodded his head and handed back the needle to Lucas. So this is our little human, Thane said in a deadly playful voice as he bent down and gripped Ian's chin to force him to look into the S eyes, which shifted to red, which meant his wolf wanted out. And the dog. Ian spat in disgust. Thane drew a fist back and punched Ian square in the nose to the point where he was bleeding. Don't forget who has the power here. Thane growled, and tried to wipe the blood off on his shoulder with a bit of struggle since he was restrained while Thane raised to his full height. Now I heard that you know my wife here. Thane said the word with disdain. Care to enlighten the rest of us on the little story you told my friend earlier? He said in a command instead of a request. I was about to protest, but Ian cut in. Your wife. What the hell, Emery? Ian's aunt. I gave him a warning look to shut up before he got himself killed. Well, if you look at that. They do know each other. Thane chuckled without an ounce of humor. So is this your ex-Emery? The guy who wanted to plant that chip in your arm? Then his expression changed to one of understanding. Oh, I'm right, aren't I? After you met me that night you ran along and let him stick some chip in you so you could lead them here. Ian looked confused. Emery, what the hell is he talking about? Thane looked back and forth between us. You aren't the ex. Thane, let me explain. Please. I begged. Thane acted as if I hadn't uttered a word and I could see Bo giving me a sympathetic look and I hoped that someone would hear me out. I walked closer to Thane and grabbed his shoulder, but he flinched as if my touch burnt him. Don't. Thane backed away from me with closed eyes and a pained expression. Don't fucking touch me right now, Emery. His eyes opened and I could see the pained expression he held. Heck, because of the mate bond I felt his pain and anger, and it was so unbearable since it was mostly directed at me. Just let me explain. Please. I tried with him. For all I know. The same way you hid the fact that he was here. You might lie to us all about what really happened. Thane growled. Listen. I'll tell you. Ian sighed. And what makes you think I'll believe you? Thane growled. Because I don't have a reason to lie, do I? Ian pointed out. Lucas snapped at him. It's clear that you humans are liars. I stared at Lucas in complete horror. Thane. I trailed off as I felt useless. He didn't even look at me as he said, I'd rather hear him than her right now. I felt the blow to my heart and couldn't believe he was acting like this. So you better start talking, human. Before I starting breaking your fingers. Ian shot me a terrified look and even I felt scared for him. I nodded my head for him to go on and noted that Thane was glaring at our silent communication. Start talking. Now then he roared. Ian cringed back but spoke up anyways. What do you want to know? Why don't you start with how you got here? Lucas answered. Ian shot me one last look before he proceeded. About 3 months ago Jake started to act strange. He started hanging out with this new chick in town and then suddenly he started talking about the beast again, as if we were any closer to finding you all. He gave Thane and the other guys a glare. What new chick? Thane pressed. He never said what her name was and we never saw her, but she was suddenly shacking up with him. Anyways, It was as if she knew everything about what happened on the night of the ritual. According to Jake's new hookup, she said it was a werewolf that took Emery that night. Ian looked at Van's glowing red eyes and gulped. He only told me. No one else did, but I didn't believe him. We followed an elderly woman out to the forest and saw her transform into this animal. Jake made us this type of spray that concealed our scent. He said that way she wouldn't know we followed her. But I saw it, Emery. He gave me a look of revelation. I saw what they are. They're no humans. They're beasts. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dogs. Large wolves. Ian shuddered at the memory, but the only thing crossing my mind was Jane's safety, which was now compromised. Thane turned back around and glared at me. If something happens to Jane, it wouldn't. I tried to convince us both and hoped she hadn't left yet. Go find my grandmother and ensure she stays in the pack. Thane growled out orders to one of the pack members, who shifted immediately and ran. Holy shit. He unscrambled back on the ground and gasped in horror at the wolf before he turned to look at me. You know what they are and you're still here. You're married to one. He accused me as if I betrayed everyone. And I had betrayed everyone. But it was the humans. It was the wolf that I betrayed. My own pack. It's not what you think. I tried to reason. Emery, they take a human from us every 20 years. They took you. They kill whoever seeks them out. You know that, and yet you stand here and tell me it isn't what I think. Ian shouted angrily. Thane grabbed Ian's face. Don't you dare raise your voice or even look at her. Do I make myself clear? Great. Now he wanted to act like my mate. I nodded and gulped in nervousness before he went on. Only Jake and I know what you are, and when he figured out how to get here through the mountains. He came to find Emery. He trailed off. But Lucas pressed him to go on. Impatiently. But when we came here that day, there was a dog around. He trailed off, contemplating what he was about to say. But before it could attack us, another one of you guys came out and killed it for us, so we were set. After that we tried to lure Emery out into the forest away from you guys, but we saw her greet another one of you in the forest without surprise, and we knew you creatures brainwashed her, so we left. The rogue that was dead the night you meted Den in the forest. Thane muttered in confusion. But that doesn't make any sense, because no one in the pack reported the dead rogue until I stumbled upon the body. Lucas looked confused as well. What did the wolf who helped you look like? Ian thought about it before he said, I'm not sure. Maybe black or brown. It happened so fast that Jake and I just backed away from the scene before we got caught. Lucas didn't look convinced but nodded for Ian to continue. Jake couldn't leave it at that though. He had to make sure everyone knew what was out here, so that's why he came back a few days ago. To get Emery's help. You see, no one would believe us. To hunt is dead set on the fact that mythical werewolves exists. We couldn't kidnap the old lady from town either, because she's an elder and everyone knows her as being human. So our best option was for Emery to get us a wolf. I thought it would be harder to convince her, that's why I didn't risk coming back out here, but when Jake returned saying that she agreed, I was shocked. Enthusiasm. Ian glanced at me and growled at him, or maybe it was at me. I was sure. And what exactly did your friend ask my wife? Thane asked in a dangerously low voice. Ian looked at me guiltily, and I knew he felt bad because despite coming here for a wolf, he didn't understand the situation like I did. He just assumed he'd been taken hostage, and back when I knew him in Fairbin, he was an extremely kind guy, so he must have just wanted to help me. He asked her to sedate one of you animals and bring him or her to the back of that big house where he met Emery a few days back. But he sent me instead and just said to get the wolf. Nothing more. That's why I'm here. Ian concluded. Why would he send you instead of coming here himself? Lucas questioned. Ian sighed and went on. He probably assumed Emery wouldn't give him what he wanted and that she would hand over the wolf to me without much of a fuss. When Lucas gave him a confused expression, he continued. Because A cheats her ex. For all he knows, she probably told one of you guys and would have had him killed. Me, on the other hand. Well, if he always been nice to Emery and her sister, so I doubt she would want me dead. Well, you're going to be dead in a few minutes, so don't count your luck. Thane snarled in resentment. I gasped. Thane, you can't kill him. Thane glared at me as if I betrayed him. I will. If you can't be bothered about the own pack you vowed to protect yesterday, then I'm going to have to be the one to make the decisions around you, Remory. He grated out. But HES done nothing wrong, Thane. By even stepping foot on my land, he should be dead already. For planning to take one of my wolves, he should be dead already. You will pay for your betrayal and his crimes. He snapped at me with a deadly look, and I cowed and helped but recoil back. Thane. I pleaded with him, and he finally turned his full attention to me. Leave us. He commanded the other guys, and they all walked away as Thane. He and myself all remained there. You can't kill him, Thane. HES human and HES got a family back home. Why are you so adamant that I not kill him? He asked calmly, and I felt scared by his sudden change in behavior. Because he was a friend to me back home. I reasoned. But this is your home now, Emery, and I don't care about his family. The wolf you would have sacrificed would love had a family too, and yet you were going to throw him to the hunters. He said in disbelief. I said that I could explain what happened. I pleaded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's no words you could say to me that would make this okay, Emery. Don't you see that? And I could tell his alpha exterior was cracking into one of hurt. I was going to do it. I yelled at him in frustration. Your words have little meaning to me now. He shrugged me off. I didn't mean to hurt you, Thane. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I was only trying to protect the pack. I said as a tear slid down my cheek. Protect the pack. The only one you care about is yourself and your human family. You're wrong, and you know you are. I croaked out. At the sight of my teardrops. Then S' expression hardened. Save the drama, Emery. We may be mated, but what you did today could never be forgiven. Never. Don't push me away, Thane. Please. I just let me explain. Please. I grabbed onto his cheeks and tried to reach him through our bond, but I could feel his presence recoil from me as if he was feelings on the mate bond. I need to do what needs to be done, Emery. He knows about us, and so does your ex. We can't have him running around knowing that we exist. He completely expelled all his emotions and removed my hands from him. Thane, you promised you wouldn't kill anyone else. Please. I tried one last time for Ian, who looked like he was about to pass out. I made that promise to the woman I fell in love with, was his only words as he approached Ian. After us done with him, he gestured to Ian. You'll go find your ex-lover. You'll drag him back here so you could see the look on his face when he finds out you married the enemy. You'll show him what the beast really looks like, and then. He gave me a smile that sent chills down my back. Then I'll kill him with my own two hands, along with that girl who's been feeding him information on us. I ran up behind Thane and grabbed onto his shoulder to stop his approaching from to Ian, but he called for Bo and Lucas. They both grabbed my arms and pulled me back from Thane as he spoke in a chilling tone. Take her back to our house and ensure she remains put. He shifted instantly after that and circled Ian. Ian gave me a panicked look, and there was nothing I could do. Nothing he could do to save himself. His eyes were still piercing my soul as Thane pounced on him with a fierce growl and bit into his neck. The blood from a boy I once called my friend was now splattered around his body and on the S-Wolf as the life drained from his eyes, and he took a piece of my soul with him. For the life of me I cowled and looked away as Thane basically teared Ian's head off and mutilated his body. I didn't even realize I was screaming until Bo pulled me into his chest and I let it all go and sobbed. Sobbed for my friend and my broken heart caused by Thane. Besides and being a friend, the sight of the true thing carved a horrifying image into my head. The image of what I expected the beast to be when I first encountered him. And lo and behold, my nightmare was standing right in front of me, tearing another human into pieces because of my mistake. I feel sick. I mumbled and pulled away from Bo as I turned around and hurled. I felt someone hold my hair back, but I knew it was Thane because I felt his presence leave and I knew he ran off. Bo held me up as he and Lucas escorted me back to the house with Thane. I spent our dreamy wedding night, which felt like it was years ago as my memory was now marred with the image of a dead Ian. Fairy tales suck. Reality always catches up with you sooner or later. Chapter 30, Alpha's Orders. By the time we made it to the house, I didn't know if I wanted to vomit or pass out. I just rushed to the bathroom while Bo followed me, but I shut the bathroom door before he could see the events that unfolded. I sank down next to the toilet and emptied my stomach until I was at the point where I was dry heaving. I flushed the toilet and shifted over to lean back against the bathtub because I felt as if all the energy in my body was drained and I had nothing else left to pick myself up. I felt cold and empty as I pulled my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around myself. The further Thane went, the less I could feel him within me, but his pain was still very prominent. I knew he was hurting, but he never gave me a chance to explain, without realizing it. The tears were back with a vengeance, and since I've been in this pack, I have never cried more in my life. I couldn't help the sobs that came as I recalled how Thane killed Ian. He said he couldn't forgive me, but I couldn't forgive him for what he did. The sight of my ring and my tattoo only made the tears pour harder, and rain during a storm. I know I should be picking myself up, but the pain made me incapable of doing such a thing. Thane had my heart and he squashed it in his hands, and nothing made me angrier. He even had the audacity to promise he wouldn't ever intentionally hurt me, and that is exactly what he did less than 4 hours after making our vows. But a promise is a fool's comfort, and I was an idiot for forgetting that. I heard a knock on the door. Not now, Bo. It isn't Bo. I heard a female voice and knew exactly who it was. You better unlock this door before I kick it down. I tried to brush the tears away, even though they kept falling as I managed to crawl over to the door and twist the lock. I pushed myself back towards the the door opened to reveal a worried-looking Caroline. By the sight of her, I lost it because I couldn't take it if someone else hated me. I covered my face as I heard her rush over, sat next to me and pull me into her arms. We sat like that for a while, with me crying my eyes out and Caroline comforting me in her warm embrace. After my tears turned to quiet hiccups, she finally spoke up. Are you okay? The only thing I could do was shake my head no. I know what everyone thinks you did, but I don't have to know you for as long as they have to know that you could never do that, Emery. I don't believe it one bit, and I want you to know that neither does Bailey or Bo or Delilah and most of the pack, she explained. I turned to look at her in shock. That's not possible. She pulled away from me and fanned before her nose. You really need some mouthwash, Em. She laughed and lightened the mood considerably. A small smile graced my face as she helped pull me to my feet. She pushed herself up and sat on the countertop, where I got to work on removing the awful soreness that plagued my mouth after emptying my stomach. You showed me kindness when I'm sure everyone else in the pack would leave for being rogue, Caroline began. If you hadn't helped Bo that night in bringing us together, then I'm sure I would have been tortured down there. Heck, you saved all the rogues down there, even the bad guys, because you told your mate to stop torturing them. I rinsed my mouth out and set my toothbrush aside as I faced her. Caroline, I began to shake my head, but she stopped me. No, Emery, you couldn't even stand knowing that other werewolves who were at a park were being killed. So then how could it be possible for you to just throw someone you know to the hunters? You wouldn't do that, especially since you and Thane are married and you've never been closer to the pack. They're your family and friends, Emery. She stopped and pulled my face to look in her eyes to see her sincerity. You could never do that, and I'm going to fight by your side to ensure that everyone, including that arse of a mate you got, knows that. Count me in, I heard Bo said behind me as he stepped into the bathroom. Honey, it's girl time. Caroline scolded her mate as he walked up to her side. Hey, someone has to be here to fill in for Bailey. He rolled his eyes. Plus Thane has a thing to coming his way with this one angry at him. He pointed to me. Is Bailey angry with me? I asked instead. Caroline placed her hand on my shoulder. Oh, no way. It's just that her mom has been keeping her trapped in the pack house since she's pregnant, and you know her mom already hates your guts for what happened to Abigail. And Lucas also wants her to stay out of this. Bo added, and I knew that Lucas was siding with Thane. Great. Even the beta hates me. I scrubbed my hands down my face in defeat. Is he still out there? I pointed out the door. No, he left to go find Thane. Bo answered. This is all my fault. I shook my head and felt like an anxiety attack was coming on. Caroline jumped off the counter and held my arms. Hey, just breath him. I tried to listen to her and catch my breath. Deep breaths in and out, she instructed. When that wasn't working, she pulled me into the bedroom. Okay, just sit on the bed and pull your knees up and tuck your head between your legs. She instructed me, but I already knew what to do since it happened before. I tried to breathe in and out and control my stress and anxiety, but it wasn't working. Thane somehow became my antidote, and now he was gone. I felt my breathing become shorter and my throat was closing up. My mind was wreaking havoc. I felt a hand brushing me hair and Caroline's voice. Breathe, Emery. Breathe. He loves you. You love him. Remember that. I used her words and pictured yesterday in my mind. The feelings, the emotions, and somehow it worked to balance myself for the moment. I took a few minutes to catch my breath and regulate my heart rate before looking at her. How do you know to do that? I asked her as I unfolded myself. After my pack died and I became a rogue, it happened pretty frequently because I was just a kid without anyone. So I tried that and it helped. She smiled at me, but I could see the pain in her eyes from talking about her past. Maybe I should mind link Thane and tell him to come back and hear you out, Bo said worriedly. I shook my head instantly. No, I don't want him here right now. He decided what he wanted to believe and I'm not going to apologize for something I thought was right. I shouldn't have to explain my side of the story for him to trust me. Achias known me for months and he'd married me, and therefore he should have been able to tell that I was being honest in trying to help the pack. At that moment I felt stronger and knew that I couldn't forgive Thane for what he did easily. He should know that I would never hurt anyone. He should have listened. I felt the pain in my chest strike again. In with Emery on this one. Thane should have trusted her enough to at least listen to her side of the story. Caroline declared. And just because he is your mate doesn't mean he deserves the benefit of the doubt. Thank you, Caroline. I showed her my appreciation with a small smile. And you, Bo. I trained him well. Caroline giggled and sent Bo a wink. Now why don't you take a little rest and we'll be right in the living room if you need us. I nodded my head despite knowing I wouldn't be able to close my eyes without seeing Ian's dead eyes and lifeless body. The pair left me to my lonesome and I took a pillow off the bed and sat myself on the sofa in our room. The more I sat on the bed, the more I remembered last night, and I didn't want to plague the good memories with the bad or lay on the same bed that contained happiness. It just didn't feel right without Thane next to me. I set the pillow on one end and kicked my shoes off before laying down and curling up into a ball. It was just my thoughts and myself left together, and that didn't seem like a good combination at the moment. My eyes cowled into and shut from the fright of seeing Ian's body or than bloody face. The images distorted my mind, but the fact that Caroline and Bo believed in me and faded is really what had me up. My own mate Cal didn't even trust me. I sighed and rolled onto my back and proceeded to list the reasons for not liking Thane very much at the moment while staring at the ceiling. It must have been at least Ella when I finally got bored and decided to get up and find some company. What I saw in the house, however, really baffled me. The back door leading out to the porch was concealed by a pack member standing like a soldier guarding the door, and as I looked at the front door, there stood another one, but it was a woman. From where I was standing, there was also a girl in the kitchen and a guy outside in the backyard. What the heck? I mumbled and walked over to Guy at the back door. I'm sorry, Luna, but you can't leave the house, he said formally. What? I almost choked on air. You can't. Oh, I heard you the first time. I cut him off. But tell me, why can't I leave my own house? Not that I wanted to anyways. Alpha orders why. I asked impatiently, but he refused to answer me. I am your Luna and I want to know why, I said in a commanding tone to get him to submit. The Alpha commanded all of us. He pointed to all the guards. Not to disclose that information. Yeah, because he doesn't have a good enough reason for his actions. I all but growled out as I turned and marched over to Caroline and Bo in the living room area. Why are there guards here? I asked in confusion. Thane sent them over to ensure you didn't run away, Caroline said angrily. He also made sure we didn't break you out. Bo side-eyed her and turned to me. Yes, just making sure no angry pack member or that Jake gets to you. I huffed and sat myself down across from them. Why would I run? Why would anyone from the pack want to hurt me, and how would Jake even get me? Well, firstly, Thane is still an ass and thinks you were going to sacrifice a wolf. Caroline piped in, but Bo cut in. He doesn't want you getting hurt because some, and I mean like just a few, pack members are angry at you, but I doubt they would hurt their own Luna. But most importantly, he sent someone to find Jake and the girl he has, but it would take hours to reach there, and Thane thinks that the Jake guy might be lurking outside the pack somewhere. Bo explained. She is only trying to protect you. I think Caroline's explanation is more realistic. I mumbled and kicked my feet up on the coffee table. Bo gave me a frown. Don't be so pessimistic, Emery. He loves you no matter what. You're his mate. His judgment may be a little clouded, but deep down he knows you wouldn't hurt anyone. Yeah, I doubt that. He had his chances to listen to me and he didn't. That says a lot about his love for me. I was frustrated with this entire situation. The cavalry is here. A very pregnant Bailey pushed her way into the door but was immediately blocked by the soldier. Steppers eyed Marine. Or I will tell the beta you were hustling a pregnant woman. Bailey grinned at the woman as she nodded in respect and stepped aside to let Bailey through. Bailey, I said in confusion. Oh honey. She immediately wobbled to my side and pulled me into her arms. I heard what happened. Are you okay? She's fine, Bailey, but if you don't let her go you might suffocate her. Caroline replied for me, and I was immediately released from Bailey's tight grasp. Looking at her only made the waterworks start over for some reason. She pulled me back in her arms and allowed me to cry my heart out. It's going to be all right. She comforted me. No, it isn't. I croaked out between sobs. He hates me. He killed my friend. If Jake gets here. Bailey took my face in her hands and looked at me in the eye. Nothing's going to happen, okay? Jake isn't getting within 100 miles of our land. I shook my head because she didn't know that for sure. She let me cry until my eyes ran dry. Are you all right now? She asked and I just gave her a nod. Oh, I'm so sorry about what happened to your friend Emery. She looked me over. Oh dear, you look pale and sick. Are you sure you're all right? If not, I could totally kick the alpha's ass even in my pregnant state. Her presence alone comforted me and I cowed in help, but let out a little laugh. I'm okay for now and thank you for being here. Anything for you, but you do look a bit sick. Maybe I should make you some soup. She got up from the couch and headed towards the kitchen with the other three of us in tow. Thank goodness, because I'm starving. Caroline mumbled as she, Bo and I took a seat on the bar stools at the counter while Bailey gathered her ingredients. You don't have to do this, Bailey. I'm not hungry. I smiled at her in assurance. Speak for yourself, Em. I just said I'm starving. Caroline persisted and Bailey happily continued her work. I'm making it and you all are going to eat, she said, eyeing me. Wait, how did you escape your mother? Bo questioned with a raised eyebrow. Bailey gave us a mischievous grin and mumbled with a shrug. I may or may not have locked her in the bedroom. Bailey, you evil pregnant woman, Caroline said proudly and reached across the counter to give Bailey a high five, which she happily accepted. What about Lucas? Bo queried. Bailey rolled her eyes at the question as she placed a cup of tea before me. Contrary to popular belief, Bo, my mate doesn't own or control me. He can't keep me away from Emery even if he threw me with my mother. She grinned my way. But HES with Thane, I think. Bailey watched me questioningly as if asking if he could speak about Thane in front of me, so I nodded my head. Apparently Thane ran a few miles away from the pack heading towards the human town, but Lucas managed to find him and convinced to come back because they need a strategy. They sent a wolf to scout the human and spy on him though, but just in case this happens to get bigger than we suspect. They want to formulate a plan. They're building a plan without me. I better go. Bo rose from his seat, but Caroline pulled him back down. If they wanted you there, they would have mind-linked you. She huffed. Bailey gave him a sympathetic look. She's right. After Thane killed that human, he saw you hug Emery and is pretty pissed off. Yeah, I hugged her because he was doing a godful job at protecting his mate, he said angrily. He killed that guy right in front of her and decided to flee the scene. What was I supposed to do? Leave her to pass out? You did the right thing, babe. Caroline tried to calm him down. She placed a kiss on his forehead and kept her arm wrapped around his shoulder. This is all my fault. I whispered out and lowered my head. No, honey. You just didn't expect it to escalate this far. Bailey tried to comfort me. Right, him. You did nothing wrong. Maybe if you told us what happened we can help you. Caroline tried to offer me a smile. I nodded my head because she was right. I still had to explain to someone else what went down that day. But first, drink your tea, Bailey instructed as she saw that I hadn't touched the mug, feeling as if my stomach would reject anything I had. I only took a sip before I spoke up. 3 days ago, I stopped and cleared my throat because it was very croaky. I was in the pack house alone since everyone was setting up for the wedding. That's when I saw him. Jake, my ex-boyfriend. At first I thought it was a hallucination, but when I went to the back of the pack house, at the edge of the forest, it was really him. And what did you do? Caroline pressed when I took a pause. Well, I can't deny that at first I was a bit excited to see someone from my past. I looked up and Bailey gave me an encouraging nod to go on. But that quickly went away as I realized he was actually here, and if he found out about you guys, then we would be in trouble. The thing is, before I could complete that thought he threw it in my face. He knows what you all are, and he found his way into the pack, and the only thing my mind told me to do was run. But I couldn't. The vivid memory of him gripping my arms made me shudder, and I hugged myself. I couldn't run because I had to find out how he knew, and I physically couldn't get away because he had me in his grips. I heard a growl and saw an angry Caroline, Bailey and Beau. He also knew something strange. I muttered, "What does he know?" Caroline asked in confusion. "He cut my palm because he knew I could heal," I said, and I could basically feel every ounce anger radiating off of their bodies. "He knew you could heal." Beau gasped and I nodded my head. "That's odd considering the only people who knows that are in this pack." I shrugged and went on. "He told me that a good friend of his told him where I am and about the werewolf world. But I only just found out it was some girl when Ian explained what's been happening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He tranquilized one of the wolves to get into the pack territory, and that's what he gave me to get one of the wolves to him. The moment he said he knew about werewolves, I knew he was up to something because he hunted the beast for most of his life, so finally discovering what it is, what's going to stop him from killing each and every one of you? I took a sip of the tea to help calm my nerves before I went on. I asked him what he wanted, and that was when he told me his grand plan. He wanted me to tranquilize a member of the pack and bring him or her to him so he would have proof that werewolves exists. At first I said no because it was absurd to even entertain that idea. I would rather have dyed his hands than let any one of you get locked up in some lab and tested like a rat to let him have proof to cause a war that would lead to the genocide of the werewolf race. I tried to explain. "But, you agreed?" Bailey's face twisted in confusion as she asked. I couldn't deny him. "And why the hell not? We would all have been able to take him," Caroline expressed. "No was around and he had silver bullets." At that, they all went deadly silent. The bullet would have hit anyone before you could kill him, so I agreed. He said if I didn't, he would wage a war between the hunters and werewolves. He would lead them all here, and I couldn't have that. I scrubbed my hands down my face in agony. "But if you gave them a wolf, they would have done it anyways," Beau pointed out. "I know, and that's what I told him, but if I agreed to it he would warn me before he attacked so that Thane and I could run away and he would let us live. And you accepted that." Caroline almost fell off her stool, accusing me. "No." I groaned out. "Well, yes, I did, but not for that reason. I only told him yes because he would believe me since he knew Thane and I are mates. Also, I had an agenda." I sighed and hoped they believed me. "I told him to come back in 3 because I knew Thane and I would have mated by then, so when Jake came back and I went to meet him, I could easily mind link Thane that Jake was here. Thane could have ambushed him from behind. Even if Jake kidnapped me, then Thane would have been able to track my scent since it would have been more powerful for him after we mated, and I would have been able to warn him about silver bullets as well. I wasn't going to sacrifice anyone, and I didn't want to get hurt at the time. It seemed like an efficient plan. But why didn't you tell Thane after Jake came here?" Bailey asked. Because we don't know where Jake's source is coming from, and if someone in the pack is leaking information to the girl HES with, then if I had told Thane before, everything and everyone would have been at risk. Plus he was excited for the wedding. I didn't want him to cancel it because of stupid Jake. Clearly I'm the stupid one, however, because I woke up too late, and now the mess is made. I looked at each of them as they seemed to be contemplating what I said. You guys have to believe me. I never wanted to put anyone in danger. I just wanted to get rid of Jake without any wolves dying or the humans finding out. Bailey walked around the counter and came to my side and pulled me into a hug. I believe you, honey. So do I. Even though your plan was stupid. Caroline grumbled and joined the hug. Ditto. Bo agreed with his mate. You were only trying to protect us, Emery, and I hope Thane knows that as much as we do. He didn't want to hear me out before, and he had the chance to listen. I'm not going to bother explaining myself to him now. He can believe what he wants. I shrugged in defeat. We'll forget about him for now. Let's eat. Bailey dragged our attention away from the gloomy topic back to her cooking as she grabbed a few bowls and poured some soup into each. Thank you for doing this, Bailey. I appreciated her help even though her own mother and mate didn't want her around me at the moment. She just smiled in return as I attempted to stomach the soup. My appetite was long gone, but I tried to get the hot liquid down since I had not eaten all day. However, not even Bailey's delicious cooking could be kept down as I leapt up from my seat and ran straight into the bathroom and emptied the little of what I ate. I guess the visual of Ian's pleading eyes and dead body still had me queasy. I flushed the toilet and scrubbed my mouth to get rid of the taste. I decided to take a warm bath to relax my muscles and ease the stress of the day. Are you okay? I heard Bailey's voice in my mind and jumped in fright because I had forgotten about my new ability. Yeah, I'm fine. Just need a moment. I linked back to her before I got in the shower and turned the water to scalding hot. I stepped under the water and allowed the heat to relax my tense muscles for a bit before it got to the point of feeling like my skin was on fire. I quickly scrubbed the day's grime off myself and found some comfy pajamas in the closet which I changed into before going back out to my supporters. The three were all gathered in the living room as I approached them, and Bailey gave me a sympathetic look. I'm fine. I told her before she could ask and set myself next to her and across from Caroline and Bo. Caroline pulled the conversation in the direction of a small idle chit-chat while I snuggled into the couch and kept myself warm as the fireplace burned. Before we knew it, it was after midnight and I insisted for them all to leave and get some sleep and I would be okay. Even though on the inside I wasn't okay and with the lack of company, besides my guards, it was going to be a lonely night. Not having much of anything to do, I strolled back to the bedroom, grabbed a blanket and stretched out on the sofa. Thane hadn't even bothered to return. I kept the lights on because I was terrified that the darkness would bring unwanted demons with it. But after a while, I finally fought off my demons as tiredness succumbed me to sleep. Thane and I sat in the middle of a beautiful meadow as I giggled at one of his many jokes. The sun shined brilliantly above us and the flowers were freshly blooming as if it were springtime. The smile on his face compared to nothing else I had ever seen. I ran my hand over his cheek and noticed my wedding ring gleaming in the sun. I love you, I told him, but the words didn't escape my mouth and I tried again to find my voice. I love you, but no sound came out. Then S' beautiful smile twisted into a sorrowful expression and he got off the ground. You don't love me. I love you, damn it. I tried to yell at him, but he couldn't hear me as his face contorted into heartbreak. You want to kill us all, he declared as the sky turned gloomy and the flowers around us withered and died. He turned his back to me and walked away as a strong wind struck through the meadow and tossed my hair over my eyes and concealed my view for a brief second. When I managed to pull my hair away from my view, I saw the one person who I never wanted to see again in my life. There Jake stood, concealed to the left of us by a huge tree trunk. I tried to yell at Thane to get his attention, but my voice failed me, and Jake gave me a sinister grin as he withdrew something from his jacket. A gun. I tried to get on my feet, but they felt like the anchors weighing me down and preventing me from getting up. From where I sat on the ground, I saw Jake place his finger on the trigger. And just like that, a loud sound echoed through the forest as a silver glint flashed before my eyes and flew straight to the S back. I felt as if it was slow motion as my lungs felt like they were collapsing. My heart fell to my stomach and then his body dropped to the ground, face first. I looked back over to where Jake stood, but it was empty with no sign of anyone else. My feet suddenly felt lighter, and I quickly pulled myself up and ran to my mate. I dropped down next to his body, which was laying in a pool of blood. I struggled to turn him over and grabbed onto his chest with a bullet through his body and applied as much pressure to the wound to stop the bleeding and forced as much of my healing powers into the Ness body. But I was too late. He was already dead and it was all my fault. Thane was dead. Chapter 31. Heartbroken. Wake up, Emery. Wake up. I heard someone yell and pulled me from my sleep. I peeled, my eyes opened and realized I was screaming like a banshee. I stopped my wailing as I realized it was just a nightmare and Thane was right before my eyes. He was sitting right next to me with a concerned expression. I threw my arms around him as the tears spilled out my eyes and I buried my face into his neck. I felt him tense under my arms and was slapped with reality. He pulled me away from him and got off the bed. Wait. The bed. I realized that I was sitting on the bed when I clearly remember falling asleep on the sofa in the room. It was just a nightmare, he mumbled gruffly. Are you okay? I nodded. Yeah. I'm okay. What did you dream about? That human's dead body, he said with disgust. I looked at him with absolute shock that he would throw that in my face. How could you even ask me that? Because there's clearly nothing else that matters to you except the humans. He shrugged in indifference. Well, to fact-check you, it was actually your body, lying in my arms as I watched you die. I croaked out as the pain in my chest blossomed. Me, his expression softened as he tried to reach out to me. I cut him off. No. I don't want to hear it. You know, I actually thought that you knew me better than anyone else, but you don't. You act like you have me all figured out with being the bad guy, but I'm not. I love you, and you stand there and accuse me. I know. I yelled at him. Get out. I shouldn't have said that. He stepped closer to the bed, but I recoiled. I said, get the hell out. I shouted at him as fresh tears started to stream down my face. I watched as his face contorted into guilt, but he walked out anyways and slammed the door behind him. I clutched my chest as the pain in my heart returned with a vengeance. My pain and then pain was all mixed into one through our mate bond, and it was consuming me. I felt my breathing getting labored, but it wasn't another panic attack. This time it was the symptom of a heartbreak. Something made a loud crash outside as if glass was being broken, and it frightened the living daylights out of me. I sprang out of bed and pulled open the door. It was dark, but the kitchen light was on. So I walked over, only to see Thane surrounded by broken glass. His eyes were bloodshot and I could practically see his body shaking with anger and sadness. His entire demeanor was detached and cold, unlike the warmth that I've grown so accustomed to. He stood across from me with rage, resentment, guilt and sadness, but I knew I held the same expression for him, and we just stood there, staring at each other as the minutes ticked by. He remained silent and I couldn't take it anymore. Yesterday, I croaked out because my throat felt constricted. You said that you would never intentionally hurt me. You said that I was your equal and you'd always protect me. But most importantly, you said you love me. His eyes burned with emotion, but he remained silent, so I went on. I don't know what those words meant to you, but for me it meant the world. It was a sacred promise. A promise that I reciprocated. I swallowed the lump in my throat before I continued. When I told you that I love you, I meant it. When I said that I would stand by your side and protect the pack, I meant it. I swore to the moon goddess then, and I swear to her now that I meant every word I said. But since my words mean nothing to you, then there's nothing I could say to fix this. Tears fell from my eyes as I looked at my wedding ring. My fingers fiddled with the piece of jewelry before sliding it off of my finger. I looked up at Thane and saw his eyes widen in horror. Until you put some truth behind your promises and realized that I never meant to hurt anyone. My voice caught in my throat at what I was about to do. I don't want this. I can't do this if you have no trust in me. I placed the ring on the countertop among some shattered glass that represented my heart. I looked back up at Thane, whose face was set in one of anguish and anger. Tears were at the brim of his eyes and I could tell he was trying to hold it back, but I couldn't look at him anymore. I turned around, a somber growl escaped him, and I could feel it rake through my body, but I didn't dare turn back. With every step I took towards the bedroom, I prayed that he'd call me back and apologize and hear me out. But he didn't. I hated leaving him standing thinking God knows what, with my ring on the counter, but he had to know that what he did wasn't easily forgivable. I made it to the room, shut the door and went straight to the sofa, where I buried my face in the pillow and let my emotions wash over me. I didn't know what time it was that I woke up, but there was shouting outside the bedroom door. It sounded like Thane and his father, but I had a massive headache that disrupted me from hearing what they were saying. I got off the sofa and walked towards the door to hear what they saying. I can't believe you killed this human boy in front of your mate. Have I taught you nothing? Carson roared. Dad, no. The pack isn't just yours. It's your mate's and yours together. But from what I heard, you just tossed her aside without hearing what she planned on doing. You think I haven't thought about that? Thane raised his voice. I can't get the image of her face out of my head when she saw what I did to that boy. So fix it. I can't, Dad. Thane shouted before he got quiet, and I could barely hear what he said next. She hates me. I backed away from the door as their voices died down, and I couldn't hear any more. Whatever Thane thought I felt was incorrect, but I wasn't about to tell him that. I just powdered my way to the shower and washed my tear-stained cheeks from last night at an incredibly long shower. By the time I was finished, I felt numb, physically and mentally. The first thing I found in the closet was a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt, so I pulled both on before going back to the room. A fresh bunch of flowers caught my eyes. On the bedside table laid wildflowers, and it looks like Thane could at least keep one promise. As I gingerly picked it up, I felt my throat constrict, but I refused to cry again. I placed them in the vase of water with the bunch from yesterday and then finally walked out the bedroom door. Surprise washed over me as I saw Carson sitting alone at the dining table, and Thane was leaning against the counter in the kitchen with his arms folded, and he was staring intently at the ground. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carson greeted me. Good morning, Carson. I tried to smile at him, but I'm sure it came out more like a grimace. He gave me a warm smile and nervously looked between Thane and myself before his eyes settled on my empty ring finger. And even though the ring was only on my finger for a day, I felt empty without it. It was like a physical piece of the affection, and I gave it back. Carson's eyes flashed back to mine with sorrow as he cleared his throat. Thane and I was talking, and we think it's best if you come stay with Anne, the boys and I, for a couple of days until... He trailed off as his eyes moved back to look at his son. My eyes shifted to Thane as well, but his gaze was still fixated on the floor. I gave Carson an apprehensive look. You don't have to if you don't want, he quickly inserted. I reached into my mind for Thane, and his presence was faint. But he was there. Do you want me to leave? I asked him through Mind Link, and his eyes quickly flashed up to my own. His face was expressionless, and I couldn't understand what he was thinking. It's for the best, was his only response. That's not what I asked. It doesn't matter what I want. You should just leave. He growled through the mind link before cutting himself off from me and walking out the door that led outside from the kitchen. I felt tears prickle my ears as I turned back to Carson and gave him a nod. I'll pack a bag. He nodded. I'll meet you outside. My feet felt like anchors weighing me down as I moved through our bedroom like a ghost. I found a duffel bag in the closet and threw comfortable clothing into it. Was like I needed to impress anyone. My eyes wandered over to the S side of the closet end before I could think twice and change my mind. I walked over to his shirts and packed a few that had his scent on it. After gathering a few toiletries, I was all set. I was physically leaving, but my heart was staying back in this house with Thane. I took one last look around the house, and I prayed that whatever was happening between Thane and I would soon be resolved, because my heart couldn't handle being away from him for this long. The sky outside was gloomy as I walked towards Carson's car. Thane was leaning against a tree to my right, and he kept his eyes on me as I opened the car door. I turned back and looked at him, hoping one last time that he'd say something. Come after me. Tell me not to go. But he didn't. He fixed his gaze back to the ground as I sat in the car and closed the door on my life. Ready, kiddo? Carson asked me with a grave tone, and I could only manage to nod my head in fear that my sobs would escape me. As the car drove away from the house, I looked at the rearview mirror to see Thane on his knees and his hands covering his face as his body shook. It was the first time I saw Thane broke down, and I wasn't even there to comfort him. With that last image forever painted in my mind, I turned back to look out the front. "He'll come around. Don't worry," Carson mumbled. "I'm not sure you're right." I trailed off as the rain began to pour. "Embry, darling," and pulled me into her arms as soon as we arrived at her and Carson's house. They'd already left with a den after the wedding, so it was just her, Teddy, Thomas, and my family for the time being, since my husband basically told me to get out. "Hey, Anne." I basked in the warmth of her arms after the atmosphere took a chilly turn. The rain was pouring buckets outside, and it didn't seem as if it would ease up any time soon. She pulled back and looked at me with guilt, and I knew she was filled in on my situation with Thane. "You look like you could do with something to eat." I was about to protest, but she took my hand in hers and walked us over to the kitchen, down a hallway and through the last door to the right. Her kitchen was magnificent, with a large window behind her sink and a glass door leading out to the backyard. "I just made lasagna," she said as she grabbed a plate and cut a piece for me. "I'm really not that hungry," I informed her. "Oh, nonsense," she protested. "I know Thane would want you well fed while you're here." Just hearing his name alone sent a sharp pain through my chest and then gave me a worried look. "I'm okay." She nodded but looked unconvinced as she passed me the plate. My stomach was in knots, and the last thing I wanted to do was eat, but I didn't really have a choice as Em remained in front of me with a determined expression on her face. By some miracle I got through half of it down without wanting to spill my guts out, but I couldn't eat anymore, and luckily Em understood as she set the plate aside and took me to the living room. As we sat down, she pulled a throw over my shivering form and dusted. "I never expected my son to act this way. Me and you both," I grumbled. "I can't speak for why he did what he did, but what I can say is that he loves you." I looked at her surprised, but she went on. "In not defending what he did to that boy or acting the way he is, but from the moment I saw you two together, well, I knew that my baby boy fell in love. He never takes his eyes off of you. You know, anytime I talk to him, he always goes on and on about you and how he can't wait till you to get married." Her words resonated within me, but it didn't change what happened. "At your wedding, you both looked so content, so in love. It was as if you both took the word love itself straight from a book and portrayed it right before every owner's eyes. It was magical." She wrapped her arm around my shoulders. "After I met Carson 20 years ago, it was difficult to adjust, as you know, but there is a moment that I'll never forget." I looked at her curiously. "What is it?" She gave me a sad smile. "I was already pregnant with Thane at the time, and I always liked to take walks in the forest behind the pack house. It brought a sense of tranquility to me. At that point, I've never seen a rogue or been exposed to a wolf fight, but that day, two rogues showed up. They managed to slip past our patrol and sneaked into the territory." I gasped at what she said. "What happened?" I was no match for two fully grown wolves, nor was I accustomed to using my powers, or else I would have slapped them with a branch, but they knew I was the Luna. One of them pounced on me. I fell and cracked a rib. The other one bit my leg and there was blood everywhere. My heart was pounding rapidly as she recalled her encounter with some rogues. I was sure I would have lost Thane that day, but I didn't, obviously. Carson came to find me in no time and teared the two rogues apart in front of my eyes. "You know why?" "Because he was protecting you," I answered. She smiled. "That's right. He killed them because he almost lost his mate and child at their hands. At first I was angry at him and repulsed that he could do such a thing, but then I thought about Achias, a werewolf. It's his instinct to kill anything that threatens the livelihood of his pack. I must admit it took a while for me to get accustomed to the idea that he was killing others just so that I could survive, but I knew in the long run that the pack needed me and my kids needed me. The rogues would just kill us anyways if we don't do something. However, that revelation didn't come easy to me. Carson and I fought about it. He was angry at me for going into the woods alone that day, and I was angry at him for what he did. We were both stubborn and wouldn't hear the other one out. So how did you resolve it? By talking. She grinned. It took us a while, but we were madly in love just like Thane and you. We couldn't go a day without talking, so we fought again, and then we worked it out. But it isn't that simple for us. It's different than a few rogues. The guy was my friend. I know, sweetheart. The endearment instantly reminded me of Thane and the fact that since he found out about Jake, H.E.S. only called me Emery. I'm not saying that what he did is the same or that it's untied. I know it's going to take some time for things to heal between you two. But what he did was to protect you. He shouldn't have killed the boy, but these alpha men in our lives think it's their duty to protect us when it's really the other way around. He couldn't admit to himself that it was you protecting him, but he'll come around. He knows the truth, but it will take him a while to admit it, and until then you make him work for you. I couldn't help but giggle at what she said. He didn't listen to you, and it's himself he has to blame for that, not you. I don't know why he'd asked us if you could stay here, but H.E.S. in pain just as much as you. And after what he did, I know it may seem to you that he doesn't feel that way, but he does. I don't want this hiccup to break you two apart when you've only just started your lives together. But when everything with that human boy settles and Thane comes groveling, I hope you give him a chance to listen to you. She pleaded. Maybe, but I don't want to see him anytime soon. I hope you can understand that. I whispered out. I do. As I said before, you're my daughter now, and I stand behind you and your decisions. Make him grovel and earn back your trust before you decide to take things further. But just don't break both of your own hearts anymore. She wrapped both her arms around me. Thank you, Anne, for everything. Anytime, dear. By the time night came around, I had started feeling a bit better health-wise, as I hadn't thrown up again, but every time I zoned out, Ian and Thane would pop into my mind, and surprisingly set me up in Nella's old bedroom, and I wanted to protest, but after walking into his space, I felt an odd sense of calmness wash over me. She left me for the night as I unpacked my bag and looked around the S room. Across from his bed was a floor-to-ceiling window which displayed the backyard, the shining moon in the sky, and of course the unstoppable rain that pitter-patter on the glass. He had a wall filled with books, everything from classic novels to Business 101. The wall above his bed were even covered in old band posters and nerdy stuff. His desk was covered in papers and textbooks from when he attended the Pax High School. One of the wall contained a few pictures of him and his family when he was a child, and I couldn't help but smile at the little innocent boy in the photographs. There were pictures of him in his diapers rolling around in some mud, an 11-year-old him sitting in newborn Teddy in arms and then helping Tate hold Thomas, and there was a picture that looked when Thane graduated high school with Bo and Lucas at his side. I turned back to his bookshelf, and to my surprise, it held a picture of the both of us. It was taken the day when he introduced me to the pack. We had a similar one in the pack house, and I planned to line our walls with family photos in our house, but this one was different. The one back in the pack house showed us both smiling at the camera, but this one was of Thane smiling down at me while I was laughing at the camera. The way his eyes sparkled with his pure focus on me took me aback. I didn't know why he had this gem in his parents' house, but I was glad that I saw it. I placed it back down before I walked into the bathroom for a shower. Being surrounded by the S-space, I couldn't help but miss him as I slipped on one of his T-shirts to bed. I turned off the lights and snuggled into his bed as my eyes focused on the rain outside. It represented my mood, heartbroken and cold. Hours passed until I finally fell asleep. "Darling, wake up," and called to me as my eyes snapped open. I looked around confused as to where I was, unrealized I was still in the Ness old bedroom. I sat up and remembered what happened. I had that dream again, where Jake shot Thane. My eyes snapped to the large window when I heard a loud, piercing howl. The sound was haunting and almost as if the wolf was in pain. Somehow I knew it was Thane. "Are you all right?" Ella's question snapped my attention back to her. I nodded my head. "Yeah. It was just a bad dream." He was screaming pretty loudly. "Do you want to talk about it?" she questioned hopefully, but I shook my head. "It was nothing to worry about. I'm sure it will pass." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Have it happened before?" "Only last night," I assured her. "I'm fine. Just go back to bed. It'll be all right." She was convinced but got up anyways. If you insist, but if you need anything just tell me. Even if it's Thane. I'll drag him here by his tail if need be. I grinned. That wouldn't be necessary, but thanks for offering. Well, the offer is always on the table. Good night, dear. She smiled before closing the door but left the lights on. I didn't know why I turned it off in the first place. I went back to bed, but this time my eyes didn't close until the sun was coming up over the horizon. The next morning, I woke up to see fresh flowers on the nightstand. Thane. I called on a pair of pants and rushed downstairs to him in the kitchen. Is he here? The hopefulness in my voice was prominent. But the look on her face broke my heart. He came by early this morning. Went into your room and then he left without a word. He didn't say anything or left anything else. Maybe my ring. I'm sorry, dear. He rushed out of here. I could see the pity in her eyes and I didn't want it. If he comes back, tell him I don't ever want to see him again. I ran back upstairs to my lonesome after being abandoned and by my mate after our sham wedding. Just a week after our wedding, my relationship with Thane took a nosedive. He told me to leave. For 5 days, we haven't spoken a word. Every day, he sneaks in to leave flowers but never apologizes. Until that day, he finally showed up with a bouquet and a face full of exhaustion. Can we mend our broken relationship? Chapter 32, Little Warrior. It's officially been a week since our wedding and 5 days since I've last spoken to Thane. After he told me to leave and go to his parents' house, I haven't seen him. I told his mother that I never wanted to see him again and I stood by my word. Every morning he would sneak into the house and leave flowers for me. On the 3rd day here, I woke up to puke my guts out and by the time I went back to bed, he came into the room. He thought I was asleep but I was very much awake as he laid the flowers beside me, gave me a gentle kiss on the forehead and left. That day was the worst. The only day I puked was the day Thane killed Ian. But 2 days ago, it came back with a vengeance. The last 2 mornings were the worst as I constantly had to rush to the bathroom. To make things worse, the dreams persisted. Every time I closed my eyes and slipped into sleep, it was always the same. Thane dies. The scenery would change or I would be rendered powerless in some other way. But it always remained the same. Jake would shoot Thane and I would watch him die. Each day went by with Anne, Jane and even sometimes Teddy and Thomas keeping me company. Caroline and Bailey would pop by sometimes but since Bailey was pregnant she couldn't shift to get here and Caroline was busy training. According to everyone, Thane increased their training more than he did when there were increased threats of rogue attacks. I haven't left the house in the 5 days that I've been here but everyone assured me that the pack was alright and believed I was innocent in this whole mess. Maybe my character did persist and everyone knew who I really was. Yet Thane cowed and even listened to me. But in good news Jane was alright. She hadn't left that day and came into the pack and she decided to stay here until everything blows over. However, no matter who came by during the day to distract me, the nights were always the worst with the nightmares. Every time I fell asleep I would be woken up in a scream by Anne. She looked as if my dreams and bad health were affecting her as well and I knew she was worried. She's been trying to nurse me back to health, but I think the only medication I needed was a dose of Thane. Though every night when I get up due to my recurring nightmare, I could hear a loud howling sound coming from beyond the forest in the backyard and I knew within me that it was Thane. I could feel his anxiousness through our mate bond, but he never once came to check up on me, which I felt bittersweet about since I needed him, yet he still haven't apologized or reached out to me. But I guess I still haven't told him the truth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was like he was around to hear me out. On that faithful 5th day, however, the rain stopped falling and the sun was out, but there weren't any flowers left for me. I was disappointed, but I guess I had to get used to the disappointment when it came to Thane. My sickness was also at its worst that day. I was currently cradling the toilet bowl as I spilled my guts out. I don't even know how I could be this sick when I haven't even been eating that much, and was holding my hair back for me as I vomited for the 2nd time that morning. She's really been taking care of me as if I was her own child. When my stomach settled for a few minutes she said, I'll be right back, dear. All I could do was nod my head as I wiped the sweat off my forehead. Through the open bathroom door, I could hear little Thomas and Teddy questioning their mum about my health. Is she going to be all right? Teddy asked. Is she dying? Thomas followed up. I heard and laughed as she answered the boys. Emery's just a bit sick right now, but she'll be better in no time. How do you know for sure, Mom? Thomas queried with worry laced in his voice. Because I'm your mom. I just know things, she explained. But why is she sick, Mom? Teddy innocently asked. Because she's just missing your brother. There may be some truth to that. Then why doesn't Thane make her get better? Thomas sounded angry. There was a moment of silence as he contemplated what he said. Then it's been a meanie to Emery and he haven't apologized to her yet. That's why he isn't here to make her feel better. But I'm sure he'll make her feel better soon. Hopefully not because hell just grew and might already sour mood. Did he also make her cry? Teddy quietly asked. I'm afraid he did. And she mumbled regretfully. She must have heard me during the night because I tried to keep myself together whenever I was around someone. I'm going to kick his butt. Thomas suddenly yelled as I heard him ran off. I'm kicking his butt first though, my. Teddy's voice followed as I assumed he ran behind his brother. My protectors. I heard him leave the room as well as I just sat on the bathroom floor, praying I don't puke again. My prayers were thankfully answered. I sat there for a good 10 minutes without wanting to hurl. And it brought me up some crackers to munch on while I waited, but when I didn't get back sick, I told her I was okay alone since she said something about running errands. I cleaned myself up and realized that I was running low on clothing. And by running low, I meant I only had a pair of sweatpants and one of the shirt left. After a bathe, I pulled on my clothing before going back to a secret treasure I found. It was S very old iPod. I found it on my second day here when I was exploring his room. His taste in music was particularly indie, but when I listened to his private music collection, I felt like I was close to him again. The thing I love and miss. Just listening to his favorite tunes brought a sense of tranquility to me. Pressing play and sticking earphones on, I went down to the laundry room so that I would have clean clothing. To be frank, I didn't expect to be here this long. I softly bobbed my head to a song while I offloaded my clothing into the machine before pouring some liquid detergent. I pressed start and turned towards the door, but I dropped the wash basket in fright. Thane was standing in the doorway with a solemn expression and his chocolate brown eyes were focused intently on me. Looks like he fighted to make an appearance. He just stood there, with flowers in his hands while staring at me as I glanced back at him in bewilderment. He looked different now. The bags under his eyes were prominent and he appeared to have lost a few pounds, which was probably exactly how I appeared and felt. His feet shuffled towards me and I quickly picked up my basket and sidestepped him and walked out of the laundry room. I left the earphones on as I ignored his presence following me to his room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He called for my attention, but I was having none of it as I marched upstairs. Can we talk? I rolled my eyes at that. Now he wanted to talk. If he wanted salvation, he wasn't getting it from me anytime soon. As soon as I spotted his room door, I made it rush for it and tried to close the door, but he grabbed the edge of the door and pried it open with his hands. I backed away as he slowly approached me. Just give me a chance. Please. He pleaded with me. I gave him an incredulous look and removed the headphones. Give you a chance? Like you gave me one. His eyes looked tormented. Please. I know I messed up, but I can't live without you anymore. I felt all his emotions consuming me and chipping away at my heart, which was already fragile and glued together. Well, you should have thought about Baba before you kicked me out of our home. I exploded. I didn't mean, yes you did. You have been nothing but selfish in all of this. You didn't listen to me. You didn't consider what I wanted. I shoved at his shoulders and he let me. You broke my heart, Thane, and I don't think I can forgive you for that. He grabbed me wrist and held both my hands to his chest where I could feel his heart beating erratically. I know I messed up, okay. I pried my hands away from his grip and sat down on the bed as I looked out the large window at the sunny sky, which I missed almost as much as Thane. Instead of addressing our dilemma, he looked at his iPod in my hands. I see you found my old playlist. It was the only way I felt close to you. I admitted. And you're wearing my clothes. I did notice I was missing a few t-shirts. I could tell he was trying to lighten up the mood, but our unresolved issues still loomed over us. They're comfortable. I shrugged in indifference. I heard him sigh as he switched tactics. My mom said you're sick. She's been keeping me updated on your health, but she said this morning you were exceptionally ill. So you're only here because your mom sent for you. We're married, Thane. We aren't children anymore for you to depend on your mother. I know, he dejectedly muttered. I was coming to make amends today anyways. It was just because my mother said you were sick. When I remained silent, he went on. She didn't exactly went into details on how you were sick, but I suspect my mom knows more than she's leading on. How are you feeling, sweetheart? How am I feeling? I repeated the question with distaste. Let's see. My husband wouldn't listen to anything I have to say. He told me to leave our home. Archie has been sending me mixed signals with all these flowers, and he didn't speak to me for the last 5 days. So let's just say it hasn't exactly been my finest moment. You have the world's biggest asshole for a husband, he mumbled. He was that bad up until he killed my friend. I dared to say. Silence engulfed us as tension played the air. I shouldn't have done what I did. I was a bit taken aback by his change of direction, but I listened to him nonetheless. Though I didn't dare look up at him. And I know I messed up. Hell, I fucked up majorly, and I treated you like you weren't important to me. But you're the most important thing in my life, Emery, and I was afraid. He dropped to his knees right before me and gently took my shaking hands into his own. When I found out that a human came into the pack, I was scared because it was your ex-boyfriend. Someone you had a connection with. I don't know how close you two were, but jealousy tore at my heart. The thought of a war between our races didn't even scare as much as the woe of losing you. His voice broke before he continued. I was afraid that they would take you away from me, but I did that on my own. I let you go when I should have held you closer. I was so angry at myself for letting a human slip through the cracks and find us. I just wanted someone else to blame because this is the first time a human ever got into our pack. So I blamed you instead of listening. I tensed up at what he said, but he rubbed his thumbs on the inside of my wrists. I should have listened to you from the start and known that you weren't to kill any wolves. So then why didn't you? You made everyone believe that I was the bad guy. It was my intentions. I was just so angry. I didn't want to believe that what the human said was right. But as the alpha, I had to do what everyone expected of me. They all knew what happened, and I couldn't just sit back and let him live after what he and his friend was planning. So it's going to be like that from now on. You're going to kill innocent people because of my wrongdoings. I admit I should have told you before, but you didn't exactly listen to me that day anyways. Are you just going to forget about what I have to say? I asked in frustration. No. He growled sharply. I didn't mean to kill him in front of you. You have to believe me. I thought Bo and Lucas had already pulled you away from there. My wolf's anger consumed me to the point that I cowled into him. My judgment was clouded, and I should have kept him alive a little longer, but the pack would have teared him apart had they known I left him alive. But that's exactly what you did. You tore his body to shreds right in front of my eyes. I spat out in rage. I saw my friend's life drain from his eyes, all because you couldn't control your anger. He was your friend, Emery. Couldn't you see that with the way he looking at all of us? As if he wanted to kill every last wolf that existed. He wanted to kill me. My family, everyone in this pack. I yanked my hands away from him and stood up. They're my family too. And don't you think I know that? I don't want anyone to die, Thane. Especially not our family. The family that's been taking care of me since you hate me so much that you threw me with them. I didn't tell you to leave because I hate you. You know that I don't hate you. He growled lowly, and I could feel the anger radiating off of him. And I was going to sacrifice a wolf. You should have known that, I retorted as he raised to his full height. He ignored what I said and whispered. I told you to leave because you didn't want me anymore. If you actually believed that, then why are you here? Because I love you. He threw his hands up in frustration. Don't you see how much I'm in love with you? We're married for fuck's sake. But when you gave me your ring that night, he clutched at his hair in frustration. I thought that was it. That you didn't want me anymore. You said you couldn't do it anymore and I didn't know what to do. You broke my heart, sweetheart, and you have no idea how much it pains me to know that you resent me and that we haven't spoken in 5 days. I know I've hurt you and I haven't done a single thing to help, but I thought you needed space away from me. I could feel the agony that he felt, but I couldn't give in so easily. I should have listened, I should have apologized sooner, but most importantly I should have known you didn't do it. But what I should have done and what I did are opposite things, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't look at the completely broken expression on his face. I turned away from him and hoped that he walked away before I broke down. I'm sorry everything went wrong between us, love. It was the first time he called me love since that day with and the word tugged at my heart. I'm sorry about everything I did. But in begging you, love, please forgive me. Please, please. I turned my gaze back to him to see him on his knees before me, head bowed and hands clasped as if he were praying while he chanted. I remained silent for a moment as my heart broke to see his fragile state. Are you not going to talk to me again? He hesitantly asked in a gentle voice as if he knew I was close to breaking. And I did break. My voice croaked as I spoke. You can't just say you're sorry and expect everything to return to how it was. I turned to rush into the bathroom, but Thane grabbed my flush against his chest. I'm sorry, Emery. I'm sorry with every fiber in my body, and I don't want this to break us. I'm truly and deeply sorry, and you have no idea how much I regret not believing you. Take as much time as you need, but I will apologize to you every single day for the rest of my life, because the only thing to be good at when I'm with you is messing up. But don't leave me, love. Please. I turned around and he stood before me with glistening eyes. It broke me to see him like this, but he did the exact thing to me. I was only trying to protect the pack. I was trying to protect you. He nodded. I should have known. My little warrior. I felt like crumbling, but before I could fall apart before him, I stepped away and walked straight into the bathroom. Behind the safety of the door, I broke down. I knew Thane could hear me, but at least he couldn't see me. I felt bile rising to my throat and quickly rushed and bent over the toilet. As soon as my stomach started to empty, I felt my hair being brushed back and a soothing hand rubbing my back. When everything came out, I flushed the toilet and picked myself up off the ground and walked towards the sink, but Thane continued to stand there watching me with an unreadable expression. I rinsed my mouth, and when I was finished, Thane blocked me from walking out the door. My mother didn't say that you've been vomiting. How long have you been throwing up for? He asked with a startled expression. I hesitated before I answered. At first it was just the day you killed Ian, but 2 days ago it came back. It's been 5 days since we... He trailed off, and it was as if he was calculating something in his mind. Since we what? I asked in confusion. We have to get to Dr. Adler, was his only words before he grabbed my hand and pulled me behind him. Have you been eating properly? If an apple a day keeps the doctor away, then yes, my appetite's been perfect. I rolled my eyes. He spun around and gave me a horrified expression. Why haven't you been eating? Besides not being able to keep anything down. I've just not felt like eating. I stumbled over my words. What about you? By the looks of it, you haven't been eating either, even though we were out. I was worried about him. He just shrugged. I couldn't eat knowing that you were angry at me. That, and I knew you weren't eating properly. So I couldn't either. His words hit hard, but if HED just let me stay home, we would have at least been together. I'm not going anywhere with you. I simply switched topics. Either you comply or I'm going to carry you to Adler, even if I have to walk there. His eyes were set on me in determination. Guess I'll just call and to make you leave. I was about to call her, but Thane smacked at me. My mom's not home, love. You can't force me to go. Watch me. He moved in to pick me up, but I held my hands up. Wait. I'm honestly fine. I don't need the doctor. Thane of course ignored me as he bent down and put my shoes on my feet for me. I can do it myself, you know. I tried to get my feet away from him, but he kept his hand on my leg, and if I pulled away I would have fallen. You look like you lost 10 pounds, Emery. he scolded before he grabbed my hand and tugged me out of the bedroom. Hey, I'm not going anywhere with you. I stopped in my tracks. Nothing's wrong with me. I've just been feeling nauseous from seeing a dead body. Enthusiasm, and don't think it's the dead body, sweetheart, he said, and that took me aback. Liz and I appreciate you trying to make it up to me, but I'm fine, Thane. I insisted, and he went to scoop me into his arms, but I stepped away and shook my head before walking down the staircase. I'm going to find your father and let him talk some sense into you. Good luck trying, because he isn't home either, he said from behind me. But before I could say another word, he gently but quickly picked me up bridal style and whisked me out the front door and into his Mustang. He drove his car here. Seems like he was planning on me to forgive him and go back home. He buckled me in, and before I could protest, shut the door. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The child safety lock was on. This idiot. Thane quickly slipped into the driver's seat, started the car, and peeled away from the house. This is considered kidnapping, I growled at him, taking me by surprise. He gave me a half-hearted grin. Wouldn't be the first time, love. Plus the last time turned out great for the both us. Until you decided to take things into your own hands. I quietly mumbled, and as the little smile fell from his face, I faced out the window. After that he tried to engage me in conversation, but I was having none of it. Luckily we made it to the pack house in no time, considering Thane was driving at a snail's pace. I missed the pack house dearly since I hadn't been there since the day of our wedding. Why are we going to see Adler? I'm not sick, I told Thane again as he ushered me to the infirmary. You're not sick, he confirmed. I know I'm not. And if I was, my super health would kick in. I rolled my eyes. Luna? Adler asked in confusion as Thane and I stepped into the infirmary. Hey, Doc. I greeted him, and thankfully he smiled back, so I knew he was one of the few that didn't trust me anymore. It is nice to see you back, Luna, but may I ask why the unexpected visit? He questioned as he looked at Thane. I think she's pregnant, Thane muttered, and my heart nearly flew out of my chest from his words. I wait. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You think I'm pregnant? No way. I shook my head in denial. No freaking way. It's only been like 6 days. That's way too early to be able to tell. This can't possibly be true. All the vomiting was just because of my bad dreams, seeing a dead body and the stress. Although there was a high chance that I may be pregnant because Thane and I were unprotected. The test wouldn't be able to accurately tell this early, and the sickness wouldn't have shown up either. Would it? Emery. Adler gave me a knowing glance. For humans it usually takes 2 weeks for the fetus to be detected and for the pregnancy to officially begin. But I felt a but coming. But for werewolves, the fetus usually develops in a few days, to the point of pregnancy tests being able to detect it. The rate at which the baby grows in the womb is faster than that of a human, which is why a pregnancy only takes 5 months. So it's typical for the fetus to start developing from day 5. Adler explained, and I felt the anxiety coming on strong. Just breathe, love. Breathe. Thane held on to me, and his touch alone soothed me. I really missed this guy. As I managed to control my breathing, Adler fetched an needle and a pregnancy test. I will take a blood test to be 100% sure, but you can use the test to find out faster, he said, handing me the pink box before guiding me to sit down on one of the beds so that he could draw the blood from my arm. While he ran the blood test, I walked back to the hall with the test in hand and Thane following me like a lost puppy. When I walked into one of the half bathrooms on the 1st floor, Thane was going to follow me in. You can't come in here, I scolded. Why not? He asked in confusion. Just stay put. I rolled my eyes and closed the door with the lock as I took the test. I placed the used test on the sink as I washed my hands and opened the door to let Thane in. I sat on the sink's countertop and anxiously waited for the 15 minutes to go by. Do you want the baby? Thane suddenly asked and pulled me out of my nervous, shaking feet state. Do I what? I asked in shock. In angry with you, Thane. Not my child. I suddenly felt overprotective of the possible child within me. Our child. And you didn't answer the question. The pack needs another alpha for the ritual. But do you want the baby? He hesitantly asked. Well, if you treat our kid anything like you treated me the last few days, then maybe HES better off without you. I bit out and regretted it as soon as the words came out. Seeing his face fall, I quickly backtracked. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. No, you're right. I treated you like you didn't matter or care about the pack, and I deserved that. I'm not right, Thane. You're an amazingly incredible guy, but you've already messed up. Then tell me how to fix it. He begged, and I looked up to see his guilt-ridden face. Please. I don't know how you can. Emery. He stepped closer to me, and when I didn't recoil back, he came closer and stood between my knees. We just got married. This can't destroy us, baby. Please. I swear to the moon goddess that I love you, and I know you were trying to protect the pack, but I need you to speak to me so we can overcome this. If you knew I was trying to protect the pack, then why did you blame me? Because as I said before, I needed someone else to blame instead of myself for not protecting the pack. As the alpha, I'm supposed to protect everyone, but I didn't. Our Luna was protecting us all along without us knowing. Well, you can't just blame me for something you couldn't control. I'm your wife and Luna. You can't throw this kind of stuff in my face without listening to my side of thing. I growled out. I know that. I cut him off immediately. Do you? If you knew that, Thane, then it wouldn't have taken you 5 days to come back to me. I yelled at him. Just as he was about to say something, the timer on his watch beeped. I gently pushed Thane back so I could hop off the counter and then gingerly picked up the pregnancy test. There it was. 2 clearly defined red lines that stated him pregnant. I slowly turned to Thane, who looked at me expectantly, and despite my anger towards him and our ongoing argument, I couldn't help a smile that grew on my face. I'm pregnant. I grinned. I blamed the mood swings on the pregnancy, to be honest. Then S face lit up in pure amazement and joy as he picked me up and gently twirled me around in the little bathroom. He set me down and cupped my cheeks. You're pregnant. He looked down at my stomach and bent so his face was right at my stomach and his hands on my waist. We're going to have a kid. I nodded with a grin and suddenly felt a wave of emotions wash over me at an S reaction at the fact that we were really going to become parents. Tears welled up in my eyes and I was embarrassed at my sudden change in emotions and wiped the drops away. Hey, what's wrong? Thane asked in alarm as he cut my cheeks in his hands. I shook my head but gave no answer. I saw him gulp as a sudden look of anguish fell on his face and I felt his anxiety. Do you not want the baby? I looked at him in shock and found my voice as I gripped his arms. What? No, Thane. No, that's not it. Then what is it? Is it me? Should I give you a minute? I shook my head again and cupped his cheeks in my hand. I don't want you to go anywhere, Thane. I want this baby with you. He gave me a quizzical look as I paused. But only if we get through this now. I don't want us fighting anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We were both wrong in the situation, and my limbs still a bit angry with you. I don't want to jump into this new chapter of our lives with so much space between us. I tried to make him understand. Then let me make it up to you, he said with hopeful eyes. Let me start with the beginning. I would love that. But maybe we could get you something to eat, then change locations and tell Adler the good news. I giggled as I realized we were still squished in the little bathroom and led us both out. After we told Adler the good news, we walked to the kitchen. Thane quickly grabbed some lunch for the both of us. He insisted on feeding me and my appetite was slowly coming back. Then again, I was eating for 2. After I made sure Thane ate as well, we headed out to the backyard and I told Thane everything that had happened between Jake and I. And he didn't look surprised by my revelations. Maybe because he really knew all along that I didn't mean any harm to the pack. Did he hurt you? Was the Ness first question after I explained what happened. He bruised my arms from gripping me too tightly and the pink sky use all on my palm was from where he cut me. I tried to calm him down as I could see him tense up in anger. I'm going to kill him for even touching you. I know that whatever I do wouldn't stop you from reconsidering that decision. Do you want me to? He suddenly asked. I gave it a thought before I answered him truthfully. You know I'm against violence of any sort, and I still don't agree with what you did with Ian because he was manipulated by Jake. But that doesn't mean I don't agree with your decision with Jake. Being a werewolf. I understand that it is in your nature to kill, and now that someone is threatening the pack's secret and everyone's safety, even our little baby P here, I touched my stomach in protection. I know that it's in our best interest for him to be silenced. My morals are screaming at me, but Jake will never stay quiet. I've known him all my life, and since he could talk he wanted to hunt the beast. So you agree with me? He asked, confused. I can't let anyone get hurt, Thane. Especially you. I want him gone for our pack and our child's safety. I understand, sweetheart. You don't need to explain it to me. He put his arm around my shoulder and pulled me into him, and I happily reveled in his heat, enjoyed his comfort and took in his scent. I honestly didn't tell you before because Jake has a girl who knows everything about us. If she knows that I can heal, then maybe someone from the pack is spying for her. Or maybe it's a rogue. I mused. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thane uttered. She wouldn't do that, would she? I looked at Thane in horror. He simply nodded. Oh, she would. After I kicked her out. Her perfect revenge would be telling the humans about us. But she's a werewolf too. She'll just be putting herself in danger. She could fake being a human, and it's not like she's in the pack anymore, so she wouldn't be in immediate danger. I thought it over. I guess it would make sense because no one from the pack would sell us out. I guess Jake's hooking up with enemy and doesn't even realize it. I snorted. We don't know for sure it's her yet. But I'm sure it is. They're both our enemies now. We just have to get to them before they get to us. And once I get my hands on both of them, Thane said angrily. I placed a kiss on both of his hands before he wrapped me back in his grasps. As long as you stay safe is all that matter. He sighed contentedly before whispering. It felt like ages since I held you. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you before. You believe me. More than anything else. I'm coming to you first if anything else happens. It took me making a grave mistake to learn that. But I know now, and I promise you that I will never not listen to you. You'll forever be sorry. He kissed my forehead. Thank you for at least listening now, and I should have told you about him that day. I looked up at him. I understand why you did it. I cut him off before he could continue. No, I didn't tell you, and it still blew up in my face. So if this is going to work, then we need complete open communication, which means listening to each other no matter what and telling each other everything. And I'm sorry that I hadn't told you earlier. But you shouldn't be because you took initiative and didn't do any wrong. I should have told you when Jay came into the pack. I should have warned you about what he was planning and let you help make the decision instead of handling it on my own. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, and I'm sorry I endangered everyone else because of being secretive. But we're a partnership and we have to trust each other and help each other make decisions instead of dealing with it on our own. I justified. Thane nodded his head and grinned. Look at us resolving issues like a happily married couple. That's because we are. I kissed his cheek. Forgive me. Only if you forgive me first, he whispered. I'm still partially angry at you, but consider it done. I smiled and felt a sudden liberation as the anger and resentment towards each other faded away. A moment of silence passed between us before Thane muttered, We haven't been this close since our wedding night. I know, and I really missed you. I missed you to love. It was killing me not being next to you. Then why didn't you come back to me earlier? Because I thought you were going to kill me after what I did to that human, and I just wanted to give you some time. That's why you sent me away. When my father came over and blew my ears off, I told him that I loved you so much it hurts. I gripped onto him tighter as he spoke. But you gave me back your ring and I didn't know what to do. I was going to set everything straight that night, but then you had that was angry at myself. He told me to give you some space, so I asked him if you could stay at their house since it's the furthest from the pack house and the side of the forest that Jake will show up from. It was a way of both keeping you safe and giving you time. I waited for you to tell me that you loved me that night. I waited the morning when I left to go to your parents' house for you to pull me out of the car and demand an explanation. But you didn't. And I should have. I love you, Emery Blackwood, and nothing can change that. Nothing. He kissed my forehead. I love you to Thane Blackwood. I hugged him tighter. He slid something out of his pocket and took my left hand in his own. He slid my ring onto my finger and I felt as if a part of me was restored. I'm sorry, I gave it back. I looked at him. Just promise me you wouldn't return it ever again. Always leave it there on your finger. I looked at the piece of jewelry and hugged it close to my chest. We wrapped our arms back around each other as we basked in the peaceful silence. I was restless without you. My bottom lip trembled as I recall my sleepless nights without Thane. My nightmares were pretty bad without you near me. I didn't get a wink of sleep either. I would shift and sit in the forest in the backyard of my parents' house. I would hear you every night calling out to me, and it physically pained me not to come to you, but after assuming you were dreaming of the human's dead body and you kicked me out of our room that night, I didn't want to upset you. I made my mom wake you up every night. Had I known it was that bad, I would have been there in a flash. He explained, and I could hear the guilt in his voice. I tightened my arms around him. I heard you in the forest howling every night. Just promise me you would always come back to bed even if we fight. But tell me what the dream was about. He coerced me. I could feel myself hurting and getting terrified of just the thought of the dream. It was of you and Jake. I don't want to talk about it in details, but it always ended with you dying in my arms and Jake being your killer. It's all right, sweetheart. Thane brushed a few straight hairs away from my cheeks. He can never get to us. He will never hurt me. You or anyone else. Not even our little P. He smiled as he used my nickname for our baby. I know. But it just felt so real every time, and I could never get to you in time to save you. Well, I'm here, sweetheart, and you're stuck with me. He teased, but I just clung to him a little tighter because even though Jake cowled and get to him, he was still out there. Just as I was about to say something, we heard an ear-splitting howl of pain echo before us. I felt Thane tense under me as I looked at him in panic. What's happening? Someone's been shot, was his only words as he quickly got up with me. He pushed me towards the pack house as he looked towards the forest. Who is it? I asked in fear. He looked at me in despair. Go back into the pack house and don't come outside until I come back. And don't under any circumstances. Come after me. He quickly turned away from me and ran a few meters away and shifted. Thane, I called out as he speeded into the forest. Listen to me this once, Emery, and go inside now. He mind-linked and I could feel the control of the Alpha's command battling me as I hesitantly walked back into the pack house where Drive. Adler quickly rushed past me as he went behind Thane. What the hell was happening? Chapter 33, Dead Wolf. Just as Adler shifted into his wolf form, a few pack members came out from the pack house behind me and escorted me to the living room. Everyone who was in the pack house was all gathered around in the space with nervous expressions. Bailey was at her mother's house and Delilah was teaching at the school we had in the pack, but Caroline was on patrol duty and I prayed that she was all right since I didn't know exactly what was going on. Everyone in the room looked a bit worried, but no one said a word. Does anyone know what's going on? I asked them all. We aren't sure yet, Luna. One of the males who guarded the entrance to the living room spoke up. We only know that a wolf was shot, but the Alpha hasn't given us any information yet. He only directed us to make sure everyone is safe and secured, hence the reason why everyone in the house is gathered together. But if someone was shot, then I should be out there helping them. I stated as I tried to exit the room, but the few guards there blocked me. I'm sorry, Luna, but we can't do that. It's the Alpha's orders since you are expecting, and he wants you both to be safe. The guard mind-linked to me since Thane, and I didn't get the opportunity to announce to the pack about my pregnancy. We barely had time to process it ourselves. Thank you, was my only response as I faced everyone else. No news yet, everyone, but the Alpha thought it best for us to stick together, and that's what we can do for now to ensure no one else gets hurt. Everyone nodded and fell into their own conversations about what was going on. Luna, come sit. One of pack members, whose name is Maria, ushered me over to the empty seat next to her. I gave her an appreciative smile as I walked over and took a seat. You're expecting, aren't you? Maria mind-linked to me. How do you know that? I asked in surprise. You're touching your stomach in protection. She pointed it out and I realized that I was subconsciously doing just that. I am. I revealed with a smile and then noticed that she was sporting a baby bump the size of Bailey's, which meant she was just over a month pregnant or about a human month pregnant. Well, congratulations, Luna. She mind-linked to me with a sincere smile. And congratulations to you as well. Maybe in the future our kids will be friends. The thought alone of a little Thane running around made my heart warm. They sure will be, she said happily as she distracted me from worrying about what was happening. Before she could delve further into the conversation, however, I heard the back door open loudly and the guards moved away from the entryway to the living room and revealed Thane with a bloody t-shirt. He sported a poker face and showed no emotions, but just from being near him, I knew how he felt. Que my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Nervous in the slightest hint of fear, Thane. My breath caught in my throat as I felt his emotions wish over me. What happened? But he didn't answer audibly. He mind-linked everyone and they all gasped at what just took place. Atticus is dead. He was shot with a silver bullet by a human hunter. Was then S-words as he looked at me, along with everyone else who got that message. I was in shock. I first met Atticus the day I went into the crypt and now he was dead by the hands of my own people. I got off the couch and rushed into the nurse's arms. He grabbed onto me and pulled us both out of the room and into his office. He settled us both on the sofa in his office as the tears welled into my ears. This is all my fault. I whimpered. He used his thumbs and brushed the tears off my face. No, it isn't. The only person to blame here is that human Jake and whoever is working with him. If I had told you everything before, then this would have still happened. No matter when you told me, Emery, we couldn't have seen this coming, Thane said, but I could hear the pain in his voice. I wiped the tears off from my tears. Why didn't you mind link me? I could have saved him. He gave me a sympathetic glance. You're pregnant now, love. You have to keep yourself and the baby safe, and healing someone wouldn't help that. But, no, I don't want you healing anyone until after you make our child and when you're fully recovered after that. Promise me you wouldn't. I could see how scared he was and had no choice but to agree with him. Fine. I grumbled. Good. He shifted me off him slightly so that he can pull his shirt off since it was covered in Atticus blood. What about his family? His wife and daughter knows already. They're both grief-stricken, but at least they have each other. I should go meet them, I said, getting off the sofa, but Thane stopped me. Wait, there's more. He hesitated. I raised my eyebrows in confusion. What is it? Was someone else hurt? No. He shook his head and took in a breath. The guy who shot Atticus. He left a note. Thane pulled out a piece of paper from his shorts that was smeared in blood. What does it say? I asked dubiously. Thane unfolded the note and handed it to me. I stared at the writing and knew it was from Jake. To Emery and her dog. Consider this my declaration of war. I gasped at what I read and looked up at my mate. Just continue reading. I looked back at the letter and read. After you killed Ian, I thought I would surprise you and your little cult. I would have killed you right before your mate's eyes and then drag him back to town and show the entire village what vile creature you've been living with. Thane let out a harsh growl at that and I could feel the anger emanating off of him. But my mind was clouded in anger at that time, so I gave it a few days and let's just say the clouds has dispersed and I know what I'm going to do to you when I see you again. You, Emery, didn't have the dignity to protect your own friend Ian, so I'm not going to spare anyone in your pack. I'm going to kill every last wolf until you and your dog are the only two left. I promise you. So prepare for war, Emery Aiken. They'll be there right with you 5 days from now with a gun to your dog's head. I started to see red when I read that and howled help the sudden urge to kill Jake if that meant protecting Thane. Consider this my warning, as I want a fight from your guard dogs. How else would it be fun for my guys and I? And it was signed off with the words love. Jake. I looked at Thane with a worrying expression as fright took over my entire body. He got one thing wrong. You're Emery Blackwood. He gave me an amused smile in the harrowing situation we were in. Thane. This note says war. I gulped. We can handle them, he said with such assurance that he could have tricked me. But they have guns, Thane. Silver bullets. I exclaimed. And we have strength and super speed. Trust me, love. We could handle this. One of them just took out Atticus. How can you be so sure? I was feeling another panic attack coming on, and all this stress wasn't helping me or the baby. Thane grabbed onto my hand and pulled my body to sit on his lap as I placed my head in the crook of his neck. Relax, love. We could handle this. We will get through this. The pack and all of us. You just need to have faith in us. Even if the odds are against us. I can't have anyone else getting hurt. I whispered. And no one would. He pulled my face to look at him. We need to be brave and show courage to our pack. If they sense the slightest fear in us, then that could be our downfall. We need to be strong so that they are brave enough to fight. But I can't, Thane. They could kill us. My voice broke. Do you trust me? His eyes held a tornado of emotions. I gave him a baffled look. Of course I trust you. Then trust me when I say that this would be all right. He lowered his head and pecked my lips. I need you to promise me that you trust the pack to handle this. I know the pack is strong, but I wouldn't be able to bear it if anyone else gets hurt. I would see to it that no one does. What now then? Now we go tell everyone in the pack about what's going to happen, and then you have to tell us everything you know about Jake and the hunters. I can do that. I nodded as Thane pulled us to our feet. He went to his desk and grabbed 2 clean t-shirts. He pulled one on and walked back to me and took my shirt off since it was messed up in blood from when I hugged him. He stuffed me in another one of his shirt and I was drowning in it again, but it felt comforting, which was a feeling I needed more of. Let's go, lead our pack, Luna. He opened the door for me. Before I walked out, I placed my hand on Thane's cheek. I wouldn't let him hurt you. He wouldn't be able to lay a hand on your hair. Thane smiled at my protectiveness and placed his arm around my waist and kissed my forehead. I know you will protect me. When Thane and I met with everyone from the pack and told them about our impending doom, they were first frightful, especially with the sudden news of Atticus' death. But with Thane and I showing a strong and powerful front, they all showed the courage and bravery we needed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told everyone about the hunters, which wasn't much. All I knew is that there were a little over of them, but I wasn't entirely sure. But I knew that Thane's pack of over 800 wolves clearly outnumbered them, even though most of them were children or seniors. Besides that, I knew they wield a powerful weapon, silver bullets. Thane had Nina, the woman who designed my wedding dress, designed some bulletproof vests for everyone in the pack. She made it so that they could wear it in wolf form and be less vulnerable to getting shot by a silver bullet. Nina and everyone else who could use a sewing machine got to that as quickly as possible, since we needed them for the guards who ran border patrol. Though Lucas, Thane and just about everyone else I knew trained every day to prepare for the war. Everyone except for the children, elderly and pregnant women, joined forces for the fight. Thane had to ensure that they were ready, and I wanted to help out, but he made sure I stayed put in his parents' house since it was the furthest from the side of the forest that led to Fairburn. So Thane joined me in his old bedroom at his parents' house. Thane and his mother made sure I was secured at all time in the house and that I didn't lift a finger since I pregnant. Luckily I had Bailey with me since Lucas made sure she didn't do anything as well. It was stressful knowing that I couldn't help, but I knew Thane would be distracted if I tried to help, so I followed his orders for now. The only time I ever saw him though was in the night, when he finished training everyone for the day, and by then he falls asleep instantly due to exhaustion. I was concerned that he was pushing himself far beyond his limit, but I knew he wouldn't listen to me if I told him to slow down. And that's how the next 5 days went by before Jake and his army of silver bullet-equipped hunters arrived. Made before the war, this was Thane's blanket when he was a baby, and handed me a soft baby blue blanket with some stars printed on. This is perfect for our little one, I said, hugging Anne as she sat next to me on the sofa in the living room. I thought you'd like to have something of Thane's for the baby. She smiled. You read my mind. I ran my hand through the fabric of the blanket before I looked up at the clock and saw that it was almost 1 in the morning. I'll be back home in no time, and said to me just as I heard the front door open, and in came Thane and his father Carson. They were both covered in dirt and scratches and looked worse for the wear. Thane, I immediately went to him and went to wrap my arms around him, but he held my wrists and prevented me from doing such. In dirty, he crinkled his nose. Never stopped me before. I rolled my eyes at him and he looked at what was in my hands. I don't think you want that to get dirty, he pointed out. I nodded. You're right. So I rested the blanket on the back of the sofa and wrapped him up in my arms. I swear you've worn yourself out before the morning. I had to ensure everyone was prepared. He mumbled into my hair. I pulled back slightly and looked up at him. And are they? He held a determined look in his eyes which sent a wave of assurance over me. They're trained. Fast and the best fighters a pack could have. Take it from the words of an old alpha kiddo. The Blood Moon pack is a force to be reckoned with. Carson assured me before he and turned in for the night. Thane also pulled me to our room where we took baths before getting settled for the night. Well, as settled as we can be before the storm that was approaching. I told you to go to bed without me, Thane said as he lay beside me and pulled me into his arms. Would you be able to sleep without me next to you? I questioned. Point taken. He chuckled for the first time in what felt like ages. Now tell me, how's our little dude? He turned to face me and placed his palm over my stomach. I smiled at an content expression, happy now that his dad's here for the night. And how's his mum? Then eyes flashed open with a serious expression. As good as she can be in the circumstances, but Shesin. I brushed my fingers through the hair. Nothing bad is going to happen, love. Thane said with such conviction that I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't. I had a terrible feeling in my gut and I couldn't shake it. You don't know that for sure. I whispered, but he caught it. Nothing's going to hurt you, Emery. You or the baby. As long as I'm here. Nothing's going to take you away from me, he proclaimed. And what about you? I exclaimed. You'll be safe here with the others, but what about you? My voice cracked at the last sentence. I can't protect you out there, and I can't lose you, Thane. I can't even take you away from my side. I buried my face in his chest as one of his hands stroked my hair and his other wrapped protectively around me. Not even the moon goddess can take me away from you. Our little Key, you and I are all going to fine. Nothing will tear us apart. He comforted me. I gazed up at him. If you don't come back to me in one piece, I'm going to paint your Jeep pink. His face contorted into a painful expression. Not the Jeep, love. The Mustang too. So you better keep your promises. Protective 1 minute and sassy the next. He laughed. Pregnancy hormones. He rolled his eyes at me. I think it's time for you to go to sleep. I don't think I could sleep. Plus I need a few more minutes with you before tomorrow. We've barely spoken in what feels like ages. I don't think I could sleep either, to be honest. But I promise as soon as tomorrow is over, I'll spend every minute of the rest of my life with you. Not every minute. You can be quite annoying at times. I poked his cheek. He playfully glared at me. Is that so? Before I knew it, he was above me and started to tickle me. Gently thought, seeing as there was a baby in the mix. After he made me laugh, I tapped out. Okay. To my aching extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Stop. He finally let me go and resumed our cutting position. Good. That's sorted. You're right. You're only annoying 10% of the time. He reached his hand out to tickle me again, but I cut in. Wait. I'm listening. He gave me a curious glance. I bit my lip before I said. I was thinking. Oh, that's never a good thing. He grumbled playfully and I flicked his chest. Hey, that hurt. I cleared my throat. As I was saying, I was thinking what our little P's name will be. Then eyes lit up in excitement at that. Something starting with T. How about something starting with E? It doesn't matter, love. Once he has your eyes and smile, he'll be the happiest man on earth. He grinned. I pecked then lips in appreciation. I'd rather see a mini Thane running around. Thane Jr. I like it. No way. That's not what I meant. Thane smirked heavily. I don't know. It sort of has a ring to it. I rolled my eyes at him. Maybe Eros. How about Toby? Or Evan? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. He kicked in. We're not naming our kid after a superhero. I finalized. Why not? Because that's like naming him Spider-Man. Thane smiled at me. I don't think that's the same thing, love. No, Thor. Well, see. Thane chuckled. And for the next half hour we went back and forth with baby names before we both fell asleep before the approaching doomsday. On the battlefield. He promised he would come back. But as the gunfire erupted, his figure vanished into the smoke. Can I wait for his safe return? Chapter 34. Battlefield and buddies there about an hour away. Lucas communicated to everyone in the Ness parents' house. One of our werewolf was keeping a lookout in the forest in a camouflaged location. That way the hunters wouldn't be able to find him and he would be able to tell us their estimated time of arrival. The Ness family. Bailey, Lucas, Thane and I were all in the Ness parents' house while everyone else went to the field where Thane and got married since it was the closest area in the forest to Fairburn, the area in which the hunters were headed. Bailey, the Ness mother and younger brothers, all elders, children and pregnant women, including myself, were to stay in the house where it would be safe for us. I wanted to fight Thanomat and go to the battlefield, but I knew my presence would be more destructive than productive. I saw the Ness parents step outside and Bailey and Lucas take a moment to themselves before our mates went off to war. Caroline and Delilah were both fighting, so I hadn't seen them in days, but I prayed to the moon goddess for everyone's safety. I got up from the sofa and walked to Thane, who stood with a poker face at the front door. It'll be fine, he assured me before I could say anything. I gave him a small smile before I wrapped my arms around his back. Promise me that you'll come back to me. I promise, love. We have our entire lives ahead of us. He whispered in my ear. I pulled away and cupped his cheeks. You better not break your promise, Alpha, because our kid and myself will be waiting for you. He grinned at me and bent to my stomach and spoke to our baby. Tell your mom that he'll be fine. Will you, kid? I laughed at a precious scene and pulled Thane back to his full height and kissed him. I love you, I whispered against his lips. I love you more, he swore before placing a kiss on my forehead. Not possible, but I will let it slide for now. I murmured. Oh, trust me, love. It's very possible. Emotions overcame me and I knew Thane was projecting his love through our mate bond. He placed his forehead against my own and we stood wrapped in each other's arms before the war began. When you get back, my voice broke as I started, and you get some rest. We'll start planning the nursery for our little P. In thinking a space theme, Thane chuckles as we opened our eyes to look at each other. In thinking an animal theme, with wolves as the main feature. I like that. We'll paint our little wolf family on the walls. It will be perfect. I grinned. Thane sighed in contentment. I could already see our little boy in your arms. He'll have my hair and your beautiful green eyes. I shook my head. No, he'll be the spitting image of you. Little Thane Jr. Told you it's a great name. He smiled smugly. I would agree with you, babe. But I'm afraid we would both be wrong. I pecked his cheek as the front door opened and Aunt stepped inside with a sorrowful expression which brought me back to the present. Baby talk would have to wait for now. Your father left, she mumbled, and I could tell she was as scared as I was. We will all be fine, Mum. Thane tried to comfort her with a hug. You better ensure that, Thane, she said before she pulled away from the hug. Take care of our pack, son. I will, Mom. You have my word, Thane pledged. But take care of yourself as well. You have a wife and child to protect now too. And looked at me with a sad smile. They're my world. I wouldn't let anything happen to them, Thane asserted as he gazed at me with such intensity and honesty, and glanced between the both of us before she walked off to the kitchen. As I looked back to Thane, I could see him growing more worried by the second, so I took his hand in mine. Let me help you get ready. I grabbed his bulletproof gear and led him outside. Before he shifted, I called his face to mine and joined our lips in one last passionate kiss. I poured my heart into it and every single ounce of love that I felt for this man. He reciprocated tenfold as if this was our last kiss ever. And it could be. And that scared me. As I pulled away to catch my breath, Thane placed one last kiss on my forehead as a single tear slid down my cheek. His thumb wiped it off my face. Smile for me, love. He lifted my head so that he could have a good look at me. What if I can't? I murmured. He remained silent for a moment before he thought it over. Remember the night of the ritual, when I took you to the waterfall and you had no idea who I was? He wondered. I remembered it because it was yesterday. Then you must remember the first connection we made. He mused as I looked at him in confusion. The first physical connection. He clarified. I played the night over in my mind and smiled from ear to ear while I remembered what he was talking about. The first time we actually touched. I need you in the balls. I grinned proudly. That you did. He beamed down at me. There's that beautiful smile of yours. That's what will get me through this battle. I nodded. You better get through it, balls of steel. He chuckled as I stepped back and let him shift in his wolf. In an instant he was covered in his black fur and his gleaming red eyes pierced my soul. I grabbed the armor and placed it on his back and attached all the straps to ensure it didn't fall off during battle. When I was finished strapping him in, he positioned himself in front of me and nuzzled his nose between my shoulder and neck, where his mark laid, before licking it. EWWW, you're so gross. I crinkled my nose even though the gesture was to symbolize our bond. He made a sound like he was laughing and his teeth was bared in a grin, but it looked more scary than cute. See you later, sweetheart. Thane mind-linked me as he backed away. I love you. I mind-linked him. I love you, Emery. I looked on as he quickly dashed away from the house and towards the battlefield as it felt like he was leaving me forever. Then SBOV I stood on all four of my paws in the front line of my pack of werewolf warriors. There were around 400 of us since there were a lot of children and elders in the pack who cowled and fight. We were all gathered on one side of the forest with me in front and center while Lucas was to my right and Bo to my left. Everyone was covered with their bulletproof vests, but hopefully the hunters weren't good at aiming since our legs and heads weren't covered. As we waited for the hunters to show up, I cowled and helped but be consumed in my feeling to protect Emery and our child. Even though I was an alpha, I should be concerned about the entire pack, which I was. My wolf mainly focused on keeping Emery alive and out of Jake's hands. I haven't even met the guy and I hated his guts more than anyone I had ever met. And I have met some extremely vile creatures in my life. As my thoughts ran on him, my wolf's or Ed, I've never craved to see someone's blood as I did his. The thought alone of him alive was making my wolf anxious and uneasy. It felt like the closer the hunters got, the more hostile my wolf felt. Like music to my wolf's ears, I heard the sound of leaves rustling and branches breaking under the footsteps of the hunters. I heard their human hearts beating. Some were at ease. Others were erratic at what they might find as they entered the clearing. Everyone around me heard them. A few of my pack members let out low, viscous growls of anger and disdain for the humans. I kept my eyes opened and my mind focused for them. They were here. Around 100 or more humans, all filtered out of the forest with guns strapped to their chests. They all held a flabbergasted expression at seeing us. After looking for us for centuries, they finally found us. Their beast. I could practically smell the fear radiating off of them as they all sized us up. I heard the click of a gun and my head zoned in on one young boy who had his gun raised and aimed at Lucas. I let out a fierce growl just as the man who led them raised his hand and lowered the boy's gun. The leader, who I suspect is the infamous Jake, had a huge smirk plastered on his face as if he already defeated us. Not yet. I heard Jake scold the boy before he turned back to us. Well, this is some welcome, dogs. They all snickered as if using the term dogs was the most clever joke they had ever told. And to be quite honest, it may just be the only joke they knew considering they didn't start off with something a little more clever. I just bared my teeth and snarled at him. As you probably already guessed, Jake, the guy who practically taught your little kidnapped victim all she knows about a man and his body. He smirked at me as I felt my blood boil. I let out the loudest growl that I could manage and leapt to attack him, but Lucas and Bo blocked my move. Aegeus just trying to rile you up so he could take you down easier. Bo mind linked to me and I knew he was right, so I tried to find a sliver of calm in myself. But goddamn if I want to kill him for talking about Emery like that. The voice of a human whispering to Jake caught my attention. It understands what we're saying. The young boy who wanted to shoot Lucas asked. Jake just grinned in my direction as if he knew I could hear him, which he probably did know. I told you guys. They're werewolves. They can understand everything we say. They can ever hear us if we whisper. Quiet, fascinating creatures if you ask me, but they shortened even exists. A rumble of agreement from the humans echoed the clearing at Jake's last sentence. You are right. The boy looked at Jake as if he were Christopher Columbus and he just discovered the Western world. But he was Jake, whatever his last name was, who discovered our werewolf secret, also known as the same Jake who I was about to tear to pieces. You know this one-sided communication thing isn't really fun for me, so why don't you shift alpha? Jake goaded me on. When he saw that no one was going to comply with his wishes, he sighed. Well, I guess we're going to have to solve our differences the old-fashioned way. He held up his gun. When I'm done with everyone in your pack, they'll be sure to pass their bodies around for show and tell. He aimed his gun straight at my head and pulled the trigger. With my quick reflexes, I shifted my head the right as I hear a loud whimper of pain besides me. Bo got hit instead. The bullet lodged itself into his right shoulder. His wolf quickly dropped to the floor as blood from his wound. A loud growl escaped another wolf and knew it was his mate Caroline. Caroline jumped over Ba's body as Dr. Adler rushed a wounded Bo. My eyes shifted to Jake as he smiled to the young boy beside him who lifted his gun and aimed at Caroline who was dashing across the field. Snapping in action, I sprinted after Caroline. You need to stop Caroline. I mind linked to her, and when she didn't stop, I increased my speed and yelled. Now! As the boy's gun clicked, I threw my body against Caroline's and knocked the both of us out the bullet's way. Thank the moon goddess. I raised back to my feet as Jake just shrugged in my direction. You seem to be lucky, dog. Though not for long again. I wanted to run to him and tear his head off, but that would be a stupid move right now. I grabbed Caroline by the scruff of her neck and hauled her up. Get back to your mate and make sure he lives. I commanded her. There was a slim possibility that Bo would live, but she couldn't fight while her mate was in pain or dying. I could practically see the pain eating away at her through her mate bond. Go, Caroline. I nudged her with my snout back towards Bo, who was being carried out of the field by Adler and a few pack members. She hesitated at first, but one look at her dying mate had her scurrying towards him. As I turned back to face the crowd of humans, I snarled at Jake. A few of them cowered back in fear, but most of them looked ready to kill. Come on, you mongrel. Let's fight. He provoked me. A loud shot was fired in the air as the signaling of the beginning of the battle. I let out a ferociously loud growl as the humans all aimed their guns at us. We all ran towards the gleaming silver bullets. The humans all ran towards the bare teeth of my powerful pack. I felt bullets narrowly missing me as it grazed inches away from my coat of fur. My eyes narrowed in on Jake as his face was plastered in a smile and he disappeared into the large group of humans. In no time the two sides collided in a blur of fur, flesh, bullets and blood. The howls of wolves and the screams of humans all filled the clearing as the agonizing sounds bounced off the trees that surrounded us. I tore limbs from any human that came in my way. The taste of their blood covered my mouth. The crimson red fueled my wolf on. Heads were mercilessly ripped off their bodies. Hands and legs were tossed aside. Noses and ears even got caught between my canines at times. I could feel our strength and power in numbers getting the advantage over the humans until I felt it. I felt the pain of someone in the pack dying. I didn't know if it was Bo succumbing to his bullet wound or someone else on the field getting shot. I knew that whoever it was died, but the pain of losing a connection to someone in our pack felt like a knife ripping through us, and I knew everyone in the clearing felt it. That weakened us momentarily, and suddenly it felt like more bullets were raining down on us. That shred of weakness on our part allowed the humans to take that to their advantage and achieve the upper hand. I could basically feel the shift in power as the anger and hatred for the humans fully consumed my wolf and I let him take over. I roared for everyone to hear as I craved the metal taste of blood. I yearned to smell the rust of blood pouring out from humans. Especially Jake's blood. My focus shifted to a man in front of me. Blonde hair and striking blue eyes. Eyes that looked at me menacingly as he raised his gun to aim at my head. Not today, buddy. I ran towards him at full speed and just as he pulled the trigger, I leapt over him. His bullet flew aimlessly as it missed his target and I landed behind him on all fours. My canines wrapped around the back of his neck as I tore his head clean off his body. Other humans quickly surrounded me, but I kicked you off with my hind legs before I pounced on the others and teared them apart limb from limb. At that point my fur and bulletproof vest was soaked thread with blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thick substance of human blood stuck to me in an uncomfortable fashion. My eyes raked over everyone in my peripheral vision as I sought out one human. The human whose blood I thirst for the most. Jake. But as I fought off humans, I couldn't see him. He was nowhere in the clearing. He must have retreated back from the fight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But what if he went off to find Emery? My wolf felt uneasy at the thought, but there was no way he would be able to find her. She was at least a 20 minutes human walk away from here in my parents' house. Still the idea bothered me, but my attention was quickly pulled away when I caught sight of my dad. I turned to my right and saw my father's wolf battling to get hold of a gun from a human. Behind him stood the same young boy who aimed at Lucas and Caroline before. But now he aimed at my struggling father. I ran over and jumped over my father and tackled the young boy. He pulled a knife out and sliced my right front leg. Howling at the sudden painful sensation, I placed my teeth to his neck and tore at his throat, which caused a bloody mess. I limped over his body since his blade cut me deep. Just as I was about to turn to my father, I felt another wolf getting shot and heard a loud whimper. I turned to see Emery's friend Ida laying on the grass as blood spilled out of her wolf's head. I felt rage consume me even further. If that was even possible at this point, I sprinted in pain and grabbed onto the hunter's head. Just as I tore off his head, Delilah's eyes closed and someone threw a knife at me. I felt like letting out a string of curses as a fire sensation built up with a knife stuck on my lower back. Just beyond the bulletproof vest, I looked behind me and saw a wolf kill my attacker as I felt blood gushing out from where the knife protruded. I tried to reach the blade with my mouth to pull it out, but unfortunately it was like trying to lick your elbow. Impossible. There was no way for me to pull it out and everyone else was busy fighting our war, so I staggered on. The blood loss was making me a bit disoriented. With the knife stuck in me, my wound cowled and healed. Beside my injury, I felt the loss of a few of my pack members falling during our battle. No matter who came in my way, I tore them apart. I had to find Jake. I had to protect my pack, my family, Emery's POV. I sat in the large living room in his house with everyone else who washed on the field. Everyone looked anxious. The children all looked scared but brave. Thomas and Teddy even wanted to go out and fight, but since they hadn't even shifted yet, they were too young to brawl. My eyes constantly shifted to the clock on the wall as the time ticked by and my legs wouldn't stop shaking. I felt connections being lost through my pack link, but I could tell everyone else was feeling the pain of it through their wolf bond, but I didn't quite feel the pain since I was a werewolf. Every time a pack member died, the pack winced in anguish. I sat between Bailey and an incomplete silence while Jane was helping to assure everyone the field. Even though we all tried to reassure one another, sitting here whilst helping, I could tell we all felt useless not being able to fight and protect the ones that were fighting for us. Even with all the company, I was on edge. Somehow I felt like something bad was going to happen, but I don't know what. I could feel it in my bones that something was wrong. Call me ominous, but I knew something was off. The probability of the pack winning the battle was high, yet there was a strange feeling of dome building within me. I couldn't shake it no matter what I felt. Everyone sat in silence, not knowing what to say, but all I wanted to do was shout at anything I could. Preferably Jake. yell at him that he was the biggest idiot I had ever met. And a few colourful words, of course. "Something's wrong," I said to Bailey, and she gave me a confused look, as did everyone else in the room. "What do you mean? Is the alpha hurt?" she asked with trepidation. "No. It's just that I have a bad feeling. I can't tell why, but something just isn't right," I explained, and gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Everyone will be all right, dear. Just put your trust in them. I do trust that they will win for us. But I just can't shake this feeling," I stammered. "Don't stress. It's not good for the baby," and smiled. "I'm sure Thane would want you to be at ease and know that he will take care of things." The serenes in her voice didn't really put my mind at ease, but she did have a point. I had to keep our little pea safe. "You're right," I sighed to her, not being able to sit in place anymore. I got off the couch. I started to pace back and forth along the length of the room. By the rate I was going at, I might as well create a hole into the ground beneath me. Suddenly I felt a searing pain within me and knew something was wrong with Thane. It didn't feel like he was dying, but he was definitely hurt, and stood up and rushed to me with a worried expression. "Dear, are you all right? What's wrong?" "Then S hurt," I breathed out painfully, and his face contorted into worry as she wrapped her arm around my shoulder and used her other hand to rub my arm in a gesture of comfort. "I'm sure he'll be all right," she faltered. Her optimism wasn't exactly helping as another shot of pain hit me. I grabbed onto my stomach in a protective manner as the pain washed over me, and I felt someone else's hand on my arm. "Come on, dear." I heard Jane speak as she led me off. "Jane," and called back because Thane made her promise that she kept her eyes on me. "We will only be in the kitchen, dear." Jane answered for me and unreluctantly let me go. Jane walked me to the kitchen, and before I could sit down she handed me a key. I looked at the object to see it was the keys to the Jeep. Before I could ask her why she was giving me this, she answered, "You have a gut instinct to go to him." "How do you know that?" I eyed her warily. "I could see it in your eyes. You're worried about him." She gave me a curious glance. I shook my head. "It's stronger than that. I have this sinister feeling within me, and it's growing every second I sit here." "Then S in trouble." "I know it." "Then don't just stand there, my child. You need to go." She tried to push me out the back door. "But I can't." I shook my head because I didn't want to risk Thane or any other wolf getting hurt because of my presence. "You can." She gave me a sympathetic look. "The moon goddess is sending you a sign, and gut feeling must be important. You need to go to your mate before it's too late." "Jane." "I can't." I held the keys out to her. "What if someone gets hurt trying to save me? My presence will only be a liability to the pack. I can't put Thane in more danger." I tried to refuse, but she was having it. "Your instincts are a part of being Luna. If something were to happen, you will always blame yourself for not going. You will always wonder what if. If the pack needs you, then you need to go to them." She gave a gentle smile before enclosing my open palm over the keys. "Go now, dear. It'll distract and the rest of them." Without another word she went back to the living room, and I quickly ran out through the back door as quietly as possible. I sprinted around into the front of the house and got into the Jeep before peeling out of the driveway as I saw and ran through the front door with a horrified expression, shaking off the look on her face. I focused on getting to Thane as quickly as possible as the growing feeling of immense fear took over. I stepped on the gas and sped to the clearing with Thane in my heart, reaching there within a few minutes. I could feel Thane within me throughout my bond. I threw open the door without cutting the engine and jogged through the forest towards the clearing. Then pain consumed me further as I got closer to him. However, the impending danger that was flashing within me was stronger. I stumbled through the last of the trees and into the clearing as I saw the catastrophe before me. It was like witnessing an apocalypse. A deadiosm. Everything felt as if it was in slow motion as I took into account everything before me. Dead wolves and human bodies littered the grass-covered earth, and the greenery was marred with the dark red color of blood. There weren't much humans left, and the number of wolves decreased from the number that they started with. I overlooked everything in front of me as I felt a sick feeling within me. I stopped in my tracks when I saw an image all too familiar before me. My breath caught in my throat as I looked on. Jake stood to the edge of the forest to my right as he looked at me with a grin. He turned with his gun held up and aimed at a wolf on the opposite side of the forest to me. The wolf was fighting off a few humans. It was a wolf covered in black fur. Something broke within me at the sight, and I dashed across the field as I saw Jake remove the safety from his gun. "Thane!" I screamed out just as the loud shrill of the gunshot rang out in the air. Chapter 35, Save him. My eyes followed the exact movement of the bullet. It cut through the air and landed right in the shoulder. An area and bot covered by his bulletproof vest. It was an immense sense of déjà vu as the scene before me was an accurate depiction from the nightmares I had been having for all those sleepless nights. I watched as the wolf whimpered out in agony and his body crumbled to the ground. The pain from the silver bullet that Thane was feeling suddenly ran through me from our mate bond, and I felt like I held breath. It was unbearable, and my body wanted nothing more than to drop to the floor from the sudden wave of excruciating pain. But I held and stopped. I had to get to him. My breaths were labored as I pulled myself upright and stumbled into the battlefield. By some miracle, all the other wolves on the field saw what just happened to their alpha and spotted me on the field. The energy in the air shifted to complete hostility from our end. The wolves on the field all gave me a look of confirmation as they suddenly switched tactics and protected me from the firing guns. Our pack lined up in somewhat of a line on either sides of me that led to Thane, who was crumpled on the field crying out in pain. The wolves took out any humans who dared to cross my path towards my mate. I trekked across the bloody battlefield, narrowly missing decapitated human bodies and leaping over dead wolves. My white tennis shoes was covered in the brown of the soil and the red of blood. I picked up my pace immensely, but I felt like I was in one of those bad dreams where it feels like the faster you move your legs, the slower you ran. As much as you try, your legs just wouldn't give. With our little pea in my stomach in this first trimester, it would be dangerous to hop on a wolf and reach Thane faster. The speed and bumpiness would surely damage the developing baby. My heart died 1,000 times before I finally dropped beside the wolf body laying on the grass floor. All my senses suddenly rushed back to me, and I was finally consumed with an howls of pain at a silver bullet buried within him. I could practically feel the silver poison burn into his bloodstream and starting to kill him. "It's going to be okay," I choked out through my heavy breathing. He whimpered out in agony as I hurriedly unstrapped the vest of his body. I ripped off one of the straps so that I could stop the blood flow. "Henry, don't." Thane mind-linked me, and I could hear the pain in his voice as his body struggled against my hands. I knew that he knew what I wanted to do, but no amount of pleading on his part was going to stop me. I had to heal him. If not for him, then for me. I fastened the strap around his shoulder blade to stop the blood flow before I noticed the knife sticking out of his back. Before I pulled out the blade, I ripped a piece of my shirt off and another one of the straps off the bulletproof vest. "This is going to hurt, love," I mumbled as I gave him a solemn expression, and when he gave me a wolf nod, I pulled the knife out his back. Thane immediately released a low tortured growl as I placed the piece of my shirt over his wound before wrapping the strap in place to stop the blood loss. I could feel his pain through our bond, and there was nothing I wanted more than to take it all away from him. If I could bear all the pain for the both us, there is nothing I wouldn't to take it away from him. He couldn't fight me off though, because he was in too much pain. Not having any other option, I had to get the bullet out of his shoulder before I healed him, and I prayed to the moon goddess that I had enough time to do so. If I healed him while the bullet was in his body, then I would trap the source of poison and he would die. The only choice was to pull it out of him, so I used my shirt and hands to wipe the pooling blood off from his fur. I moved quickly as I searched for the bullet hole in his flesh. It didn't appear to be lodged in that deep into his flesh, but I knew it would be a struggle for me to get it out, and painful for Thane since in the middle of this battlefield, I did exactly have the correct materials. Unfortunately, the only tool I had was my fingers. "I'm sorry, Thane, but this is going to hurt immensely," I said with caution to him, even though I doubt he could be in any more pain. Saying a quick prayer, I stuck 2 of my fingers into the bullet wound, and his body flinched in agony before tensing up as he let out another howl of pain. I tried to calm him with my voice as I felt around in his shoulder for the bullet. "Once I get this out, you'll be all right." Even though I had stopped the bleeding, A few ounces of blood was flowing out of his shoulder as I felt around. I released a sigh of relief as I finally felt the warm silver bullet buried within his flesh. "Nothing will happen to you," I whispered as my fingers clutched the bullet. "I will have you fixed up in no time." Holding back a gag from having my fingers in his flesh, I dug the bullet out of his shoulder as he growled in agony. The silver bullet was covered in dark red sticky blood as I pulled it out from him and chucked it across the field. I looked back at Thane to see his eyes looking dull and his breathing becoming slow. It was too late. I could feel it within me that Thane was slipping away, and quickly at that. His harsh howls of torment turned into soft whimpers as I placed both my palms on his wound and encouraged as much of my energy into healing him. "Henry, stop it. You're egoing to kill yourself," he quietly scolded me now. "I'm not letting you die." I shook my head vigorously as I heard footsteps running towards us. "This isn't your time to die. I wouldn't have it. Stop, love. Please," he begged me. I continued to shake my head in disagreement as I felt 2 persons came to a stop behind me. "Luna, you need to stop before you damage yourself and the baby," I heard Adler say behind me. "I can't." I yelled and pressed my hands with all my might against Thane. "Emery, you need to listen to him and stop." And whispered, "I'm strong enough. Our baby is safe, and so will Thane be once I heal him." I healed Tate where she was on the brink of death, and it barely slowed me down. I was about to give up on my mate now. I tuned them all out after that and focused solely on Thane. He had to live. For our baby. For our pack. My time with him wasn't up yet. We just started our lives together. And he promised he'd come back to me. I pressed on. We had to get through this. "You can't leave me." I mind-linked him. I could barely feel his presence within me. "Take care of yourself and the baby, and remember that I love you." He struggled to get in my mind, and it felt like something snapped within me when he finished his sentence. It felt as if my powers were coming alive and he was healing. I could feel it within our bond that he was healing. Something was happening. I knew it. The energy was bursting out of me like a metaphorical ray of sunshine. I could save him. A wave of hope washed over me as I smiled when I saw his beautiful red wolf eyes open. He took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. And that was it. The color and life faded from his eyes as he laid motionless under my palms. I felt a moment of pure confusion as something broke within me. I felt as if half of me was suddenly and harshly ripped out of my soul without remorse. It was indescribable, but the pain inflicted felt like I was being tortured. I felt like I was being burnt alive. "Thane." I shook his body as an attempt to wake him up. "Thane." I shouted at him or at myself. I was sure. No. You can't leave me, damn it." My entire body was in pain. My heart felt like someone lit a fire within it. My soul died. My soul died with Thane. Thane. My mate. He was dead. It felt like 1,000 knives were buried deep within me. But it was more agonizing than that. The pain was indescribable and immeasurable. Everyone said losing your mate was the world's worst pain a werewolf could feel, and I was quickly realizing that was in the truest words ever spoken. And fell to her knees beside me at the nest body and sobbed at the death of her son. I heard the mournful howls of every wolf on the field as they grieved for their alpha. Alpha Thane Cole Blackwood of the Blood Moon Pack. Adler came to the other side of me and tried to pry me away from my dead mate. "It isn't safe here, Luna. The pack is weakened by the loss of our alpha. It's anyone's winning fight now," he explained as he and Anne both pried my hands away from Nana's body. Emery. Thane would want you and the baby safe. We have to get you out here." And rushed out. I felt weak. Not a bone in my body protested as they hauled me to my feet. Once they started dragging me away from the nest body, though, I snapped back into reality. They were taking me away from my mate. But I wasn't having it. I wasn't having any of it. Thane was dead. He couldn't be dead. He's the alpha. He's my mate. He's a father. I shoved Adler's and Anna's hands off me as I sprinted back to Thane. I fell to my knees and placed my hands over the S body once more. "No, you can't be dead." I yelled at him. "You can't leave me. You can't leave us." I screamed into the wind. "You can't dare leave the pack behind without you. I raised my head to the sky, and at that moment I didn't know what or who I was looking for. After what just happened, I didn't know if God or the moon goddess or any other great being was up there. But I had to have faith that if anyone was there, they'd help me at that moment. I needed to have faith. I needed them to help me, or else everything was lost. Please, bring him back and take me instead. I yelled to the sky. You can't take him away. I felt as if I couldn't catch my breath. The pain was way too much. But I tried. I started to sob as I forced every single cell in my body to heal Thane. When Adler realized what I was doing, he tried to stop me. You need to stop Luna. Achia's already dead. No, he isn't. I declared in denial. He isn't if you continue you're going to kill you and the only piece of Thane you have left. He referred to my child. But I knew if I tried just a little more, something could happen. If you're up there, moon goddess, please. My voice broke as tears consumed me. Please save him. He'll do anything. I rest my sobbing face on the less wounded shoulder as the moments passed and nothing happened. I had to face the facts. No one could be resurrected. Not even Thane, the great alpha of the Blood Moon pack. I gasped for air as I bawled my eyes out onto my dead mate's body. I felt something cold and wet splutter on the back of my neck. Drop after drop until suddenly it was pouring. The rain started to fall as I felt a movement beneath my hands. I raised my head and gasped at what I saw. It was the rain that shook me. It was the body. His wolf form had suddenly shifted under my palms from a werewolf to his human body. Adler removed his shirt and laid it over the naked waist. His still was beating, nor was he breathing. He was still dead, yet his body shifted back. I looked over at Anne, who gave me a confused expression before she looked up at the raining sky. I didn't know if it was a sign, or some miracle taking place. I wiped the tears off my face and placed my hands over the chest, right where his heart laid. I love you, I whispered into his ear as I tried one last time. I had to save my mate. I closed my eyes and rested my head in the crook of his neck, near to the shoulder that was shoot. I concentrated solely on Thane as saw him, my tears running onto his wound, my energy being transferred into his heart. You're not saving him on my watch, pumpkin. I heard a distant voice snarled. I looked up through my tears in the rain to see Jake, standing on the edge of the forest a few feet away from us. My eyes took in the irritation on his face, but before anyone could comprehend what was happening, he lifted his gun and pulled the trigger. How my breath caught in my throat as the massive pain of a bullet hitting me consumed my body. My eyes shifted down at my ripped shirt to see blood seeping out from the right side of my chest. My vision became blurry as I heard loud shouting around me in mass chaos. I didn't know what was happening around me or within me as I collapsed onto the ground. Jake shot me. There was no way I could save Thane now, and my energy was already depleted, therefore I couldn't save my life. Or my babies. I looked over at the body next to me as fresh tears sprung to my eyes and the rain poured over us, drenching our bodies. I could feel the pool of my own, warm, thick blood gather beneath me. My body felt weak. My breathing was labored. My eyes were closing. My soul was dying. I was dying beside Thane. Our child was dying because of Jake. I love you, I whispered to the moving and conscious body. All the energy faded out from me, and I could feel my heartbeat slowing down as I moved my hand to hold the lifeless one beside me. I placed my other hand over my stomach as a way to hold on to our little P. I was sorry I couldn't save them. I let them both down. I felt a certain calmness and serenity take over my body. It was as if the true meaning of peace finally found me. I could feel myself dying as the pain faded away. I would join Thane. My eyes closed and my heart slowed down. I felt something twitch in my palm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I took my last breath as darkness and death swallowed me whole. Chapter 36, Dead or Alive. My lungs felt the rush of air flowing into it as I suddenly felt every part of my body. It was as if my body had somehow disappeared and now I was suddenly reattached to it. However, I felt strange. I felt as if I was being pulled underwater and drowning. No matter how hard I fought, I couldn't move or open my eyes. A metaphorical anchor was weighing me down into the dark abyss, and I couldn't see where I was going. My body wouldn't even allow me to fight my way through it. The weight was pressed against my chest, and even though I could feel my lungs working and I was breathing, the heavy sensation had me struggling to gather air into my lungs. The pressure of the weight crushed me as I continuously gasped for air. Suddenly a wave of pain washed over me, and I was pulled further back into the darkness. A haziness found me as I felt myself surface back close to consciousness, but I wasn't quite out of the murky waters yet. My mind felt a ringing sensation, and it is distant noises and voices all jumbled together in a big blurb of pandemonium. I tried to untangle each piece of sound to unload the pressure of the racket going on in my head, but it was like trying to untangle the wires of a pair of earphones in the dark. No matter which end of the wire you pulled, it remained a tight knot, fighting a battle with my own mind. I finally distinguished each sound on its own. The first thing I heard was a beeping noise. Everything was very distant, but it sounded like a heart monitor. However, I couldn't be sure. The haziness of the darkness I was trapped in and the pressure on my lungs exhausted my senses. The beeping on the machine was irregular. The palpitations between each beat was much slower than it should have been for anyone. A sudden voice then cut through the air and immediately caught my attention. "Come back to me, baby." It sounded vaguely familiar, but my muddled mind couldn't place a face to the voice. But whoever it was made my heartbeat come to life. The voice was like music to my ears. I sensed within me a blossom of feelings. It was a strange sensation, but as the voice went on, I could hear the heart monitor pick up into a more steady rate. It was as if the voice was healing the heart. My attention shifted back to the voice as it went out. "My mother told me that you said you couldn't live without me. Well, it's the same for me, Emery. I can't live without you." I heard the voice break, and a peculiar tenderness grew in my chest to comfort this person. Whatever brought me back? Safety too. It saved us both for a reason, and I need you to wake up, love. I need to hear your voice. I need to hold you in my arms. And I tried. I tried desperately hard to break through the surface and find this man, but the waves of darkness were tormenting me and pulling me further back into the emptiness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you hear me? I heard in my mind. My heart skipped a beat at the sudden intrusion in my head. I even heard the sound echo through the dull space. Your heart skipped a beat. You can hear me, can't you? His voice had so much hope in it. I wanted to answer him, but I didn't know how. It was like figuring out how to solve a Rubik's Cube for the very first time. Like not knowing which way to turn the object to make all the colors match up. I didn't know which parts of my mind I had to connect to respond to this man. I wanted to yell to him that I'm in here. Though I wanted to wake up, but I couldn't. Just give me an answer, love. Please. Trying to shout that I could hear him, but failing miserably, made me frustrated, and my head felt like something was banging on it. The more he spoke, the closer I was to the surface, and I could practically see him, beyond my haziness and just beyond the dark, murky waters. It's like I can feel you inside of me, and I know that you're there, but somehow a part of me is missing. I need to see you awake and healthy to be complete, Emery. I need you. The pack needs you. His words struck a chord in me. The pack. The ritual. Jake and the hunters. And my mate. Thane. He was dead. He died in my arms, and I couldn't save him. What felt like a tsunami of a wave hit me and dragged my body underwater as something like an anxiety attack struck me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The current was too strong for me as it kept pulling me further into the darkness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard the man scream. Shit. She's going into cardiac arrest. I heard another voice announce just as the wave succeeded in pulling me under. Strange tingles sparked along my right arm as I felt myself break free through the surface of the water. I finally felt myself take a much-needed breath. I felt alive and as if I've just woken up from a month's rest. Refreshing, but with that feeling of sickness and a lingering tiredness. My eyes were still shut tight, but I managed to pry them open. only to be blinded by the lights above. I screwed my eyes shut and gently peeled them back as the brightness made them water. I blinked away the few droplets that sprouted from my eyes until they adjusted to the brightness. Besides my eyes just watering, they felt rather dry and my throat felt scratchy. My gaze shifted to a figure on the right of me, and I was shocked to see Thane sitting on a chair beside me. Both his hands were wrapped around my right arm and his head was laid on the bed beside me, but he was fast asleep. I took the moment to look around the room and realized that we were in our room in the pack house. I had IV drips connected to me, as well as a heart monitor. Then I remembered hearing the beeping of the monitor and Thane speaking to me. He tried to reach me through our mind link while I was unconscious, but I wasn't able to answer him back. I couldn't believe he was in front of me, breathing and alive. I had no idea how it was possible. But there he laid, alive and resting, not wanting to waste another moment in seeing his face and seeing him alive and well. I pulled my hand out of his grasp only to be aware of how sore I felt. I brushed my hand through his hair a few times. At first I heard him make a sound of pure contentment before his body visibly froze in what I could only describe as shock. In a matter of seconds his head flew up and his chocolate brown eyes was fixated on me in disbelief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he whispered before pulling me into his arms. I groaned in agony at the sudden movement, and he quickly released me and looked completely worried. And so I shook my head at his apology and wrapped my arms around before pulling him back into the hug. My eyes cowled and held back the tears that were threatening to escape, so I let it go, tightening my grip around him. I vowed to never let him go from that point onward. If he had to train, I would be there. If he was in his office, I would be there. If he was in the bathroom, I would stand right outside the door. And if he had a battle to fight, I was going to be there right beside him. Why you're alive? I croaked out in relief. I am? All because of you, love. All because of you. I heard him repeat and felt something wet on my shoulder. I pulled back slightly to look at him only to see that he was crying. My big, tough alpha was crying. When I wiped his tears away, I realized how tired he looked, as if he hadn't slept in days. I wanted to speak more, but my throat felt terrible, scratchy like sandpaper. Our baby. I mind-linked him with trepidation and fear in my bones. HES fine. Healthy and with a strong heartbeat. He smiled and instantly put my mind at ease. Our little P was all right. Can you hand me a glass of water? I mind-linked him. He nodded before placing a kiss on my forehead and then poured me a glass from the jar that sat on the bedside table. But he used one hand while the other continued to hold on to me. Thane helped me sit up on the bed and I greedily accepted the glass of water from him, which helped soothe my throat a bit. I thought I lost you, I said with a raspy voice. But I'm here. We're both here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He clarified. My eyebrows knitted in confusion. I saw you die, Thane. I felt my throat closing up from the intense emotions inside of me. You died in my hands and I never felt more helpless as I did then. I felt you leave me through our bond. You were completely gone. I sat there with your dead body as the minutes ticked by. That's because I did die, he said gravely. Then how are you here? I asked in confusion. He went silent for a moment, as I suppose he was thinking over his answer. Wait, this isn't like heaven or hell or something, is it? I pondered as I reached my hand out to his arm and pinched him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The heck? That hurt a lot, love. I curled and held the small smile that played on my lips. Sorry. Just making sure this was real. His face transformed from one of pain into an adoring smile. In as real as you can get, love. Now tell me how you came back from the dead, because necrophilia isn't my thing. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. Thane placed a kiss on the back of my hand before he said, I'm alive and breathing because of you. That's not right, because I don't remember saving you. I mused. You didn't. He trailed off. Then how did you? I couldn't even articulate my question because it was hard to believe that we were alive. especially Thane, the moon goddess. He informed. That's the best guess that I and anyone else have. So she exists? I said in awe. I think that question is a little redundant considering my species exists and me being alive. I just stared at him in shock. Tell me what made you think it was her. My mother said that you begged someone or something to bring me back and to take you instead. His eyebrow rose, unimpressed. I looked down guiltily but with no trace of regret. I couldn't save you. You have no idea how it felt with you dead and knowing that I could have saved your life. I mean, healing people is my power, Thane. And I couldn't even save you. He placed his finger under my chin and brought my face to his as he placed a gentle kiss on my lips. You did save me. If you hadn't asked the moon goddess to bring me back, the rain wouldn't have fell. The pack wouldn't have survived and we wouldn't be sitting here today. He placed gentle kisses all over my face. So she saved you for me. She saved me for us. The pack and our little pea. It was nothing short of a miracle. Not even Ada could explain how my heartbeat started back up. It was like the water in the rain healed my wounds, and your power may have even jump-started the process. No one has ever seen something like that happen. He grinned with pride. How did she do it? I wondered. He shook his head. I have no idea and you're not going to be able to figure it out either. What I do know is that the moon goddess never does anything without a reason, so we better stick around to pay back her debt. I'm not planning to let you go ever again. I vowed sincerely. He kissed my forehead. Neither am I. Especially after you almost died. I questioned, baffled. He nodded solemnly. Jake shot you but you didn't die. You were close enough to death but you passed out from the blood loss. Adler stopped the wound from bleeding before he rushed you back to Pack House and got the bullet out before stitching you back up. You went into a coma right after. And the second time, you went into cardiac arrest. His voice broke before he continued. I think when I tried to mind link you that it set it off. Luckily your powers had some time to heal which saved you and Adler made sure you were all right. I felt a pang in my chest at the broken expression. We survived the impossible. You're married to a werewolf. Anything is possible. I placed one of hands over my stomach. I even put our little pea through so much. I'll never forgive myself for putting him at risk. Trust me, our little one forgives you. He simply shrugged, not wanting to fight with him over that topic. I switched the conversation. After you got shot, I didn't think that I would ever see you alive again. Thane got off the chair and sat on the bed opposite of me. You don't ever have to think that again. I promised that he'd come back to you and here I am. I pulled him back in my arms since I just couldn't seem to get enough of his presence. I love you, I whispered into his ear. Thane pulled back and cupped my cheeks. I love you too. But if you ever and I mean never try to heal me again or bring me back from the dead, I will not speak to you ever again. Thane, no Emery. What you did that day was exactly what I told you not to do. You almost died because you stuck all your energy in trying to save me, and you couldn't heal yourself when you needed to. I can't live with that choice, love. I can't involve you deciding my faith. He scolded me. I will decide your faith because it was your time, Thane. We just got married and you weren't leaving me and our son. And whether I tried to save you or not, you wouldn't speak to me either way. I prefer you alive and breathing and choosing to give me the silent treatment instead of laying lifeless and not having a choice. I said in frustration before I heard the heart monitor pick up its pace. Thane looked frightened at the sudden change in my heart rate and tried to derail the situation. You're right. Just calm down and relax for me, sweetheart. I could tell he wanted me to promise I wouldn't heal him again, but he gave in and I felt how scared he was, so I tried to control my breathing and relax. I know that I promised you that I wouldn't heal you anymore, but I can't live without you, Thane, and if you were in my shoes that day, you would all have done the same thing. I told him and I could see his smile as he placed his forehead against mine. I would do it over again anytime, even if I had to give myself up. Let's stop talking about your death before someone walks in and sees me crying. He joked and I immediately felt better. You sure this isn't a dream, right? Why do you ask? Because I still can't believe all three of us are here. The shock of that was still fresh within my mind. Thane placed a hand on my stomach. Adler and I were in complete confusion as to how our little boy was surviving on his own, but Adler said that it was most likely his alpha blood that kept him alive. There's also a chance that since HE's connected to you, your powers are connected to him and HE has been keeping himself alive while you recuperated. We didn't know and we still don't know how it's possible, but in not questioning it because you're both here. It was a day of miracles. I smiled proudly. Still mad at you for trying to heal me. He grumbled playful. Yeah, but you love me anyways. I rolled my eyes at him. That I do. He pecked my lips as the door opened. Didn't I tell you to call for me as soon as she wakes up? I saw Dr. Adler grinning as he spotted me alive and well. You said you'd be back and I wanted some time alone with my wife. Thane winked at me. How are you feeling, Luna? Adler asked as he began to check all my vitals. To my agent extraordinaire, Nylin Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laughed. But good to be back with everyone. That's good to hear. I honestly don't know how the three of you survived 2 weeks ago, but you did. Last 2 weeks. I glanced at Thane and Adler in confusion. I was out for that long, and had me anxiously waiting to see you awake and healthy again. Yes, Thane sighed. My mind flooded with questions about what happened, but Adler had an entire page of medical questions to ask me and informed me about the baby's health before he left Thane and I alone. What happened, Jake? I asked, firstly. Archie is alive, Thane said angrily. And where is he? I asked anxiously. Heavily guarded and starving, I'm sure. Thane gave me a sinister smile. You haven't killed him yet? I inquired in surprise. No, I knew you would want to be there to make your peace and ask your questions before I did, he said grimly. Good, because I want to shoot him myself. I shrugged, unapologetic. You would have to fight me for the opportunity. Thane smirked. Well, see who can shoot a gun better. I winked because I knew for a fact that he never held a gun in his life. I have other plans for him than a short death. Then S voice took on an eerie tone. When I thought you died, I wanted nothing more than to get revenge for what he took away from me. I shook my head at my vile thoughts. It's okay to feel that way, but she is the despicable person that wants nothing else but to see us all dead. Thane said as if he knew exactly what I thinking. Hell, when I saw how much of the pack he murdered, I longed to go down to the crypt and make him suffer and kill him with my bare hands. Then why didn't you? He brushed a few stray hairs out of my face before saying, Trust me, I wanted to, but I couldn't disrespect you like that. You're either Luna and has as much say in this situation as I do. That and I couldn't leave you alone while you were still unconscious. I smiled appreciatively at him before a frown overtook my expression. Just how many of our pack died in the field? Then S' expression turned grave as I felt his agony and pain of losing some of our pack members through our mate bond. We lost 62 wolves. One of them was your friend Delilah. Delilah is dead. I couldn't believe it because it felt like just yesterday that we were all back at my wedding. Is Caroline okay? She's fine. So is Bailey. Lucas. My parents and everyone else in the pack. He tried to comfort me. And Bo. I questioned since I noticed he left his name out. Pretty weak, but he survived as well. He was the first to get shot, so Adler was able to get the bullet out and him off of the field before the war started. I felt relieved by that revelation, but there was still a lingering pain for our lost pack members. I can't believe so many is gone. It's okay, love. They're all in a better place now. He pulled me into his arms. I want to go see him, I stated as wiped my straight hairs away and pulled back to look at Thane. Who, Bo? Thane asked in confusion. No. I want to go see Jake and take away what he took from everyone else in the pack. I reached over to pull the needle out of my hand before the S hand covered my own. He'll be there alive until we're ready for him, sweetheart. Right now, you need to rest and take care of yourself before you're able to go down there. He insisted, but he killed our family, and he'll pay for it. He'll make sure he does. Thane promised. Take some time and rest for yourself and the baby's sake. And for mine. I knew he was right, so I nodded. Jake will live for another day. Then another question popped into my head. Would let everyone in Fairburn notice their hunters are missing. Thane nodded. Some of the pack went into Fairburn and infused anyone who could have known the hunter's purpose of coming here, with a concoction to make them forget about everything that happened at least 24 hours before the war. The same potion we give the other girls on the night of the ritual so they forget what they see. That still wouldn't explain their disappearance to anyone. I pointed out. Jane took care of that. The elders know about us and they know about our agreement. We don't bother them and they don't bother us and all will be well. Since the hunters came onto our land and attacked us, the elders didn't have much to say on the situation besides tell everyone in town that the hunters went in search of the beast and must be gotten lost or killed by whatever lingered in the woods. Which, as you know, isn't the first time something like this has happened. Thane explained and they seem to have found an answer for the entire situation. What about the woman that was feeding Jake information on werewolves? Did anyone find out if it was Abigail? It was Abigail. I saw age burn behind An's eyes as he said her name. Lucas went to Jake's house and caught her scent. It makes sense since she knows about the pack and she knew about my powers. She must be went to Fairburn after you kicked her out and fed Jake all the information to get back at us. I couldn't believe she was that despicable. But again it was Abigail, the man-eater. Did Lucas find her? He said the scent lingered around Jake's house, but she was there. They weren't able to track her down, but we believe she's with child and moved further up north. She must have left Fairburn when Jake came here. My eyes grew wide in shock. Pregnant. With Jake's child. We think it is, but we aren't sure. She's not going to bother us anymore though. Thane promised. How can you be so sure? I doubted him. Because she has a child to take care of now. That's if she even makes it alive through rogue territory. I felt a sudden anxiousness and fear in my bones. She may have been terrible to me, but her baby didn't do anything. I hope she's okay. Thane wrapped his arms around me. For what felt like the 10th time that day, we have no idea where she is. She ran away and there's nothing we can do to help her sweetheart, so try not to worry too much. There's just been enough deaths to last a lifetime. We stayed like that for a while. Wrapped in each other's arms until the door opened and revealed a group of people. Everyone entered the room. Bailey, Lucas, Caroline, a wounded beau. To my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carson, Teddy, Thomas, and I was surprised to see Tate following behind them. And the heroes alive. Bailey squealed as she rushed to my side. Move over, Alpha. We want our turn with the Luna. Caroline shooed Thane away. Even though he moved from beside me, he stood not too far away and kept his eyes on me. He hasn't left your side since he woke up from death. Bailey whispered to me. I glanced over at him and saw how tired he looked, but a smile was graced upon his face as he watched us all. Everyone stayed a while and expressed how happy they were that I was alive and the baby was healthy. Tate explained that after she heard what happened here that she convinced her mate to bring her back until I woke up. I was grateful for everyone being there for me and I wanted to catch up with them all, but when Thane saw me yawning, he kicked everyone out of the room. Finally we're alone again. He sighed rather reluctant and left us. Come here. I shifted over to one side of the bed and left a space for Thane to lay next to me. What if I hurt you? He said, hesitating. You wouldn't. Just come here. I need you next to me. I gave him a puppy dog face and he quickly slipped into bed and I happily snuggled up next to him. I'm glad it was you that day under the blood moon, Emery. And I'm grateful that you were the scary wolf. I teased, but I meant every word. Now tell me how long you haven't slept for, since maybe the day of the war. He yawned. I had a few naps but nothing substantial. I scolded. I couldn't rest knowing that you were in a coma. I stayed by you every second of the day to keep an eye on you. Even when you went into cardiac arrest about a week ago. He mumbled into my ear. You know, I remember that. I looked up at him with a smile. I heard you that day. He gave me a confused expression, so I went on. When you mind-linked me, I heard you, Thane. You did? He asked in astonishment. I didn't. I wanted to answer you, but the darkness took me before I knew who was talking to me. Thane tightened his grip on me and I couldn't lie laid in his arms. In never letting anyone hurt you again. Imagine waking up from a coma to find your lover not only taking care of you, but also protecting you and your unborn child. Chapter 37. Paying his debt. Around a week after I woke up from my coma, Thane allowed me to move around on my own. Since I woke up, Archie has been taking care of me non-stop, even though I could tell he was exhausted and still recovering from his death experience. Every night I would wake up to see him wide awake and looking as if he was ready to fight anyone who dared to harm me and our baby, and I would always have to coax him to go to sleep. I appreciated his protectiveness, but he was starting to worry me when I noticed how tired he looked day by day. He made sure I was comfortable every second of the day by having my meals brought to me in bed, ensuring Dr. Adler was only seconds away and keeping an eye on me whenever I moved a muscle. When he finally gave me back my independence, my first request was to go visit our fallen friends' graves. I picked 60 pink carnations from the garden in the backyard before Thane and I drove to where they buried pack members. The cemetery was a huge piece of land that went on for miles and miles, and generations of wolves had been laid to rest here. The area was absolutely quiet and serene with a feeling of peace. Thane wrapped his arm around me as we approached the graves that were freshly placed, and I couldn't help but feel agony from both my own emotions and the Ness. Thane knew these people his entire life, and I could tell he was affected by their deaths much more than he was leading on. I've only known them for a few months, but they were family. They accepted me wholeheartedly without reservations and treated me with respect. And what happened in return? My lunatic of an ex-boyfriend came along to their home and slaughtered them. There was no way I would ever forgive myself for that day, but for their sake, I would try to live for them all and protect the pack from any other person who tried to harm us. I soaked in each wolf's name to memory as I placed a carnation on each of their grave. When I stood before Delilah's grave, I broke down. I fell to my knees before her headstone as I recalled our brief but strong friendship. Thane disappeared as he gave me a moment alone to try and gather my thoughts and have a moment to thank them all. "I'm sorry to all of you." I wiped my tears away and went on. "If I hadn't been brought here, or if I was a better Luna then, maybe you all would be here today with your families. I should have been there that day to protect you all, and I wasn't. For that I'm truly sorry. I just wished I could have protected you all as you all protected me." A gentle sweep of the wind was my only response, and I hoped that if they could hear me and forgive me for putting them in danger. I closed my eyes and sent a silent prayer to the moon goddess to watch over their souls. After saying my piece, I rose to my feet and dusted my parts off before I heard a voice behind me. "You can't blame yourself forever," Thane gently said. "Maybe I can, Henry." I cut him off. "I really don't want to fight with you, but I'm not going to blame myself fully. It was partially my fault, but I know that in order to forgive, even if it's myself, that something in me will forever hold myself accountable." I turned towards him, right into his open arms. "Your ear's stubborn as a mule. Then let's hope our baby comes out like you," I whispered as Thane's focus shifted to my little bump. I was about 4 weeks pregnant, but considering werewolf babies grow at twice the speed, it was equivalent to being 8 weeks along. "Hell, be a little bit for both of us." Thane pecked my lips before he led us back to the jeep. As I buckled up, I turned to face Thane. "I think it's time we go visit him." He gave me a weary look. "I don't think you're ready yet. I've been ready since I woke up. You can't keep me from facing him forever, Thane. I just think that you should rest some more before you decide what happened." I took his hand into my own. "I know what has to be done. He took our friends and family from us." He looked out the windshield of the cemetery before looking back at me. "Are you sure you want to do this today?" I nodded without hesitation. "We've been keeping him around for longer than necessary." I could already tell some of the pack members are getting agitated. He nodded, then started the engine. Then to the crypt it is. Thane's grip on my hand was tight as he led us down the harrowing steps into the long corridor that led to where he was keeping Jake. His body was visibly tense and his jaw was set. I knew that it was no easy feat for him to walk in there and not want to rip Jake to pieces, but I had some questions for the murderer before he could die. Thane surprisingly pulled me into a hallway to the left instead of leading us to the giant silvered door that led to the imprisoned rogues. I suppose that made sense since he never wanted me to step inside that room filled with wild rogues again. This is typically where we keep our most dangerous threat, but since we haven't had a rogue in here for ages, we kept him in here instead, though he wouldn't be able to get out of a simple room under my guard's eyes. Thane explained with a menacing smirk as we stopped in front of a heavily guarded silver door that was protected by thick silver bars that were mounted to right side of the wall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luna. The 5 guards greeted us before stepping aside to let us through. Not letting go of my hand, Thane used his other to type an 8-digit code into a keypad on the wall before a screen above switched to some sort of scanner. He lowered his face closer to the screen before opening his right eye and allowing the green laser lights to scan his retina. Wow, I had no idea that the pack went to such measures to hold their hostages, and I thought the silver door with the other rogues were much. As soon as the high-tech security system analyzed the Ness retina, the large steel beams shifted back into the wall and allowed entry to the silver door. One of the guards stepped forward and unlocked the door with a set of keys before pushing it open with gloved hands. He handed something off to Thane, but I didn't catch what it was before Thane tucked it under his t-shirt. Before I could question what it was, Thane pulled me into the well-lit room behind him as I nodded at the guards in appreciation. As soon as I walked it, I was hit with the pungent smell of body odor, human feces, blood and stale food. Needless to say, I felt like vomiting. I looked around the inside of the room to see that it was made up of large grey concrete walls that were lined with silver bars that illustrated something like a jail cell. Even though the silver cowl didn't do our particularly human prisoner any harm, the space was substantial but held nothing except for a few fluorescent bulbs overhead, a single chair off to the left side of the room, and for guards who immediately left and closed the door behind them. Besides that, the only other thing was a chained-up Jake who sat on the floor opposite of where we stood. His clothes were torn to pieces, blood covered his skin, and he was slumped over. However, he didn't appear to be harmed in any way. There was paper plate of a half-eaten sandwich which appeared to be growing fungi from the looks of it. When the door shut, his sinister eyes looked up at us. It was only when I saw his face that I realized that someone got their hands on him. He had a black right eye from where someone must have punched him. There were dried blood under his nose and his lower lip was swollen red and split. Despite all this, he still managed to grin at us with an evil glint in his eyes. The way he smiled sent a chill of uneasiness down my spine and then a grip tightened on my hand. "IGS only trying to scare you," Thane sent an assuring mind link to me. "Can't say I'm surprised to see you both alive." Jake coughed out. "This really is some magical shit town, isn't it?" I wrinkled my nose in disgust at his state. "A town you almost destroyed," I hissed through clenched teeth. "Semantics," he mocked as he lifted his right hand up to wave me off, but the chains attached to his wrist prevented him from completing the action. I felt the anger boiling within me as I glared at him. "You marched everyone here and now they're all dead." His expression quickly shifted to distaste and irritation. "Don't get it tied up, pumpkin. It was your dogs that killed all my men, most of which you've known your whole life, or did you forget? I don't know what made me do what I did next. Maybe it was him blaming the pack for what happened or him calling them dogs. But within a second, I released Thane's hand and stepped across the room until I smacked his across the face. My hand stung after I released that pent-up anger, but the look of pure shock and the red imprint of my hand across his face made it all worth it. I knelt down to his level on the ground as a small smile tugged on the edge of my lips. I pointed my index finger at him as I dropped my voice to a low menacing tone. "Don't you ever, and I mean never, blame my pack for what you caused. I must say you've grown a lot of balls since becoming a dog owner." Jake spat in rage. "Something you've never had." I heard Thane snicker behind me, but I kept my focus on the disgrace before me. Jake's jaw tense and his hands reflexively shot out to grab me, but the chains yanked his arms back as Thane released a feral growl and immediately had me pulled back to my feet and away from Jake. "I got this," I assured Thane as I looked back at Jake, whose eyes were plain on my small baby bump. "So you slept with the dog?" he accused, appalled. "Oh, but didn't you as well?" Thane asked rhetorically as he drew his eyebrows together in mock confusion. Jake's bloodshot eyes shifted to Thane. "As you can probably tell from my ex, I'm into flesh, not fur." Most admit it Emery and my sheets were. Before he could even finish that sentence, Thane punched him square in the jaw before pulling his fist back only to slam it into Jake's left eye. Hell, I should have done that instead of slapping him. Don't fucking talk about my wife like that. Thane fumed in anger. Why not? It's pretty fun seeing you all riled up. Jake grinned through his bloody face before he spat some blood out near the issue. Plus, it's not like I would have ever touched her anyways. Thane swung his fist again and I heard the telltale sign of Jake's nose breaking. But he just sat there and laughed as he tried and failed miserably to wipe off the blood from his nose. We have a few questions we'd like you to answer. Thane began, but Jake's laughter just got louder. I'm as good as dead anyways, dog, so you might as well just kill me and it over with because I'm not telling you anything. Jake grinned up at us. I knew he wouldn't have spoken this easily, which is why I had a trick up my sleeve. Tell him. I spoke up as my hands itched to drag Jake to hell. Tell him about who he's been sleeping with. Thane smirked as Jake's eyes grew weary. That girl you've been knocking around with. What's her name, Jake? His eyes flickered with an underlying fire as his body tensed up, and I knew that was his weakness. I walked over to the side. Abigail, listen to it. I stated as I noticed Jake's jaw twitch. You don't know what you're talking about. Jake snapped rather hastily. Oh, pumpkin. I used the slimy endearment he always called me. Back at him. I'm afraid we know more about her than you do. Jake briskly scrambled up from his seat on the ground as he used the wall and his chains as support to keep him upright. I swear if you don't shut your mouth. Ill. You'll what? Put a bullet through me. Been there. Done that. Remember. Plus it isn't like you're in any position to make threats. I gestured to the enclosed room and his chains. He seemed to think that over as he reconsidered what he was about to say. She doesn't have anything to do with this. I swear. Jake stuttered like a fool in love. I turned to Thane as I threw on a good cop, bad cop act and rhetorically asked, Think he's telling the truth? Thane pretended to ponder my question as he looked at me. I don't exactly think so, love. Neither do I. I am. He yelled at us in a panic. Please, Emery. Listen to me. She hasn't done anything. She's a human from another state. Just leave her alone. Please. I gazed over at him with a smirk. Now you see we could, but I'm afraid we can't unless you tell us everything. Thane finished my sentence. I'm not telling you shit. He snarled. I rose my eyebrows in a questioning manner. Is that really what you're going to choose, Jake? Secrets over Abigail. You'll never get to her, he said with conviction. I turned to Thane, who took the lead. Well then I suppose we should just bring her in. Dead or alive is the question though. Thane shrugged in indifference. You're bluffing. He called us out. I turned to face him with a serious expression as I clicked my tongue against my teeth. Now, don't be so sure. Thane can bring in her head for you if you decide to be uncooperative. Her blonde hair and blue eyes would brighten up this room a bit. Thane mused. Jakes looked at me nervously and I shrugged. I suppose he has a point. The calm demeanor that he sported all throughout the conversation took a complete 180 turn as he tried to lurch for me. His hands were only centimeters away from my face before the chains tugged him back fiercely towards the wall. Then S hands protectively pushed me back a couple inches before he growled. You better start talking before I take Abigail apart piece by piece. I really hoped this idiot was going to talk because we didn't have Abigail anywhere in our possession. I tried to keep my confident stance intact as Jake looked at the both of us before peering down at his bruising wrists from the chain. If I talk, you'll leave her alone. Take her back to Fairburn. He pleaded. I quickly nodded. She'll be safe. And I honestly hoped that she would be wherever she ran off to. He looked defeated as his eyes avoided our gaze. Fine. What do you want to know? Before I could articulate my first question, Thane beat me to it. Did you ever love Emery? He probed with an edge to his voice. Jake and I were both taken aback by the off-topic question. You threatened my girlfriend's life to ask stupid questions. Jake was outraged as he glowered at Thane. Just answer the question. Thane goaded him. Jake theatrically rolled his eyes at us before he finally let in. I didn't. When we were in high school I knew she would be a part of the ritual because of her age. We were always good friends, so I convinced her that we had a thing. I only dated her to gain her trust so that she would allow me to implant a tracking device in her arm. I didn't know she would have been taken, but it was worth a shot. I blinked at him slowly as I tried to process what he just admitted. You're psychotic. I can't believe you made me believe we loved each other just to chicken me. The anger burned bright within me. I wasn't angry that he never loved me. I was angry at the fact that he manipulated my emotions. What kind of person did that? Oh wait. Jake was that kind of person. I felt sick at his crazy revelation as I saw the knuckles turning white from the tight fist his hands were in. I reached out and took his left hand in between my own. It's a good thing I never loved you either. And it was true. Despite being with Jake, I had never felt even a fraction of what I felt for Thane. Clearly your tastes have lowered. Jake provoked. If you weren't already going to be dead, I would have bitten your head off already. Thane barked at him before he opened his fist and interlaced our fingers. All bark but no bite. Jake kept instigating the anger on. I held an body in place before he beat Jake unconscious, and I cowled and asked my questions. Why do you do it, Jake? You must have known you would have lost the fight. I mused. Oh, now some interesting topics. Where you see Emery? The only thing that I knew would make me loose was if your man dog he lived. I knew I would have been able to shoot him, which I did. But I didn't exactly expect him to come back from the dead either. Maybe I should have shot him twice. Definitely a psycho. So you brought them all here knowing that there was a chance of them all dying. I knew you were insane, but Jake, you led them to their deathbeds. I hurled accusations at him. He said nothing as his gaze fixed on his feet. Then body was rigid beside my own as his clipped tone caught Jake's attention. Was there anyone else in town who knew your plans? Jake didn't utter a sound, and Thane finally snapped. Answer the goddamn question before I drag Abigail in here. That quickly had Jake's mouth open and spewing words like a water fountain. I told the group of hunters to keep it quiet, but I'm sure they must have told their families. The only person I know of who didn't show up here and knew what was happening was my dad. Then something clicked. You spent your life trying to prove yourself to him. I reflectively murmured. You finally found the beast, and even to this day, he still thinks you're nothing but useless. Thane gave me a quizzical expression as Jake's eyes glowered at me. My father is nothing but a washed-up old hunter who couldn't do the simplest thing. Jake's tritone held an underlying iceberg of anger. I cleared my throat before I voiced my speculations. You and your father never got along, Jake. Everyone in town knew that. You may not have loved me back then, but you confided in me on more than one occasion. You always told me how your father thought you were going to be just another unsuccessful hunter. After a moment's reflection, I calmly stated the facts. That's why you did it. To prove him wrong. Of course you wanted the pack dead, but it was always more for you. You wanted the glory of being the beast slayer to the town and your father. My declaration made Jake acidly silent. That only proved that theory was indeed true. You gathered everyone to come here, and then your father must have said no. He must have thought that you were delusional for going after the beast after what happened to your grandfather. I mockingly laughed. You'd think that the hunters would have learnt that time. Your father would not be proud, Jake. He never wanted to hurt the beast, and you know that. He just wanted answers. He was the delusional one, thinking that he could just sit out on his porch until the beast walks along. Jake fumed. I found you guys out. I know everything that's been happening here. Stealing our women just to breed more monsters. He spat out in resentment. That only thing you've caused was death, Jake. Nothing else. The werewolves and the humans have lived in peace for centuries. No one needed your destructive heroism. I grumbled lowly. No one needed supernatural creatures to roam the earth either, but here we are. I ignored him as Thane questioned him. And what about Abigail? Did you tell her your plans? Yes, wait. His eyes shot daggers at us. I thought you said you had her. I looked at Thane in mock astonishment. Oh, did we say that? My bad. We were lying. Jake took a calculated step towards us again, but when the chain scrapped against the floor, he stopped his actions and looked at his wrists, which looked worse for wear. If you don't have her, then where is she? He inquired anxiously. We don't know. I answered him. His face contorted into a scared panic. What do you mean you don't know? Did you kill her? His question was directed at Thane. We didn't kill her. Thane sighed. My beta went to look for her, but she ran away from Fairburn before we reached there. We think she headed north. Was there anyone else in the house? He hastily asked no. Why was there supposed to be? Thane replied, and my curiosity piqued. My father was with her. My eyes flickered to Thane, whose eyebrows were furrowed. No one else was there. He must have left with her, though I don't know how he would have kept up. Thane grumbled in confusion. What do you mean keep up? She's pregnant. She would barely walk around on her own. Jake lifted his chain arms and attempted to grab at his hair in frustration, but the chains were preventing him from doing such. We knew she was the one to tell you everything about us. I whispered out as his frantic movements stopped and he peered over at me. How would you know that? You've never even met her. He reproached. I felt an evil sense of elation pass through me as mirth filled my eyes and I glanced at Jake. We've known her long before you have. Then S known his entire life. That sudden news made Jake walk back into the walk behind him. W. What are you trying to say? Haven't you been curious about how she knew everything about us? Thane wondered. Jake shook his head in denial. She's a werewolf. Jake, Abigail came from this pack. His words faltered. You're lying. She's human. She said she was a hunter like me. And you said I was the one sleeping with a dog. His angry eyes flickered to mine. If she's a part of the pack, then why did she help me get to you? Why was she here in the pack? Because she clearly never had respect or authority or her pack, so I kicked her out. Thane explained without remorse. Jake's body slid down the floor in what could only be described as self-loathing. I can't believe I slept with her. A dog. His face took on a pale complexion and appeared as if he needed to bath. Believe it because your time here is up. Thane informed him unceremoniously. Jake looked at the both of us with pleading eyes. Please. Don't do this. Emery, please. His crocodile tears definitely was going to help his case with me. He shot my mate and killed him. He brought hunters here who killed some of our pack. Jake had to pay his debt. Thane removed a black handgun from where it was tucked in the back of his pants, and I realized that that was what the guard passed on to him. He held the weapon out to me, and I gingerly picked it up and looked at the small contraption that held so much power. My mind was screaming at me to aim it at Jake and end his life, but my hands cowled in a movie. It refused to move. I couldn't kill someone. Not even Jake, who I so desperately wanted gone. I returned the gun to the S hand as an unsurprising and understanding look crossed his face. It's okay, sweetheart. Not everyone can bear it within themselves to end another person's life. No matter how despicable that person is. Thane assured her through mind link. I want you to do it. Archias always hated the beast, so I want you to show him just what he was so desperate to find and kill. I told him what to do. Are you sure about this? Thane asked quietly. I can't do it, and it's what needs to be done. I nodded as I kissed his cheek before turning to face Jake. You are a terrible man, Jake. You did nothing but destroy lives 2 weeks ago. Many families are going to be without their loved ones now. All because you wanted to kill the beast. Even your child with Abigail will be fatherless because you abandoned them for what? A stupid war that had nothing to do with you. A tear escaped Jake's eye as he pleaded one last time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please, I can fix this. My expression towards that man remained cold as I constantly remembered the lives he took not just from my pack but from my old hometown. The image of him shooting Thane and then attempting to kill me were all vividly fresh in my mind. I nodded at Thane, who walked to one corner of the room and shifted into his large black wolf with his piercing, glowing, ruby eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice broke and caught in his throat as then S-Wolf stalked over to face him. A grim smile tugged against my lips as Thane protruded his canines in front of Jake's face menacingly. Goodbye, Jake. I breathed. As the S canines tore into Jake's neck, I turned around and punched in the code to allow the door to open. As the heavy silver doors croaked open, Jake's piercing and agonizing screams filled the room and trickled out the door and into the hallways like music to every owner's ears. The pleased expression was still on my face as I walked out of the room. Chapter 38, Blood Moon Pack. I soaked in the afternoon sun and breathed in the blissful fresh scent of nature around me as I took in the silence. The leaves on the trees bristled with the gentle wind and the birds chirped merrily as I stood outside the crypt and waited for Thane to exit. After I left him with Jake's blood in his mouth and the scream of a hunter filling the underground building, I had to escape the narrow hallways. Once I stepped outside, it was like a blanket of peace covered the entire pack. The sorrows washed away, and our healing began as Jake was now permanently gone. Even the guards that were patrolling the exterior of the crypt visibly relaxed. Even though the pack was never in imminent danger when Jake was in the crypt, I could tell him being alive had everyone on edge. I remembered back when I first came to the crypt. My friend Atticus was the guard. I smiled at the memory of making a big tough werewolf allow me into the crypt despite the less orders. But now he was gone because of Jake. Talia, all the werewolves and the hunters that died was all because of Jake's ridiculous obsession with the beast. God only knows where our pregnant Abigail was off to and what would happen to the baby. Before I could contemplate her situation any further, Thane walked out of the crypt with fresh clothing. I closed the distance between us halfway as Thane met me in the middle and pulled me into his arms. I rested my forehead on his shoulder before I asked, "Is he dead?" She is gone, love." Thane placed a kiss on the top of my head. I pulled back and I looked at him, crinkling my nose in disgust. "I really hope you have a sink down in the crypt where you washed your mouth out before kissing me." He gave me a toothy smile, and from our close proximity I could smell the telltale sign of mint on his breath. Brushed and flossed, "Sweetheart." I placed my head back on his chest as I entwined my arms around his neck. "I feel at peace now." I sighed in contentment. "As do I. Safe to say there's no more threats in our distant future. That and I have you in my arms," he remarked, "and a baby on the way." I chimed in with a giggle. "Think we're ready to raise a kid." He pulled back to look at me and placed both his hands on my stomach, something he seemed to be doing quite often. "We're young, but there's not a doubt in my mind that we'll be the best that we can be. And we have an entire pack to help," he concluded cheekily. "We still need a name," I noted. "I'm sticking with Thor." "Then I'm sure you'll explain to Jane why you named her first great-grandchild after a comic book superhero." I snickered, his expression to that of horror. "You're right. She'll probably chase me around the house with her slipper." I laughed at the image. "I'm sure we'll come up with a great name." He nodded before he went serious. "What does Jake's father look like?" Then I remembered that he was still missing. "He kinda looks like an older version of Jake. Are you sure he isn't in Fairburn?" I questioned uncertainly. "I'm not sure, but I'll have Lucas sniff around town. But he may have left with Abigail if she's pregnant. She must have guessed that Jake led a suicide mission and decided to flee before we hunted her back to Fairburn." His face turned grim. "But didn't you say that Lucas only smelled Abigail's scent?" "He did, but Chess must have went through the forest while his father left by car. I have no idea, but I think we should search them out before they want revenge." He looked stressed. I cupped his cheeks between my palms. "Hey, we'll find them. They can't have gone that far if they want revenge. Everything will be fine as it's only two of them. Plus Abigail has a baby to protect. I want to hope that she wouldn't do anything to put her child at risk." Hesitantly, Thane nodded and relaxed. "You're right. The only thing we can do now is try to find them." I kissed his cheek. "Let's go home." His eyes twinkled with happiness as he took my left hand in his, and we made our way back to the pack house. On our walk back home, I couldn't help but smile at Thane. "Were you not going to remind me that today is your birthday?" I gazed at him. He turned to me with a playful smile. "I assumed you forgot." I held my chest in mock hurt. "I'm your wife. It's my duty to remember." "Then what did you get me, love?" He smirked knowingly. I smiled sheepishly at him before shifting my gaze to the path we were walking on. "Well, considering you've been stuck to me like glue for the past week and I was unconscious before that, I really didn't have time to get you anything." I saw him smile from my peripheral vision. "I know, sweetheart. But I have everything I need right here. He brought our entwined hands to his face and placed a gentle kiss on the back of my palm. I could bake you a cake. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He full-on burst into laughter at that one, and I gave him a glare. As much as I love you, I think I would pass on that. Hey, just because I can't cook doesn't mean I can't bake. I grumbled. My stomach may beg to differ. You're lucky I love you. I rolled my eyes at his comment. That I am. You know, since you'd be basically an old man now, you should let me drive you around instead of driving me. I winked at him. Old baby, I'm only 20. That basically 140 in dog years. Old but gold. He winked. Said no one ever. I reached over on my tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Happy birthday, baby. Is that all I get after you insult my age? He playfully squeezed my hand. Maybe if you're a good boy. I trailed off. I regret ever telling you I was a werewolf. Well, you got alive with it now. I laughed. Our playful banter continued until we reached the pack house where we were staying for the time being, since Thane wanted me as close to Dr. Adler as possible in case something happened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My healing powers were back, so I didn't quite need a doctor to heal me. As soon as we reached our room, Thane had me pressed up against the door, minding my baby bump. With his lips fiercely on my own, I kissed him back with as much passion and love as I could muster, and when he started to unbutton my blouse, I pushed his hands away. I asked Adler if we could be together even though you're pregnant, and he said it was fine. Thane mumbled before he pressed his lips against his mark on my neck. It's not that. I managed to whisper out as my eyes rolled back in pleasure. Then, with stopping us, he asked, confused but still working his magic. I slapped some sense into myself and held his shoulders back so that he would stop. You're not making me think straight. That's the plan, love. I rolled my eyes at him. Firstly, we're in the pack house and that's weird. We could move it back to our house. He cut me off and grinned. Ignoring him, I continued. And secondly, you've practically been awake for 3 weeks. He shook his head. Not true. I've been napping. Keyword being napping and not sleeping. I pulled his face towards my own. I want you to sleep, and I mean shut off your brain and stop worrying about me or the pack for at least a few hours. But nothing. I can take care of myself and the pack on my own for a little while. Plus you've been taking care of me all this while, and now it's my turn to take care of you. His eyes softened at my words. At least stay with me. I quickly nodded my head and pulled us both to bed. He snuggled up to me with a smile on his lips and his eyes closed. Would I wake up? In finishing what I started, I giggled and placed a kiss on his forehead before lulling him to sleep. They knocked out pretty quickly since he was tired, and as soon as I was sure he was out cold, I unwrapped myself from his arms and tiptoed downstairs. I went straight to Bailey, who was in the kitchen. Bailey, I need your help. I grinned at her as she looked at me with a curious expression. A few hours later, Bailey and Lucas were walking out the door with the cake when I felt an anxiousness through our bond. I quickly started to sprint up the steps and met him halfway, running down with wide eyes and a frantic expression. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He panted out of breath as he pulled me to him. Hey, what's wrong? I asked him, unconcerned. When I woke up and didn't see you next to me, I panicked, he said, flustered. I was only downstairs with Bailey. In fine, Thane. I assured him. You need to stop worrying about me. Impossible, he muttered into my hair as he walked us back upstairs. When we reached the 3rd floor, I finally got a look at him and he looked considerably less tired. How was your sleep? I inquired. Refreshing. He grinned as he reached for me. Time for my present now. I stepped out of his reach and walked towards the bathroom. Not yet, birthday boy. In taking you out. I could hear him groan from behind me as he mumbled. I thought I was supposed to get what I wanted for my birthday. After we both got dressed, Thane in an unted shirt and jeans and myself in a flowy summer dress, we headed towards the jeep. Where are we going? Thane wondered curiously as he headed towards the driver's side of the jeep. In driving, and you'll know when we get there. I informed him. You're e-driving. He rose one of his eyebrows in uncertainty. Immer, good driver, Thane. Now relax and let me blindfold you. I held out a tie to cover his eyes. Blindfold. He looked at me dubiously. I laughed at his weary expression before I spun him around and adjusted the tie around his eyes. Don't let me fall. Also don't crash my jeep. He faltered as I walked him towards the passenger side. You mean my jeep and no promises? I smiled when he frowned. He successfully got into the jeep and I buckled him up. I hopped in the driver's seat and quickly got us to our destination. Our house. If I had us walk there, then he would have easily figured it out. So I decided to drive us around a little before pulling up to our house. As I made my way around town and finally headed back to our house, Thane asked, "This trip is taking quite some time, sweetheart. Are you driving us to a different state?" Giggling, I gave him a vague answer. Maybe, maybe not. Finally pulling up to our house and with his eyes still concealed, I helped him out of the jeep. Are you planning on pushing me off a cliff or leaving me alone in the woods? He queried. As he asked that, I accidentally forgot to tell him watch his step as we made our way up the 2 steps that led to the patio. He tripped on the lowest step and almost went flying face first to the ground before my grip tightened on his arm and I pulled him up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laughed unapologetically. Christ love. You were trying to kill me, he decided. I forgot to tell you. But there are a few steps. Sure you forgot. He made air quotes over the word before he grumbled and carefully walked up to the front door. I led us both inside to the living room before I stepped behind him and untied his blindfold. He opened his eyes and initially held a look of shock before his eyes portrayed absolute happiness and contentment at seeing everyone standing around in our living room. Happy birthday, they all yelled. I had Bailey and helped me set up a little dinner for Thane since I knew he didn't want to be celebrating in a grand way after the war with the hunters. But it was his first birthday with me, so I thought dinner with his parents, brothers, Lucy's, Boom, Caroline, Bailey and I would be a nice gesture. Before he greeted any of them, he turned towards me with a happy smile. You planned all of this? I nodded and pecked his lips. All for you, Alpha. Thank you, sweetheart. I love it. He hugged me before he pulled me further into the room with him as he thanked everyone. After we had dinner, I went into the kitchen to get the cake and light the candles before I brought it out. As soon as I set the cake down in front of Thane on the dining table, he gave me a playful smile and asked, "You didn't bake it, did you?" I not so gently tapped him behind his head, to which Bo burst out laughing. Bailey actually helped me make it. I informed him. Thank the moon goddess. He winked at me. I rolled my eyes at him before we sang him happy birthday. After I fed him a piece of cake, he pulled me onto him lap before giving me a chocolatey kiss and whispered, "Thank you for this, Emery. All of it. Even the cake. Happy birthday, Thane." I hugged him. Now, time for my birthday present. He raised his eyebrows with a playful smile, and however overheard and asked, "Oh, what did you get him, Emery?" My eyes widened in panic as I looked at Thane. "It's a surprise." Thane answered for us as my cheeks turned rosy red. For months later. Don't worry, Em. This only hurts a lot. Bailey gave me a weary smile as I glared at her when another contraction hit me. My water broke a few hours ago, and now my contractions were getting closer. I knew it was almost time for our little baby P to enter this world. Thane had our room in our house set up so that I could deliver our baby at home. Therefore I was currently laying on the bed as Dr. Adler and unprepared everything for the baby. Thane was holding my hand in a gesture of comfort as he looked excited and nervous at the same time. Bailey, on the other hand, who had given birth to her surprise twins, Penelope and Samuel, a month ago, was trying but failing miserably at easing my mind. "You're really not helping her, Bailey?" Thane grunted with a hint of anger lacing his voice. Well, I'm not going to lie to her. She grimaced. And this is the moment I regret getting pregnant. A 1 month along, Caroline said as she walked through the door. You all are not helping the situation, I voiced as the contraction eased up. Thane stood up and gestured to the door. Okay, you too. Out what? But I just got here. Caroline whined. Out, Thane repeated and sent them away. Thanks for that. I managed a small smile. How are you feeling? He asked in concern. Besides all the pain. I questioned. Just fine. Thanks for asking. He rolled his eyes at my answer as he took his seat. Really, sweetheart. Tell me, how are you feeling? Scared. I whispered. We have an undadder here. You and the baby will be fine. He assured me. Not that. I'm scared I wouldn't be a good mother. I admitted. Thane looked at me as if I had grown to heads. That's absurd. You're going to be the best mom there is, and I know that for a fact. Thane stated with confidence. I smiled at him before I felt a sudden pain and urge to push. I gave him a look of panic before I looked over at Dr. Adler. I think the baby is ready, Doc. Adler and Ed rushed over as they checked how dilated the cervix was and concurring that it was time to start pushing. Thane wanted to be here and help deliver the baby, so he was already adorned in his scrubs. And talked me through the entire process while Thane kept telling me to be strong and that I could do this. Thane held one of my hand in between both of his and told me to start pushing. It pained immensely and I thought I would pass out from all the pain. I took deep breaths and pushed with my life and told me to give one last push. I groaned in pain as I gave one last push, and then I heard the cries of my baby. But that was the only sound. I heard them all gasp as I held the baby, and Adler cut the umbilical cord before taking him to the table beyond my sight to clean him up. What's wrong? I asked as concern filled me, and Thane walked over to our baby. Is the baby all right? When no one answered me, I started to panic as my heart raced with worry. Thane. What's wrong? He appeared before me with the baby wrapped in a blanket in his arms and an amazed expression on his face. Nothing's wrong. Then why are you all quiet? Is our son all right? That's the thing, love. We don't have a son. He finally looked up at me in wonder. We have a daughter. A daughter? I questioned in confusion in my tired state. It was possible. Every alpha has been a male since. Well, since forever in the Blood Moon pack. So what changed now? But as I contemplated how we hadn't known before, I remembered that every time we did an ultrasound, the baby was never positioned for Adler to see the gender, and we all just assumed it was a boy. But a girl. Never in our wildest dreams did we expect the tradition to suddenly change. Do you want to hold her? Thane asked, even though I could tell he wanted nothing more than to hang on to his baby girl. More than anything. I reached out as Thane gently placed our daughter in my arms. I peered down at her tiny face that had stopped crying once she was in the Les arms. I finally saw her little face. Her little hands and her cute little button nose. She was the imprint of Thane with brown, chocolate eyes and wavy brown hair. She was beautiful and magnificent. She was our daughter. Her firstborn. My eyes welled up with tears. Thane pulled the chair closer to the bed and held a tiny hand between his thumb and index finger. She's ours. Thane smiled with tears in his eyes as well. Our little girl. I grinned. She's perfect. Just like her mom. Thane said as he kissed my forehead. You were so brave and incredible throughout your pregnancy, love. You were amazing. I turned to him with a huge grin. Thank you for helping. I have a granddaughter. And squealed. What are you going to name her? Adler asked with a smile. I looked at Thane worriedly because we only had a boy name picked out and I had no idea what to name our little angel. How about Everett? Thane suggested with a smile. Ev for short. Everett. I tested out and smiled at how perfect it suited her. I love it. What about a middle name? And asked, and I instantly knew. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's my sister's name, I added because it was the only way I could be close to her. Ever Avery Blackwood. Thane declared. Our future alpha of the Blood Moon Pact. I grinned at him and he smiled back at me and our daughter. I could tell that everything was about to change with this little angel on our hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 5 years later, as later it's been 5 years since our little girl was born. Today was our little Everett's 5th birthday, and my little angel was somewhere with her dad while Bailey, Caroline, Maria and I all prepped my backyard for her birthday party. I can't believe our babies are already 5. Maria squealed. Maria had her son Finnick 2 months before I had ever read, and we just sort of bonded over motherhood with Bailey and Caroline. Caroline's daughter, Charlotte, was still 4 years old, however, since she was 4 months younger than Everett. Caroline also had another kid a year after, a son named Connor, with her mate Beau. Marius' mate died the day of the war, so she's been a single mother ever since. I could only imagine how much pain she was in throughout the years because I knew the pain she felt when she lost her mate. It was exactly what I felt when Thane died that day Jake attacked. But I was lucky that Thane came back alive, or else I didn't know what I would have done. However, that was in the past now. I've learned to forgive myself and come to terms with the fact that Jake was the person to blame for all of it. Bailey also had another kid, Lee, who only had a year, so she has 3 in total. Penelope. Samuel and Leah, on the other hand, was expecting my second. Now 4 months pregnant. Thane and I decided to slow down and catch our breaths after Everett was born, since our first year was rushed. But we both really wanted another since Ev was growing up. Just as I had the tables laid out, everyone started to show up. Hey darling, and greeted me with a huey. I smiled at her and Carson, who looked to be carrying a mountain load of gifts. Carson and Thane have both been spoiling little Evan, while it was amusing to see them both wrapped around her finger. I wanted Ev to grow up humble and appreciative of the small things in life. The Nestor brothers, who were now both 13, also showed up. Hey Emery, they called over before heading straight for the dessert table. They'd have been like protective brothers to Evan. It was the sweetest thing to see. It was truly a tight-knit family, and I couldn't be happier. After all the kids, Lucas and Beau showed up. I mind-linked Thane to bring our birthday girl out. In no time, I saw my little girl dressed in her yellow floral dress, running into the backyard with a huge grin on her face. She bounded straight into my open arms. Happy birthday, sweetie. I peppered her with kisses all over face, and she fully hid her face in my neck as she giggled. Thank you, Mommy. She kissed my cheek before running off to join the other kids. Thane wrapped an arm around my shoulder as he watched our baby playing. Can you believe she's already 5 years old? I know it felt like just yesterday we were holding her all swaddled up in our arms. I smiled up at him. He nodded and placed his hands on my growing stomach. And how's my other little girl? As fine as she was when you asked me this morning. I laughed. That's right. We were officially having another girl after Adler confirmed her gender. Everett will of course be alpha since she was the firstborn and will be old enough when the next ritual comes around. At first it worried us a bit about how we were going to have the humans and Fairbairn adapt to the changes of having males at the ritual instead of females. But luckily for us, Jane took care of everything. Surprisingly, she said the humans took it pretty well, since they always thought it was a bit sexist to dress women up and throw them to the beast. Which, mind you, they were the ones to add the rule of dressing the girls up, which is exactly what I've been saying my entire existence. However, I'm not saying that putting males in the situation was any better, but at least now the leader of our pack was going to be a female for the first time. And I must say, I was pretty proud it was going to be my daughter. Also Caroline and B.A.'s daughter, Charlotte, was going to be the Delta and our future head warrior when she takes over from her dad. Even the Beta will be Lucas and Bailey's daughter Penelope. The Blood Moon Pack's future was female. I could feel her kicking. Thane said, pulling me out of my reverie. And I felt her too, pounding on my stomach. She responds the most when you're around. Thane grinned at that declaration. She's going to be another daddy's girl. Not going to happen. I shook my head. You already have it following your every footsteps. This baby is mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thane pecked my lips with a smile. EWWW, no PDA guys. There are kids here. Bailey playfully scolded us as she covered Lay's eyes, who she held in her arms. I'll be sure to remind you of that when I see you with Lucas. Thane retaliated with a laugh. Bailey was about to have a retort when we saw Finnick holding Everett's hand and running over to us with tears running down her cheeks. Thane instantly had her in his arms with worry-filled eyes. "What's wrong, princess?" he asked her even though he was already checking her. I fell down. She pointed to her knee where a little scratch laid. "Oh baby, let me fix you up." I kissed her tiny little leg before I touched her knee and had her healed in seconds. For the last 5 years I've been practicing with my healing more. I even discovered some ways to retain my energy without wearing myself out. "Is she going to be all right, Auntie Em?" little Finnick asked in concern. I knelt to his level. "She'll be just fine, Finn. Why don't you go back to play and I'm sure she'll join you in a minute." Finnick looked up at Ev worriedly before he hesitantly mumbled, "Okay," before running off. I smiled at him before returning to my angel and kissing her cute but nose as she wiped her tears away and hanged on to her dad a little longer. "I think little Finn has a crush on our baby girl." I smirked at a horrified Thane. "One, no boys are getting within an inch of my princess until she's like 30, and secondly she'll have a human mate," he grumbled, nodding. "To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You're right, but it's still adorable to see. No boys." Thane grunted and hugged Ev a little closer to his chest. I was about to go get Everett a sweet treat when I spotted Bo gorging on the cupcakes I laid out for the kids. I walked over to him ready to scold him, but as I opened my mouth, he stuffed a cupcake in it, so I wasn't able to argue. "These are really great." He laughed at me as I glared at him while chewing the cupcake until my mouth was empty. "Though, these are for the kids. Also that was very nice. But I am a kitten that was funny. See, even little Ev is laughing." He pointed behind me, and I looked over to see Everett and Thane laughing at my frosting-covered mouth. I cowed and helped the smile on my face before I turned back to Bo with a scold. "Bo, I'm sorry to say, but you seem to be putting on a few extra pounds, if you know what I mean." I grabbed an napkin and wiped my face as his eyes opened, and he looked at his shirt-covered ABS. Not." "Oh, but Emery's right, babe." Caroline joined with a smirk. "See, I knew it was just me." I wrapped my arm through Caroline's as she sided with me. "Imperfectly fit." Bo tried to reason as he discreetly stepped away from the cupcakes. "If perfectly fit means a little tummy then." Caroline trailed off with a wicked smile as she toyed with her mate. "The vegetables are on that table." I pointed behind him and he quickly dashed off towards the carrots. Caroline and I couldn't help but break out in laughter at Bo. After chasing Bo away from the cupcakes, I grabbed some cold ice pops for the kids and brought the last one over to Ev, who was happily laughing with her dad. Thane always had a way to make her smile no matter what, and it warmed my heart to see them both bond. I sat down next to them and Ev hopped over in my lap as I opened her ice spot for her. Thane looked at me with pure love and adoration as he said, "I love you. I love you too." I kissed his cheek. I smiled down at my little girl, my growing baby and my mate, as I felt completely at home with them. All my family was in one place and I couldn't ask for anything more. I never expected the ritual to the beast to change my life so drastically for the better. But to my surprise, had I not been forced to sit in the forest that night under the blood moon, I would have never met my soulmate. I glanced back at him and couldn't help but think that whatever came our way, good or bad, we would be able to handle it. The end bonus chapter at Christmas. He sprang to his sleigh. To his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." I finished up reading The Class 'Twas the Night Before Christmas by Clement Clark Moore as Everett drifted to sleep. It was the night before Christmas and she insisted I read her the story twice before she fell asleep after exhausting herself from helping her dad and grandma in the kitchen all day. Setting the book aside, I gave a kiss on her forehead before quietly walking out and bumping into Thane. "Geez, you scared the jingle bells out of me," I quietly exclaimed. Grinning at me, he wrapped me in his arms. "Is she finally asleep?" She fell asleep in the middle of the second reading. "How about Tay?" I asked about our 3-month-old bundle of joy. Fell asleep in my arms as she finished her bottle. He led us down the staircase. "Time to wrap presents." I narrowed my eyes at him. "No, we finished yesterday." He chuckled nervously as we reached the living room and I saw the pile of new gifts laying room. Groaning, I stared at exasperated. "Thane, we've talked about this. Everett has every toy under the sun, most of which she doesn't play with, and you keep filling our already crowded house with more." "Not too." He silenced me with a deep kiss and I momentarily forgot what I was ranting over. "Relax, love. I got you an even better present." Frowning. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "But I don't need anything." Pulling me to the couch and sitting me on his lap, he grabbed the presents over to us. "Let's just get this done so I could show you. But it's not Christmas yet. Then call it an early gift." "I don't want an early gift. You'll want this one." I raised a brow. "How are you so sure?" "Trust me. I know." His voice took a low drawl that sent a shiver down my spine. "Fine." I conceded. "But tomorrow you better clean up all this wrapping paper." Chuckling, he agreed and I slid off his lap as we got to work. A new bike for Everett. Dozens of cute onesies for Taylin and everything and anything else in between. "Did you get all the gifts for the other kids in the pack?" I asked, since it was a running tradition every year. The Alpha and Luli go around the pack in a sleigh pulled by a truck and hand out gifts to the other kids. It was magical as everyone cradled their hot cocoa and turned on the lights that decorated their houses. Everett always joins us on the sleigh and this year will be our first with baby Taylin, all ready and packed up in the sleigh out front. He answered as he the last bat a Taylin-S baby toy. "Time to get your present." "Be right back," he said as he dropped a kiss on my head and dashed towards our room. "What the heck did you get?" I called from the living room. "It's a surprise," he responded. I sat patiently until I heard his heavy footsteps approaching. Slowly getting up, I turned around and cowed and stopped the loud laugh that bubbled up within me and escaped my lips in a loud giggle. I felt tears spring into my ears from the extent to which I was laughing at the Santa outfit. Oh, not just any Santa costume. It was a sexy Santa costume. "Stop laughing, Mrs. Claus. This is all for you." He smirked as he pulled his Santa jacket open and revealed his bare ABS and the suspenders that held up his pants. "I can't," I continued with my fit of laughter. "Why does that even exist? Santa is wholesome. I thought you'd like it." He seemed unsure of himself and sobered up and walked towards him. It definitely gave me a good laugh, but I must admit it does have its perks. I bit my lip as I ran my hand over his shoulders. "Since it's been 3 months that you tail in, I thought maybe it'd surprise you and see where we go from there." He placed a kiss on my nose. "Only if you're ready." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought this was your costume for tomorrow's sleigh ride. Very funny, sweetheart. He lifted his left hand above our heads and his right hand snaked around my waist and pulled me flush against him. "Now let me kiss you and take care of you." I looked up and saw him holding a mistletoe above our heads. Truthfully, I had a similar surprise for him when we went to bed, but I think I like his costume better. Leaning up on my tiptoes, I pressed my lips against his soft ones and felt his stubble scrape against my skin. As I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him further into me, I heard a small gasp, immediately pushing away from Thane. My eyes to little Everett, who stared at us in shock. "Mommy, why are you kissing Santa Claus?" Her small voice traveled over to me from the staircase. I stood there in a silent panic as I realized that Ben's back was to her, so she didn't know it was him under the costume and hat. "Take her upstairs and you'll sneak back in through the back." Thane mind-linked me before he dashed off and out the front door. I quickly walked to Everett, but she made a beeline and followed her dad outside. She pushed open the front door despite my protests, and we stood on the steps as the cold air bit through our clothes. Thane was gone, but his Santa outfit was shredded to pieces from when he shifted. Ev peered up at me with questioning eyes. Mummy's Santa is a wolfie like us. I smiled down at her and picked her up. You know what? I think he might be. Then why did he leave his sleigh behind? She questioned as she pointed to the sleigh of gifts parked in the yard. You know what, sweetie? I'm sure the Reanders will come back and take it to him, I assured her as I walked us back inside and up the stairs. But why were you kissing Santa? She demanded. I'm so going to tell Daddy. I was just thanking Santa for the gift. I tried as I hugged her small body closer to mine before we reached her room, and I sat down on the bed. She climbed across me and settled down against her pillows. But Mummy, you should have just said thank you or gave him a huge. Kisses are only for Daddy. Tay and me. The kid was way too clever. And I was failing. There was no way I could tell her it was Thane and not Santa. Then she'd know Santa isn't real, and what's the fun in that? You're right, baby girl. I should not have kissed him. I agreed. She nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you, PTWO means you won't do it again. I wrapped my pinky around her small little finger and promised her. No more kissing Santa. A soft knock came on the door before Thane walked in, dressed and sporting a grin. I'm so going to kill you later. I shot at him and he chuckled. Why are you up so late, little bean? Thane asked Ev as he sat next to me, and she climbed into his arms. Mommy kissed Santa Claus. She ratted on me. Everett. I playfully scolded her. That S's facial expression hardened, but his eyes held laughter as he growled. Mommy did what now? Shiki, I think he heard you. Sweetie. I cut her off. You kissed Santa? Thane asked as he sniffled and covered his eyes. How could you anyway? This man was turning into a drama queen as the seconds ticked by. Worst of all, I didn't know what to say. Eve S giggles cut off and S acting as she gave us a mischievous smile. Why are you laughing at my pain, kid? Thane asked as he brushed a fake tear away. I knew it was you, Daddy. She giggled. My eyes flew to then S, and he was already looking at me, as we shared a baffled look. I didn't know how she knew, but I was going to let her think Santa was real. Not on my watch. I immediately jumped in to save her childhood imagination. No, it was Daddy. It really was Santa. She brushed me off. I used my sniffer. I rose a brow in question and she pointed to her nose. I smelt Daddy's scent when we walked outside. Plus Santa is not a werewolf. She folded her arms and grinned like she just solved a mystery. You're a smart little cookie, Thane said before tickling her. Now it's time to go back to bed. After her giggles, she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, because if I'm awake when the real Santa gets here, then he may not leave my toys. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I bobbed her nose. Now say goodnight and let us tuck you in. She snuggled into her blanket and Thane and I both gave her a kiss on her forehead. Good night, Mommy and Daddy. She gave us a precious smile. Good night, sweetie. We tell her before leaving her be. When we made it downstairs, I glared daggers at Thane. Santa is leaving coals for you this Christmas. He wrapped his arms around me and smiled. Hey, I'm Santa here, and while the costume may be ruined, I think we can still have some fun. I waved my finger at him. Absolutely not. Ev might come back down looking for Santa again. We both know if that's why she was coming down here. He frowned. Then an early morning gift exchange for us. Nope. I did have a gift for you, including stocking and a warm fireplace for you to bundle up. But not today. I smirked as I walked to our bedroom. But it's Christmas. He grumbled from behind me.